And welcome back to Legacy European Tour. We are ready to start round 11. We had some goblins that did some trickery on our cables, so we went off for a couple of minutes, but I'm glad to say we are back and in strength. We beat those goblins, and we are very excited to present you the matches of round 11. Don't forget, we are in day 2 of the Legacy European Tour. The format is modern, and it's 15 rounds and then a cut to top 8. So let's see what are our players of this round bringing and what decks are we going to showcase.
In a second. Okay, we are now watching. Yeah, we're watching Ben Jones, who is undefeated, 10-0, right? 10-0 in this tournament, playing a 5-color creativity. We'll update it soon enough. Creativity versus Atta on. We will see on what.
So
Living End? Is that Living End?
And it's Living End. And we took a look at the meta breakdown for day 2. I think it's available on the Legacy European Tour Twitter.
Yep.
And it looks like 5-color creativity had a great conversion. So already one of the most popular decks, and with a great win percentage yesterday, they won. So
yeah, we had like 50 creativity decks on day 1, and we've got, I think, 15 today.
Which is a great conversion.
I mean, this is like, I don't know, 40%. So, yeah. Creativity coming in strong, despite the fact that people really were gunning for it. They had like Hallowed Moonlights in the sideboard, Dress Downs in the main deck, Orvars in the sideboards everywhere. So, very, very good performance for creativity.
And a lot of people chose creativity over Living End because I think both decks have kind of a similar plan in terms of comboing off. Creativity being a bit more controlly as well. And a lot of people deciding to go to creativity that resists some graveyard hate. Why do you think Atta decided to bring here Living End this weekend?
Living End is really good against a different very popular deck, which is Rhinos. And it also has a very, very strong linear game plan, which capitalizes on people being unprepared. So, if people, over sideboard for like Hammer and Creativity, then you come in and say, okay, no problem. And so basically, Living End is this deck that you can always beat if you're really prepared. But if you're not prepared enough, you can't really compete. And, you can choose a weekend where you think there is going to be the least graveyard hate. And who knows, this might be just the weekend.
And let us know, chat, where are you watching for? Good morning, happy Sunday.
Yeah, we are here in Prague.
The weather is not great, but magic
kind of
is.
cold, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So outside, kind of cold. When you're inside, you feel the atmosphere, the tension, the excitement.
And Living End with a good start, being able to cycle Waker of Ways, that's one of the things you want to do early on to start getting some cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, Waker is particularly good because it in itself is enough to fuel Living End, really, because it's a 7/7 and you ditch another card alongside with it. So let's say you ditch 8 and Curator of Mysteries, and you've got 11 power ready to go. So Waker, really strong. And we might see just turn 3 Living End. And Creativity, well, depending on the draw, could have a really easy matchup with quadruple Spell Pierce main, or really bad. Okay, Fable, so it's not even a Teferi, because Teferi would stop Living End. But yeah. No Fable, no Spell Pierce. Ugh, that spells trouble.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a great spell though. Being able to making sure that next turn you might be able to do your game plan. Now, the question is, can Atta do his game plan before?
So I think Atta has drawn double Living End. So, but there still should be at least one in the deck.
I can make sure. Yeah, there's 3 Living Ends main on Atta's list.
So there is specifically one. So if there is a Living End now, but Ben follows it up with a Creativity X2, actually Creativity might come out on top. And this is also why Rhinos against Living End is a pretty bad matchup, and that's because, if Rhinos do their thing, but then Living End does their thing, Living End comes out on top. If you flip the order, Living End will also come out on top. So, in this case, Creativity might still best a result Living End.
Do you think we're going to see Violet Arbust here?
we might. But there's another option. You could, for example, wait. You could wait a bit and outburst, for example, in response after creativity to maybe kill the Archons. But there's another issue. So when Fable goes up to 2 counters, it discards 2, draws 2, right? Which is a draw filtering effect. But Ben can discard Archon of Cruelty, and then it will come back after a living end. So that's a trick you can do in this particular matchup. Let's see if we see it. But I see just a Bolt and a Sacred Foundry being discarded, so...
That's actually a great point, and I wonder if we are going to be able to see here in this match later on that happen, because...
Yeah, I think if Ben had an Archon, he would have discarded it, but unfortunately, he actually just drew it.
So here attacking with the Goblin, making a treasure token, and this is exactly what Ben wants to be doing, creating treasure tokens that are going to fuel that creativity later on.
Yeah.
Looks like Ben might be struggling for the 4th mana.
I would be surprised if he was, because he discarded Sacred Foundry, so that would be pretty... I would say pretty greedy to discard a land when you're missing a land drop.
That's true, but yesterday we saw that when a player... And there it is, the land.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
We saw that a player discarded Triumph that was enable him to get white. Then he didn't have access to white and wasn't able to cast Leyline's Binding.
Yes, that was at the, in the last round. The last round yesterday where Creativity played against the Polish national champion. Right, so now Living End has got, I think, Curator of Mysteries, double Living End in hand, Violent Outburst, Chalice Agent. Right, so now we're flipping.
Flipping.
Now Ben
Flipping.
can have
Flipping.
spell piece.
Flipping.
Still going. Okay.
There it is. Surprise, surprise. Living End.
And it just worked. Okay. So Ben didn't have creativity, didn't have an Archon earlier, didn't have a spell piece, and didn't have Teferi. That looks...
But that makes me wonder, what is in Ben's end? Clearly a binding, Leyline Binding, taking care of the Waker of the Waves, but there are still a ton of creatures on Hut's side.
Yeah, so we've got 3 + 4 + 5 power, so that's 12. So if we count quickly, it's not lethal.
Yeah, but looks like Ben has a follow-up, another Leyline Binding.
On Curator of Mystery. Oh, he's thinking because Curator has flying, so it's unblockable now, but Street Wraith...
It's a 5/5.
Just, Street Wraith is a 3/4 with Swamp Walk.
And
so it is just literally unblockable.
But it's here we saw that Ben had to sacrifice that treasure to use Binding because he only has access to 1 white mana source. So things get tricky here for Ben now. And
Ate also has Boseiju in hand, so he can Boseiju one of the bindings to unlock a creature. So it's we are in a very scary territory.
Can also Boseiju the reflection of Kikijiki, right?
Yes, yeah. So there are a lot of options. There is also another Waker, a Curator. So for example, Waker can be used to try to find a Force of Negation.
And there is a Teferi. In response,
I assume Waker to find Fawn. And there,
and it's the first card reveal, and that
oh my god,
Force of Negation coming in handy.
Wow.
Wow.
That was such a good hit.
Like, when you try to think of a card, okay, let me just do this to see if I find this card, and it's literally the card on top.
Yeah.
You just feel it. Just trusting the heart of the card sometimes, you know?
Yeah, and now we're doing this trick.
Yeah, Boseiju
and
on
this is lethal because the dwarf can block Waker, but then the other creatures get in for 8 unless Ben still has... Oh! Okay, that's nice. Okay, so Boseiju allows you to find a land with a type, and Dwarven Mine has a type. It's a mountain. So he finds Dwarven Mine, which gives him another dwarf, and allows to block Waker and block Riverwinder. Hence, allowing him to stay alive. Stay alive. And there was creativity in hand, so it is possible, because, Ben knows that there is no more Force of Negation, probably. So if he stays alive this turn, and creativity the following turn, we might see Ben flip the game around, but yeah, it's difficult.
So here, we don't know what's on Ben's hand, but yeah, this is not great.
Yeah, there are like 2-ish cards, and one of them is creativity.
But you don't even have something to creativity now, only...
I think looking for grief now. Didn't hit it. But he can still take a cycler and then try to cycle into grief. And this also this is the key thing about living end. So you're trying to find those little edges. You know what you need to find, playing to your routes. Like in this case,
and there's a force of negation, the second one.
And yeah, he can force the creativity now. Wow.
Not even that the creativity would be quite enough.
But it would certainly, I mean, that's true. But I mean, yeah, that's true. That's fair. And he just goes, nope.
Nope.
That's also why he didn't cycle those cards. What? Oh, oops. Oopsie daisy, oopsie.
That's not the right card, yeah. So Spell Pierce here, and...
So Archon makes the opponent sacrifice a single creature, get him up to 8, and it itself blocks. So for example, it can block a Striped Riverwinder. So what Attack could do is sacrifice Riverwinder, and then have a 7/7 Waker and an unblockable Street Wraith, which is 10. So I think the correct sacrifice here is Riverwinder. Now what Ben is rooting for is for a top-decked Leyline Binding. Because then he could binding the Waker.
That's true. That would be a comeback.
Yep. So Mata, very good sacrifice there.
So Ben going back to 8 life.
Okay, I mean, he's not dead, but he just has to chump Waker, right? And this is not something you want to be doing, but again, you just do it.
And there's Grief. Getting
Oh
rid
my
of
god,
that.
Griefed off the top. Okay, Ate. Very, very good top decks there. So now creativity of the top is needed. Fable might be enough because you Fable chump the Waker. I mean, we're in the game. So the Living End player has got a very, very hot top of the deck.
And here, Ben needs to top deck something. Going to be able to get rid of the landing end. With
Ben is trying his best to just do something about the whole situation. Was the creativity? I think it was creativity. And he might just not discard anything. And just fetch, Dwarven Mine, creativity you. I'm not sure.
I could honestly not see what Ben has in hand, but maybe you are right.
I mean, if he discards... Oh, he discards Arid Mesa. So, okay, it's Iteration and Teferi. So you have to now bounce a creature with Teferi, but then you're still dead. So I think you need to find a land. Land finds Dwarven Mine. Dwarven Mine chumps Waker, and Teferi bounces Street Wraith. This is the line. Oh my god. It's a really good game.
Yeah, definitely Ben showing why he's 10-0, right?
Yeah.
Playing for literally every single out before conceding and didn't find it. Moving on to game number 2, but this was very, very good game. We saw Ben always trying to find the out, even though that Living End player was able to...
I mean, just so many tools, like Living End into draw into Fawn, top deck Fawn, into just top deck Grief, and that was just woof.
So let's see here, sideboard. First we are looking at Ben Jones' sideboard and deck. What do we have that is good against Living End?
So we've got, potentially, Leylines of Sanctity to prevent any Grief action. Flusterstorm is, of course, excellent because Flusterstorm generally shines against Cascade decks. But we also have Hallowed Moonlight, and if I'm not mistaken, Hallowed Moonlight exiles any creature that would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, which also helps against Living End because the creatures that enter the battlefield indeed enter and they weren't cast. And you draw a card on top of that. So I think we get in triple Moonlight, double Fluster, and potentially some Leylines, depending on maybe how Ben feels about it. And we can trim on, for example, bolts. Bolts are pretty bad. Prismatic ending, easy out.
And now
So-
we take a look at Athis deck, and we can see here sideboard. What does grab
So-
your attention here?
Right, so we've got also Leyline of Sanctity, but that's not the matchup for it. We could side in Mystical Dispute for the opposing, maybe Spell Pierces or something, but it doesn't really help against Fast Storm. Force of Vigor could be like Force of Vigor or Foundation Break. It could be like a cheeky ways to destroy Fable and Leyline bindings. Subtlety doesn't do much, Endurance doesn't do much, so not much, I would say. Like really not much for the Living End player.
And Endurance would be great on the other sideboard, right?
That's true. Yes, yes.
But here we see Otawara also a pretty good spell because and Buseju the same. They are uncomfortable, they are channel abilities, they are not spells, so that can be very relevant. And let's get here into the games and watch. I actually really like these kind of matchups because at a certain point you have to try to do your combo, but you also have to try to prevent your opponent to combo first.
Yes.
So there's this skill involved in being able to keep your strategy while also trying to disrupt your opponent's strategy. So our players are shuffling up and we are taking a look here while they do so. Let us know, chat, who do you think is going to win? Creativity or Living End?
Yeah, Ben Jones now on the play. I think it was quite unfortunate for Ben not to have seen an earlier spell pierce, to just jump Fable. But like if Ben on that third turn had played Teferi but not Fable, he would have won on the spot because Ate did not have any forces then. So had that three drop been a Teferi, the game would have been so different.
And as a reminder, this is day 2 of the Legacy European Tour. This is currently round 11. There are 15 rounds and then a cut to top 8. On day 1, we had 1,054 players. On day 2, which means players that made 7 and 2 at least on day 1, we have 86 players. So a lot of attendance for this modern tournament for sure.
And yeah, and if you day 2'd, you're in like the 90th percentile or something. Like
Yeah.
it's very difficult to day 2.
Also 86 players day 2. 64 get cash prize. But you really want that top 32 that gives you the invite for the regional championship finals that are going to be held in Athens in the summer. And these finals qualify not only the top 36 for the Pro Tour, but it will also qualify the top 2 for World Championship. So
Yeah.
this is your path for the Pro Tour. This is the best chance that you have to qualify. So here you try to qualify for regional championships, and then on the regional championships you have a good chance to make it into the Pro Tour or Worlds.
Now thinking about it, I think that Ben, because had Ben known that Ate was playing Living End, I bet he would have mulliganed his opening hand. So clearly players unaware of opposing decks, which is not surprising because it's a closed decklist tournament. And those interactive decks, like Creativity, really benefit from knowing what they're playing against. So now it's Ren, no blue mana, so it's possible that if Anna forces this Ren, there is no access to blue. But that doesn't happen, and blue will come down shortly.
I have to say, I really like Ren. When the card was printed in Modern Horizons, I believe, a lot of people were like, ban Ren, you know? But with the power that we have seen lately, Ren has just become not the best card anymore. It's just a great card, but...
Yeah, so basically right now, there are so many great cards that if you wanted to start banning them, you'd have to ban half the format. Because like, you buy ban Ren. Okay, some people want to ban Breach, some people want to ban, Cascade, and some people want to ban, Creativity and Murktide or Ragavan. And just, the list becomes just way too long. But for some reason, we've got a very good self-adjusting format.
Yeah, I think also like all these printing of the Modern Horizons and Double Masters, modern formats, expansions, being able to kind of balance the format.
Whoa. Okay, I did not expect that. So Ben is just jamming Teferi into open mana. No, I think I think I know the reason. So the reason might be that if Teferi gets countered, and Atta hasn't cycled anything yet, that even if there is a turn 3 living end, it's relatively small because there isn't much. So Atta could, for example, dispute this, cycle one thing, and then depending if there are any street wraiths, that could be it. So this might be a reason. Away carrying response, so trying to find force of negation. There is no force of negation in the top 2, contrary to the previous game. And Teferi resolves.
This is huge
Wow.
for Ben Jones, and here the bold play of playing Teferi when the opponent had 2 open mana really paying off. So Teferi plus, we are going to grab that fetch back from the graveyard because of Ran.
Oh, in subtlety of the top, because subtlety could also counter Teferi. So just one card too shallow. Okay, so now Ate is trying to find a way to get rid of Teferi off the battlefield, but this is going to be difficult.
This is going to be really difficult because now Ben is Ran and able to do basically whatever he wants on his turn.
Yep, and I think Ata had Otawara in hand, but it still makes you have to go turn 4 Otawara into turn 5 living end, so that's super slow. Also, I think Ben can just pass the turn again, just creativity end step. So yeah, if that wasn't clear, Ben is really, really, really ahead.
And Ben Jones has consistently been doing good results on these tournaments. I've heard this name over and over again since we've been casting these events for the past year. And really a player to keep an eye on here in the Europe region.
Yeah, absolutely. When I heard that Ben Jones is here, I knew he would do well. And 10-0, no slouch, the only undefeated player in the entire field.
Prismatic Command.
Oh, Prismatic Command is interesting because you can do the play I told you about the previous game, right? So you can just discard Archon and be like double, triple insulated against Living End. And so I would expect, oh, why would he do that main phase? I'm curious. Okay. So just, I think he assumes that Atta can't do much, so now
is that Ren going to retrace eventually?
It might. Yes, it might. I think I might draw with Teferi, because if there is an Otawara, which is the only out, basically, you would lose out on that extra card or spell piece off the top, but that doesn't help against Otawara. Okay, so we see the draw I was talking about. So we could see Otawara Teferi end step, untap Living End. So the game isn't over by any means.
It's not over until it's over.
Okay, attack for 1. Yep, just...
Why not?
18 more turns.
Putting opponent on a clock.
Yep. Okay, fetch. Now Ben is at like 13 purely because of his own lands.
Yes.
So Ben's clocking himself more than he clocks the opponent.
So, but that's the thing when you're playing 5 colors, right? Like, you're bound to do this, and...
Yeah, you have to fetch a lot. You have to fetch a lot between the Triumphs, Shocklands, and also the fact that you want to fetch out Dwarven Mine.
Also, we have to keep in mind, life is a resource, right? And that's one of the first things you kind of learn in Magic, because I feel like new players, their issue is that they tend to block things just to try to not take damage when, you know, do poor blocks because of that, because they don't consider their lives as a resource and they just don't want to lose life. And
yeah,
here you have to pay a price to be able to play 5 colors.
Also, it probably has been mentioned already, but we in coverage here do appreciate the fact that Ben has got his own tokens for everything. Goblin Shaman, Treasure, Dwarf. He has come prepared.
Yeah, as you should for one of these tournaments. The more that we do coverage, the more we appreciate these things. We also have some tokens available for the players, of course. But it's always nice when players bring their own tokens. It makes our life much easier.
Okay, so we're seeing this game-changing play now.
Otawara on Teferi.
And
This cannot be countered.
yeah,
It's
and
an ability.
okay, clean up step. So there actually is 2 blue available because there is the steam vents and the treasure just waiting on the right side or bottom side.
You know what I've been thinking, Skura? I've been thinking if players might start playing that counter that counters target spell or ability because of all these
Huh.
land channel lands, you know?
I really wish Trick Bind saw more play because Trick Bind counters a triggered ability or activated ability, but it also has split second, so it can't be responded to.
Surprise,
Oh,
surprise,
Tails End.
Living End.
Oh, okay, so this is the play I told you about when sideboarding. Hallowed Moonlight, and the opponent says,
GG,
well,
let's go to game number 3.
yep, let's scoop them up.
1 game for Ben Jones, 1 game for Ate. Both sideboard, we see both players having some answers for each other's strategy, but also important to stay true to your own strategy. And here, Living in now on the play might even focus more on that, making sure he's able to play the Living End and just combo before Ben is able to do much.
Yeah, it's key to have like Grief in the opener or Force of Negation to be able to protect yourself from any annoying things. But if you're on the play, you want to enact your own game plan. While Ben... So, we didn't see any trick with discarding Archon because he hasn't drawn any. We haven't seen many Fluster Storms or Spell Pierces, but they are very much in Ben's deck. So Ben could open, for example, with multiple counter spells, just play this Drogo game. Unfortunately, the way the turns line up, you can't play turn 2 Renin 6 because then the opponent untaps and living ends you. So you can't even deploy your cheapest threat because you're on the draw. If you were on the play, no problem, but you're not. So players are shuffling up, okay, presenting the decks to each other.
Next event is going to be in Valencia in the end of May. Who is going to Valencia? Any Spanish players watching the stream right now, let us know if you're from Spain and are watching the stream. We are really excited to come to Valencia.
Yeah. Or maybe you're not from Spain, but you want to take a short trip, like a weekend off, and play some games, eat some nice food, enjoy.
Valencia is in the end of May. It's the next tournament here of the Legacy European Tour. Is this a ley line opening?
It is a ley line, and ley line blanks any griefs. There aren't any griefs. So the issue is that it just can line up poorly against a certain draw. So it's bad against Fon. It's okay, grief at the top. Okay, so now it has become much better because it's actively blanking something. So yeah, noise.
A lot of ley line people supporting ley line, people supporting ley line.
Yeah. So puzzle. So now, if you count all these things, creativity has so many tools, right? 4 main deck spell piece, 2 Fluster Storm, quadruple Teferi, 3 Hallowed Moonlight, Leyline of Sanctity. At this point, it sounds like half the deck is ready for Living End.
And this is the art of sideboarding.
Yeah, we'll see for how long Ben is going to keep passing the turn, because he might go like Renin 6 now with Fluster backup, or he might just pass again because he has, for example, Fluster plus Hallowed Moonlight. And so we might see this kind of draw-go-ish style of game. Okay, Archon was drawn, so if there is a way to discard it, that would be pretty beneficial for Ben. Now, we're probably not going to get too cute with, like, intentionally miss my land drop, pass, clean up, discard it. But I have seen decks do that. I have seen them. Like, on the draw, for example, you can miss your first land drop,
And here Ben as Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but being tapping yourself, it's tricky.
It is, but again, if his hand doesn't contain any other relevant spell, he might as well tap out, and he's keeping cards really close to his chest, so we can't really make out what's in there.
Have you ever been in Valencia?
I haven't. No, I haven't. So
If there are two things that Spanish people know how to do is play Magic and have good food. So
this is all I want in life. This is everything I want and everything I need.
okay, and then it is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Is there an answer? And I think Hathem might Violet Outburst in response.
So what I would do in Ata's seat is, if he wants to play Violent Outburst, let it resolve, and kill the token Goblin Shaman along the way, if he wants to outburst. But he might have something else. He could hardcast Force of Negation. Yeah, that's another option. So because the living in here would just kill a Shaman and bring a 3/4 back, so that's, let's just say, not satisfactory. So while you can say, well, he's just jamming stuff, I think actually Ben knows exactly what he's doing, because he knows that if he's jamming stuff, the opponent doesn't really have a huge graveyard to capitalize on that tap out. So
Expressive Iteration here for Ben. That card is amazing.
okay, I can see Dark Volrath says that Spanish people drink a lot, and he's saying that to a Polish person. So nice try, but Attack has just one creature. Yes, there's one creature in the graveyard. Yep. So let's see what Iteration finds now. Unfortunately, Iteration tapped down the blue soul. So if there is a Flusterstorm, it does require another blue land. So this is why I love watching sideboard games, because Atta has kept a reactive hand, and so did Ben, and now it has devolved into this situation. Now Ben does not have another blue, exiles Spell Pierce instead of putting it into the hand, and doesn't have any blue up. So if Atta can capitalize on it, the game might be over. But as we know, there is no cycler, so he just can't capitalize on it.
Decklists will be available. Usually they are available after the top 8.
Yeah, basically at the end of the day. Or if you wake up tomorrow, morning coffee on Monday, you want to read some deck lists, they'll be there.
I hope you wake up tomorrow.
Whoa, that's dark. Okay, there could be Hallowed Moonlight in hand, that's true. And I think that's also a great way to like bluff no interaction. Oh, I don't have any blue. And then Hallowed Moonlight, bam. Attack for 1.
Here at a certain point, it looks more like creativity tries to stop living in than exactly trying to go for
Yes,
their own game plan.
certainly.
And that's why it's more of a control shell than living in, which just tries to do their own thing, and it's more like a combo-ish deck.
Yep.
And I think that's why creativity players play this deck so much, because it has this flexibility for you to try to go for your combo, but also you can try to just... I've seen creativity decks just beat down with tokens and eventually win that way.
Also, players really like agency, and the more things you have control over, the better. Okay, I think we saw. Okay, so we can't see it now, but he ditched Leyline. Makes sense. You don't need another one, and he ditched an Archon. So now Atta is in a real squeeze, because he can't really living end because there is an Archon. If he living ends, it still might get contested, and there's a Leyline in play. So now Ben is on the back foot because there is this subtlety going. So the subtlety, no, it still hits for 3. It's a fortune clock.
Atta does have ways to deal with the ley line with Bousseju, right? So you can Bousseju the ley line and then be able to grief.
Yep.
But I think that is your only way to deal with.
So basically, Atta, like, he might even have Bousseju already, but he might want to just wait for the perfect opportunity. Now there is another land, there is double Outburst, and I think double Grief. We are not sure. We can check in the deck list if there is a Sunken Ruins in the Living Ends player deck. There is a single copy of Sunken Ruins, yes, in the main deck. So it is technically possible to hardcast those spells. There's also double main deck Petty Theft, so that's another way to bounce it. So there is Petty Theft and Sunken Ruins. And chat, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We've got the deck lists. That's the end of the sentence. We've got the deck list, so yeah.
And hopefully you are enjoying the game so far. I certainly am.
Oh, very much. I really like... This is the concept of patience we talked about a bit, right? Ben has to decide how aggressive he wants to be, how aggressively he wants to commit to what's happening, or just play reactively. Now, Atta saw, okay, I need to start playing aggressive with the creatures, but Ben has the answer.
Leyline Binding. That card is great. And just pushing so many decks that were playing 3 colors before to start playing 4 colors, 5 colors, or just playing these triumphs to be able to cast these Leyline Binding just for 1 mana.
Okay, and did you see what just happened? Atta played Grief with Evoke, discarding or exiling Living End, just to get it in the graveyard. So, just as a creature. That's wild. And also, Leyline Binding is particularly good against Living End because the creature you're getting rid of doesn't go into the graveyard, right? It stays in the exile zone.
But here we are seeing, like what I was talking about, these tokens just jamming in, and Ben not even needing to do creativity to be able to dominate this game. Just playing some cards, some removal, some interaction, make sure your opponent is not doing whatever they want to do.
This game is literally a Pioneer deck. Fable, Leyline Binding.
That's even standard, right? Leyline Binding, Fable.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is game, so Ben undefeated now.
11-0.
11-0 here,
wow.
which is crazy. Congratulations for Ben.
He's very close to being just locked.
Yes.
I think just like in the next, so 11-0, in the next 4 rounds, he probably just needs to win 1. Okay, he wouldn't take triple draw, but okay, he's very, very, very favored to just look up the top 8.
And what a game. Do we have a backup? I think we should have a backup because there are still 14 minutes left in the round. And I think we are going to pass to us now to comment on what did you think of this game, Philip?
It was awesome. That's exactly what I want to see. Some patient gaming, creativity playing this kind of control game. And we saw 0 Hallowed Moonlight in the last game. 0 Teferi. 0 counter magic. Not a problem. Because Ben knew what's happening. Atta kept a very reactive hand, and it devolved into this kind of very, very weird game. But I did enjoy watching it.
And speaking of decks and formats, we have a new set coming up really soon, March of the Machines. And let's see some of these cards that were previewed recently and see how they might impact formats in Magic and future tournaments that we might see. So there we are. We are going to show now some of the cards. So, Chick Phoenix. I think it was Chick Phoenix, the 1/1.
Phoenix Chick.
Now it kind of grew up, right?
Yep.
And we have Bloodfeather Phoenix, and I think Mono Red needed a card like this. 2 mana, 2/2 flying, cannot block. Usually in Mono Red you don't need to. And whenever an instant or sorcery spell control deals damage to an opponent or
battle,
because we have battle now. It deals damage to an opponent. You may pay 1. If you do, you return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste until the end of the turn. So, like a bigger Phoenix Chick.
You play a ton of Standard. Do you think it slots into Mono Red?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think it might even slot in some other formats, like Pioneer. This card is really good. It has definitely a place to be in. Usually Mono Red wants to be dealing damage face, and this is where this card comes in and ready to slam. Let's see some more. Speaking of Mono Red, Into the Fire. So this card, it's a sorcery spell, and you choose 1 for 3 mana. Deals 2 damage to each creature, planeswalker, and battle. put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library, then draw that many cards plus 1.
So this is like a combination between Valakut's Awakening, right, the second part, and the first part is this like, you know, pyroclasm effect. And so what you're getting here is the duality and the modality, right? You can choose either chat. Where would you play this card? Would you play it in maybe some red-black, maybe in the main deck? Because, you know, you don't want, like, Brotherhood's End. Of course, Brotherhood's End is bonkers, right? We know that. But maybe the modality makes it even better, right? Because you can put any cards on the bottom. Maybe in red-black Atraxa Reanimator, because you draw the cards you don't want to, and maybe you can cycle through. Chat, where would you play Into the Fire? Is it Creativity in Pioneer? Okay, I can see a lot of you want it in. Okay. Okay. So.
Battle now. Let's.
Yep.
So 4 mana, battle siege. So right now the only battles we have are siege, and we have to do like this to kind of read it.
I mean, I have to do it like this.
When this enters the battlefield, exile all cards from your hand, then draw that many cards. Until the end of your next turn, you may play the cards exiled this way. Oh.
Okay, wait. So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're exiling your hand, drawing a fresh hand, but you can still play the cards you've exiled, right? So you can play your previous hand.
Yeah, and then this can also be transformed, kind of. Like, if you kill the battle, it will flip, you know?
That's interesting. So, that's very interesting. Because you're getting a fresh hand, but you still have access to those previous cards, right? It's like a memory jar effect, 4 mana. For a battle. Now, it's very, very difficult to assess the battles because we have never played with them, right? If it was a Planeswalker, we could have a discussion. With this one, no idea, right?
And let us know, Chad, what is your opinion on battles? I'm still trying to figure it all out since it's so recent, but I'm excited to see it play. And we already have in mono red, like we saw, these effects in cards that do other things, but it also deals damage to battles. So I want to see how exactly that will work out, not only in standard, but also if it will impact any other formats like Pioneer, Modern.
It's possible that you have some battles which are okay for standard, but there is some kind of weird interaction in Modern that you play, you know, let's say mono-green Siege. Because something, right? Because there is a card, because, you know, maybe it's good to ramp into them. Or maybe you play, you know, some kind of elementals with them. Who knows? Who knows? Very, very difficult to assess because we've never seen them. Also, rulings keep coming out because players are coming up with ideas. You know, what if I turn a siege into a creature and stuff like that? And so we will get all the rules interactions probably soon. And I think the first pre-release is going to be wild fun. When
so
people
I
try to
think
figure it out.
What we are seeing here is the other side of the siege, if I'm not wrong. Exile it, then transform it. So I think then it transforms into this.
Okay. So
I hope I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. Now I don't have to tilt my head.
And it's an enchantment. Discard a land. These deals 2 damage to any target. Ooh. Whenever you discard a land card, exile the top of card of your library. You may play that card this turn.
Okay, okay. So it's like it could be played in like maybe, thinking of Modern, maybe it finally gets, what's the name? 1 green, return 3 lands with Dredge. Oh, Chad, help me.
What do you want?
1 green, Chad knows, 1 green, return 3 lands with Dredge. Live from the Loam, thank you very much. Yeah, I haven't seen it for so long. This with Live from the Loam, where you get those lands, and then boom, 2 to you, or maybe another card, or maybe another card again, or maybe deal 2 here. So Seismic Swarms, just kind of lands-focused strategy. You play, for example, 30 lands or something, and you go to town on your opponents who play removal, but you don't have creatures. So this could maybe have some modern potential.
Oh, another invasion here,
right.
Another battle card. So, oh my god, my neck is going to hurt after this one.
Facts.
The things we do for the Twitch chat. Whenever these enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to each creature in each planeswalker 4 mana. But then it has an upside, right? Because when it turns, it becomes something else.
A 4/4 creature, right?
So,
so it's Brotherhood's End, but one mana more expensive. So let's see what we get in return.
And then it's a 4/4 ward, pay 2 life. Not only that, whenever you cast a spell, deals 2 damage to each opponent, which that might be kind of crazy in red. So imagine now you have this creature, and then you deal damage to your opponent. this deals damage again, then you bring your new chick from the graveyard.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, this is starting to look like mono red start having a lot of tools, and I really like it because I think most standard formats should be able to have a consistent mono red deck. Like, I think we haven't had like such a great mono red deck since the times of Dominaria standard, maybe something like that. You know, remember when we had, I'm forgetting now, maybe Twitch chat can help us now. It's the enchantment that you can play with cards from the top of your library,
Outpost Siege?
but you cannot play with cards in your hand.
Experimental Frenzy.
Yeah, remember Frenzy times?
Oh, Frenzy and Outpost Siege, both were fire, absolutely fire. Pun intended, but I really like those red decks which have like a 4-drop, value 4-drop, and you try to, thwart their early plan of aggression, but then you get hit with like you get value 4-drop and you just bam, 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 play the spells off the top. So absolutely. And also, when you flip this, you don't spend mana to flip this, right? So it's flipped, and then you have mana available to cast a bunch of spells then, right? So it beautifully, curves one into another.
What else do we have here? Oh, now we have another, so I might be confused on which one it flips to. Oh well. So, it's a 4/4 flying trample. Whenever a dragon you control attacks, it deals 2 damage to any target.
Yeah, looks good. Just a solid creature, right?
I wish Goldspan Dragon was still legal in standard.
But I really like the combination of flying and trample. This is just brilliant combination, No, your creature has evasion. What if it had 2?
No, and here we are now going to finish this round. End of
fun.
round number 11. It has been fun to preview some cards, to talk about a bit the new format that we are going to have really soon. It's in mid-April that March of the Machine pre-release is going to start. So really excited for that. Will and Martin will be back really soon to walk you through round 12 of this tournament.
See ya.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, round number 12. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as WillHallExp, and my dance partner for this weekend is none other than Hall of Famer Martin Juza. We're going to bring you some spicy decks this round. Normally, we try and we've seen a lot of Ben Jones, basically. We've seen a lot of that. My friend on camera, we need to give him a little bit of a break this round, so we've got some spicy ones for you. Mine, what decks are we going to see here?
We're looking through the standings, and there are a couple of unusual decks at the top of the standings. Not exactly like 11-0, that's only Ben at the moment, but we do have a Boros Tempo deck. I was really curious. I'm like, okay, what is this? Did somebody just mislabel their deck? There are a lot of cool cards, Manatite, Ephemerate plus Fury, Blood Moon, like Timeless Dragon. That's a lot of cards that you don't normally see in Modern. And we also have, I think it was Sultai Reclamation.
Yeah.
Which when we saw that, we're like, oh yeah, we gotta feature that. So these players are X2 and X3. They're playing on 2 different tables. I think we're covering tables 14 and
I don't know what
24 or something. So both players still in contention. And yeah, should be 2 interesting matches.
So we're going to start off. We're going to get the metagame up. We've got the day 2 metagame now. So it's been tweeted out on the Legacy Twitter. So if you might have already seen this, but if you haven't, this is the breakdown of all the decks that managed to make it into day 2. Remember, there was 86 players out of the 1,054 that started. 86 came back, and this is how it looks. Big majority there. 5-color creativity.
Creativity was doing really well yesterday. At the start of the day, there were five of these decks were in the top 16, and I think they all keep winning. They keep winning. So right now, I would say it's the best performing deck of the tournament. On the flip side, is it Murktide, most popular deck yesterday, only 10 copies in day 2, and the best finishing player after day 1 was at 7 wins and 2 losses already. So we do have Andrea. At 9-2 right now. So there are still plenty of good players playing the deck. I'm sure we're going to see someone in the top 8 with Is it Murktide. But
we had like 110 Murktide decks, so that's like less than 10% managed to make it into day 2. That's pretty crazy. And then we got Rakdos Scam. One we haven't seen too much on camera right now, but we've seen it going up in popularity.
Yeah, Rakdos is just like whatever format you play, eventually Rakdos midrange just becomes one of the best decks in the format. Cards like Thoughtseize, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, they're just good in every format.
Okay, it looks like we've got our players are off to the races. So as we said, we have got Is It Murktide versus Boros Tempo. I'm looking forward to seeing this Boros Tempo. I want to see some Mana Tides being cast. It always feels worse than when you get mana leaks for some reason.
Oh yeah, and like obviously Mana Tide wouldn't be as great in open deck lists, but here the players don't know what the other person's playing, so we're definitely hoping to see some Mana Tide action.
Here it is on the screen for you people who do not know what it does at home. It is 1 white for an instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. It just feels worse when you get got with this.
Yeah, white Force Spike. Frank played 1 copy of Manatite in his mono white hammer deck yesterday, and I think playing 1 copy is great because once you play it, your opponent thinks, yeah, I mean, I guess you probably have more of these, so I'm gonna just kind of start playing around it. But at that point, they're kind of like playing with Sphere of Resistance, which is great for you. So playing one copy is kind of the perfect number, and ideally you even board it out for game 2, and then your opponent plays around a non-existent card in your deck.
I know what you're all thinking in the chat. What is that card that hit the graveyard? That is a Timeless Dragon. You are seeing that right on your deck. One we don't particularly see too much, but it is as a Modern Horizons card. 5/5 with Plane Cycle, and we can get it back as a 4/4 Zombie Dragon later on.
Yeah, and we can tell you that Nicholas is running 4 Blood Moons in his deck. So Timeless Dragon, gets you a Plains. Obviously plays right into setting up the right mana base before you play Blood Moon. But yeah, Nicholas's deck is really interesting. Not only does it play Blood Moon, to stop all these 5-color decks, 4-color decks that we keep seeing, but there's also like a little bit of Ephemerate plus Fury action, some value from Fable of the Mirror Breaker. On the other side, we have a local player, Thomas. He was in Naples a couple weeks ago playing the regional championship. He's playing Is It Murktide. I was watching him last round. Very good player. Very chill person. So nice to see some local people doing well as well.
Yeah, I've spoken about this many times off the camera to you. I feel like there's a lot of people now coming to these events. We're kind of seeing the same faces, and they're doing well at all these events. So, we're trying to get a bit more spotlight on them. And here's Manatide. Here's the first one being cast. Can we? I want to count on the day. How many Manatides are we going to see? That just is beautiful. I don't know why I love seeing it. I love seeing it, but I hate being on the receiving end of it.
And if I'm the other person, I'm playing a modern tournament, so somebody Manatides my spell, I'm like, dude, what? Like, people play that?
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Boom, headshot, says chat. I love it. It really does feel like that when you get got with like, what? You're playing that in your deck? It's terrible late game until you get done by it.
The good thing is, with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, it doesn't matter how many situational cards you put in your deck. At worst, you can always cycle them for something new with the Fable trigger. So, yeah, even if Nicholas has some of them, in the late game, he can still trade them for new cards with the Fable trigger. But at least here, Timas was playing end of turn charm. Nothing too crucial. Like if it gets countered, sure, I'm not gonna draw 2 cards, but it's not like you just countered my game-winning spell. So at least it didn't hurt that bad.
This is a slightly different build to what you kind of see in, is it Merctone? I suppose that's the power of these 2 colors. There are so many cards you can play. We do have 4 Fort Scour in the main, as well as the 2 Archmage's Charms.
Yeah, slightly more controlling build.
How are we going to go about this? There's a lot of back and forth for them, a lot of lands, a little bit of dawdling. Here comes Ledger Shredder. Powerful 2-drop. And Lightning Bolt to the face to try and trigger the Connive. We're going to get to draw a card, discard a card. That was a Lightning Bolt drawn.
At this point, if you're the Murktide player, what are you thinking your opponent's playing? I'm gonna plane cycle my dragon and then Manatite your spell and then play 5 lands go.
Is that like, what's going on?
Yeah, what do you think is going on? Like I'm thinking like, are you on some kind of combo? Like what should I even be afraid of?
Being asked, does he have Teferi in the sideboard? He does have Teferi Time Raveler in the sideboard. We'll get to that shortly, though, because obviously we are going to stick here for all 3 games if it goes that long. So we will get a good look at these decks. We will see what's going on and what spice we see on the right of your screen. Remember, this is a 9-round tournament yesterday, and we've got another 9 rounds of Magic for you today. 6 of that being in the Swiss, followed by the cut to top 8, where we will have all 3 rounds until we eventually crown a champion and give him this trophy in front of us. This deck is spicy. This is a good find, mine. I gotta give it to you. This is I didn't think we'd be seeing this around number 12 this weekend, but we are. And this is what I love about Modern, right? We spoke about it. Card pool's so big, so versatile, so many different decks can come in here. Some people turn up with their pet decks. Not everyone can afford these big, expensive Murktide decks, which, the price tag is quite high when you want to put 4 Ragavans in there. But people can turn up with Boris, a Bosch decks and do pretty well. As we're going to see a Prismatic ending for 2 here. 2 mana sources used, so it will exile that Ledger Shredder. And then we're tapping 3. And, we're going to bring it back. We're going to get ourselves a 4/4 Zombie Dragon. Thank you for bringing your own tokens, because I'm pretty sure we don't have that one in our token box. They're asking, can I use this? Maybe we do have it. Okay, we're just going to put that there to represent it in a minute. I'll be very surprised if we have a 4/4 Dragon Zombie token.
And both players at 9 and 2. The record, needed for top 8 is roughly around the X and 3 mark. So they're still in a pretty good position to advance. Plus, we're looking at top 32 being the cut for the qualification slot for the regional championship in Athens. So roughly 10 and 4.
Here comes the big Murktide. 4 of them, 4 copies in the deck for Thomas. And it's a 7/7.
Yeah, slightly bigger than the Timeless Dragon.
We do know about, obviously we've got access to deck lists, and that was a Fury drawn off the top. So if we have something like an Ephemerate, that would be brilliant. There's our 4/4 Dragon token.
Yeah, and if you're looking for tokens, you can use these new Ultimate Guard reusable tokens. That I found out that they had them when we did gunslinging on Friday, and it's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, it's like someone's actually thought about it. There's multiple different tokens. You don't want to carry them all in your box. Ultra Guard now have these new ones that you can wipe clean and then redraw onto what we need. Passing the turn back. A lot of cards in hand. I think that might have been a Season Pyro drawn to the front. It is a Season Pyro. It was missing flying on it. That's why I had to take it away and went flying on it. And we're just passing the turn back. So what could we be representing here with 5 mana open?
For the Boros deck?
Yeah.
If I'm the Azet player, I have no idea.
What could be going on?
If you cycle Decree of Justice at the end of turn, I'm not going to be surprised.
Man, I love Modern. It's such a Wild West sometimes. I love it. Looks like we might have another Lightning Bolt in hand.
Yeah, Chet's pointing out, like, yeah, maybe sell the wreckage. Like, you can have anything.
You know, the whole LSV play, getting the token out.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best plays of all time, in my opinion. And here it comes across. The big Murktide, 7 points into counterspell, and that is going to be game. 7 lines up against the Boros deck, being at 7 life, and we're going to take it down. Murktide is going to do one game up.
Murktide kind of just did its thing. You know, draw some cards, set up a little bit, expressive iteration, get some value from that. A timely counterspell for the Solitude, and Murktide being a 2-mana 6/6 or 7/7 flyer. Yeah, that was good enough to just close the game in a couple attacks.
So we've seen these Murktide decks. This one's got a slightly different build. I'd say it's got the 4 Fort Scour in here. We've got the 4 Murktides. We've got a couple of Archmage Chums. We're going to fly over this one really quickly because I know everybody wants to see the other deck we're going to show. But what do you like to bring in here?
If I'm the Azet player, I have no idea. You know, I'm not sure what you're playing. I'm definitely not bringing in Blood Moon because you have, you know, cards that plane cycle, so you're going to be fine, you know, getting both colors. What am I thinking you're playing? Maybe some kind of combo against Flusterstorm. Like, you're probably going to be playing Fable. Like, if you're getting basics, maybe I'm going to make the assumption, like, yeah, I guess that probably kind of signals having Blood Moon. So having some extra counter spells, that sounds pretty reasonable to me. And maybe, you know, you haven't really seen any. It's not going to be a really fast deck. If you're going to play Timeless Dragon and Solitude, you know, Fable, Blood Moon, it's probably not going to be an aggro deck. So maybe I can cut a little bit on, like, you know, cards like Lightning Bolt.
Okay, cat is out of the bag. This is the Boros Bosch deck. There's a lot of good cards here. A lot of good cards going on. And some ones we don't see too often. But looking at the sideboard, anything here you want to be bringing in? 4 Brainstone. Or Stone Brain, sorry.
4 Stone Brain. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Fairy. Like, your opponent's going to have a lot of counter spells in these decks. Plus, the Fairy is a nice answer. For Murktide, you know, if they tap out for it, you play the Fairy, bounce it back to their hand. Hopefully they delved away a bunch of cards. So the Fairy is a nice card that can definitely come in. Plus, I don't think that Nicholas revealed a blue source in game 1.
No.
So that is going to be completely unexpected. You know, I'm playing against this Boros deck. If I tap out, what's the worst that can happen? You play, like, you know, a Fable. Sure, I'll kill that with an Unholy Heat. So we can definitely get into a spot where Thomas just taps out. It's like, yeah, you know, what's the worst that can happen? And there's going to be a Teferi on the other side of the board. I would be looking at potentially boarding out some Manatides. Like, it's a good card to have. You know, in game 1, your opponent doesn't expect it. But if you counter another spell with it, I would definitely probably board all 3 out and just let my opponent play around it for the rest of the game where I don't actually have it, which is the best kind of Manatide.
Crazy. Okay. Well, that is it. That's the deck. Let's see how they get on. Players still a little shuffling up.
I'm sure Relic of Progenitus is also a card that Nicholas is looking at. You know, Murktide being a graveyard deck, you want Delirium for Channeler, you want Delirium for Unholy Heat, plus you stop them from, you know, growing Murktide, or playing it too quickly, you know, with a lot of Delph cards. So
I've got a lot of time for this. I love when people turn up with their own brews and do well at tournaments. You know, your pet deck, you've been playing it for years at F&M, we're playing some winner boxes with it, you kind of turn up to one of these big events and you start doing well. I love it. It's almost like the fairy tale story, right? The underdog story, and I'm all for underdogs.
And this is the upside of closed deck lists. Like, this is the kind of innovation and playing, you know, unexpected cards that you can only do if your opponent doesn't see your list. At all these RCs, you know, Pro Tours, maybe coming up with a deck that's playing Manatide or some of these unexpected cards, that's not going to work as well if your opponent expects it. Like, for example, right now in Standard, Obstinate Bailoff is a legal card that you can play, and there are cards like Liliana, but nobody's going to catch you, you know, by surprise with Obstinate Bailoff if you know, they see your deck list. So
So I'm going to try and get confirmation, but I can't see an Abosh anymore. Does that mean that the Stone Brains came in?
It might be like off the side somewhere where we don't see it, but yeah, I mean there is a chance that something came in.
I'm going to try and get confirmation on that. As it looks like we might be taking a mulligan.
Yeah, chat's pointing out maybe explosives made it in.
We'll see. We'll see if we get confirmation if it's being shown or not here. Obviously, without trying to give any like crazy information away to the players. But you know, these companions, they're not free. They do have other techs on them besides being the 16th or 8th card in your hand. You know what I mean? There's a 7. There's always a chance, and I've done it. I've been guilty of this, shuffling my companion into my deck and forgetting about it, and then presenting it in my my opening 60 or having 60.
Look at his hand, by the way. I see a land, Ragavan, and a Manatide. So, an unassuming opponent going mount and go. Oh, you want to attack with Ragavan? I guess I'm gonna bolt it. Oh wait, I already let you untap. Now you can Manatide my Lightning Bolt. That could definitely happen this game.
So it looks like we're going to keep this 6. Okay, the Abosh is getting moved into camera, so it looks like Abosh is still the companion. I didn't think this was the game for Stonebrain. And we are starting off with a Ragavan.
Yep. Let's see if Thomas reads the play. Okay, I saw that you had a Manatite in game 1, so I'm going to play my removal spell already on my turn.
Okay, this is an interaction I want you to talk about. Fetch land and bauble.
Yeah, there are situations where you want to bobble your opponent, you know, see what they have on top, maybe have a little bit of extra information. You can also target yourself. And before you crack the fetch land, see if you like the top card of your deck. If you do, you can leave it there, but then you can't really crack the fetch land. So in this case, if Thomas needs the red source from the fetch land, it doesn't really matter if he cracks it before or after, because it's not really going to help him too much.
I love it. I love the tap of a bauble. I don't think I've ever seen a tap of a bauble. Normally it's just, I'm just going to put it straight into my graveyard.
Yeah.
And, just,
and look at that. Thomas making the right play. Okay, I saw you play Manatide. I'm not going to take any chances. I'm just going to fire it off right now. And it definitely paid off because there is a Manatide in Nicholas's hand.
Ragran's going to come across Connect, and it's going to take a counter spell. But we won't be able to cast it, but at least we know that's one less in the hand. We're going to draw 2 cards for our turn, 1 off the Mistress Bauble, 1 for our turn. But now we have that tied mana up because of the treasure token that the Ragavan has made. It's just it's the mind games, right? Making your opponent think that, oh, they have to play around it. That might have been a really good turn to play Ledger Shredder, but I can't do it because what if it gets mana tied? Here's a 3rd land drop, Odmeza. And we're going to dash this Ragavan again. Super powerful 1-drop. It's going to eat a different foil lightning bolt. I'm already tilted. Yeah, I've got to play both the same art as I go. 4 Scour ourselves. Going to put 2 into the graveyard. 1 to hand.
I like this Murktide build. It's a little slower. It's a little like less focused on being more aggressive. I like the full 4 counter spells. I like the extra counters in the form of Spell Pierce and Archmage's Charm. Plus, Archmage's Charm is like just a really nice card. You can
Really
steal
nice.
you can steal Ragavan. You can steal construct tokens maybe stuff like that. Obviously, they're not going to be too big on your side, but at least you're not dying to Saga that easily.
Do you remember when we used to have Cryptic Command used to be the most powerful counter spell? Had all these different options on it. Well, we'll just make it a little bit cheaper and give it some more options. And here comes a powerful 3-drop, Fable the Mirror Breaker.
So now Thomas has an option. I do see that Archmage's Charm. You can counter the Fable, or you can just say like, oh sure, you make a 2/2 token. That is a mana value of 0. I guess I'm just gonna steal it at the end of turn and start making some treasures for myself.
Yeah, could do that.
So this is an interesting option because sure, if I go for that play, I steal your token. You still do get value from Fable. You still get to, discard 2, draw 2, plus then it transforms.
Oh no!
Oh my God! No, that's a
no.
real Manatide. Yeah, that's awesome.
Manatide number 2 comes down. That is going to counter the Archmage's Charm again, and Fable's going to hit the battlefield, making itself a 2/2 Shaman Goblin token. Dress down draw for the turn.
Get 4 spiked.
I'm not even angry about it. I'm happy about it. I want to see more of that card cast this game. But we are tapped out now. We know that we can at least resolve something if we want to try and go that way. We have enough cards for a Murktide if we want to go that route.
This was a very high value mana type because resolving Fable here is pretty good. Your opponent already used some removal on your creatures. I think 2 lightning bolts were already used. So not only are you gonna get a token, you may maybe start making some treasures to get ahead on mana, but you also dig deeper into your deck. Later on, you're gonna get the Kiki Reflection, which works well with the Fury, and I think maybe there's also a Solitude. Yeah, there's actually 4 copies of Solitude, 4 copies of Fury. Obviously, that goes well with 4 copies of Ephemerate. So this deck kind of has a lot of things going on.
Here comes the big Murktide coming down. How big are we going to make it? That looks like 4 spells.
Yeah, Murktide is definitely Thomas's best card in this matchup because there's not a lot of ways Boros can deal with that. Cards like Lightning Bolt, Manatite.
It's Solitude or Bust, really, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Here's a Dragon Rage Chandler.
Or Teferi. Well, that's another card. Like
That
we
would
see the
also
blue
do.
source in play.
Yeah, Thomas must be thinking, what is going on?
Yeah.
A minute ago you were countering everything. Now you're playing blue spell. What's going on here? And we do have Fable, Fury, and I couldn't make out the other red card, but it looks like we're going to discard 2 and redraw 2. Fable and the Fury. What sort of signals does that send? If I see my opponent ditching both of these, I think we drew 2 Solitudes.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean it doesn't really signal much. I'm probably thinking, yeah, Murktide's gonna be great. Game 1, I just won on the back of a big Murktide. My opponent had no answer. They're ditching 2 cards that don't seem particularly great on this board state. So I'm probably thinking, yeah, I mean they might be looking for an answer for Murktide. Maybe they already have one, but they probably just want some other cards that maybe they want to be able to double spell this turn and really get ahead on board that way. Maybe find like a cheap card, a cheap answer to the channeler as well.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about these elementals and like how they're so powerful because you basically don't have to use mana for them. But when you can 2-for-1, get the Murktide off the battlefield, and then following it up with something like a Caesar Pyromancer, which lets us draw another 2. We do miss our land drop though. We still haven't got our 4th land drop. And I think another Mana Tide was drawn, and that treasure token is on the battlefield. Maybe we'll see that do more work than usual. Can we see number 3? That's all I want. Mana Tide to hit a 3rd target. We do have the channel on the side. I think there's another Murktide in hand, so potentially we could, start filling up our graveyard for that. We're just going to play Ragavan and pass the turn back, though. That's the fairy off the top. Do we have a counter spell? Is that count? I think there might be 1 counter spell in hand. I think we're slamming. Look. Oh my god, counter spell and into a tide.
Yeah, I haven't done that. I'm thinking, what is
Oh,
going?
no.
What kinetic are you playing? What are all
no,
these
it's dressed down.
cards?
It's dressed down Murktide. We don't have a counter spell for it. I think this might be resolving. I think we're thinking, do we want to use the dress down in response?
And playing decks like that, like not only do you have this like surprise factor where you just keep playing unexpected cards, people also don't know how to sideboard against you because I don't know how many of you have played against the Boros Obosh deck splashing blue in Modern. So you're gonna be thinking, well, how do I sideboard? I don't really have any experience in this matchup.
Chat's all over. Chat's obviously played against this 1,000 times. They invented it. Good, Martin. Jeez. Okay, it's very still on the stack.
Oh, there's another one.
We're going to Manatide it again. That's 3 Manatides we've seen so far this match. Teferi's going to tick down. It's going to bounce the Dragon Age Chandler back. We're going to draw another Fable. We're still missing our land drops. One thing about this deck, though, it is only, I think it was playing like 18 lands or something. It is 20 lands. So pretty low land count, saying we've got a lot of 5 drops in our deck. We're going to use that Ragavan on blocking duties. That's going to get rid of the Shaman token. Yeah, it does sound like a clickbait deck.
No. There are 2 copies of Emeria's Call as well.
Oh, I suppose, yeah, the spell lands, so 22.
So at least 22, yeah, plus the
ways to fight cycle.
plus the
and
time
find
last
it.
dragon, but it still looks a little bit on the low side considering you're playing all these 5-drops. Yeah. The double-faced land cards were one of the best things to happen to Magic in a really long time, I think, because
Well-
it just made for so much better games where nobody was really getting land screwed early on, and both players were hitting their land drops. If you were flooding out a little bit, you can use it as a big spell. I really like the design of that, and yeah, shout out to the game designers for that.
And here comes, please don't say there's another Manatide. We're tapping out for this Murktide here. We're going to exile 5 cards from the graveyard. It's not going to be as big as the last one. It's only going to get itself 2 counters? 1 counter. Okay, so it's just a 4/4. Not as scary as a big 7/7.
The Kiki Reflection has a lot of juicy targets in this deck. Like, not only can you copy Solitude, not only can you copy Fury, you have the Seasoned Pyromancer.
Well, we've actually got the Kiki online now as well. Under a Teferi, so we know that there's going to be no responses. I think we've got Fable in hand. I think we've got this spell land that we just seen there. The one that does 4 damage. Cannot remember the name off the top of my head. The Elganto Seat of the Emperor. That's what I think they just drew. And another Season Pyro in hand. Okay. I'm going to get you to talk for this one. Why are we attacking for 2 here? Are we bluffing? Is this a bluff attack?
I think there's only 2 cards in the graveyard for Thomas, so if he blocks with the Channeler, that's a chump block. If he blocks with the
Oh,
with,
no, we're
with
going to
the
do this.
Murktide, then that's a 4/4. But maybe you want to finish it with Lightning Bolt. Yeah, but there's a Gunjo.
Yeah, I was just speaking about the Elganjo, and yeah, that's what it is. It manages to take out the Murktide. So that's the biggest threat off the other side of the battlefield. Is that 3 card types? I think we've got Artifact, Creature, Enchantment in the graveyard. I think it's addressed down in there. And we can now hit instant, so we could make this a 3/3, potentially get the Fable off the battlefield, and then get the Teferi off the battlefield. Quite a good turn. Looks like that's what they're going to go with. 2 damage, or yeah, it'll be 2 damage currently, unless this flips.
And Thomas is pointing at his Channeler, not because he's targeting it, but because there is a trigger from the Channeler.
And that's the 4th type we needed. There's land into the graveyard.
Okay.
Making the Chandler a big 3/3, making the Unholy Heat do 6 damage.
What was the target of the Unholy?
Fable.
Was it the Kikichiki?
Yeah.
Okay, so now that the Channeler is flying, it can kill the Teferi. So that's a pretty nice turn.
We're not going to cash in this token to try and make a copy of the Caesar Pyro. Well, what's left in... I think that's a Ragavand. It does get deployed.
That's a really big swing turn.
That is a real big turn, right?
You went from like, oh, Teferi stopping me from doing a lot of things, and you have Kiki online, to, okay, I'm going to sort of clear your board. I'm going to get a treasure for my Ragavan. My Channeler is 3 power with flying right now. Pretty good turn for Thomas there.
Just a land hit off the top of the deck.
Not panicking, like realizing, yeah, I mean, I still have, these answers. I can sequence things in a way where, if I hit the right card for Channeler, I'm going to be able to get Delirium. And yeah, looks like the game is slowly turning around.
That was another Manatide off the top.
That's a 4th one, right?
Yeah.
No, wait, no. I think
3rd
there's only
one. We've seen 2 this game, 1 in game 1. So this will be the 4th one of the match, but only the 3rd one for the game of return. So I believe they only got 3 in the main, right? Let's have a little look. Yeah, there's only 3 in the main, so
Okay,
this will be the last copy. Start with an iteration.
Expressive Iteration is so good. There was also one of the cards that kind of took people a while to realize how powerful it was. Like during the first week, or I remember, writing about the set, looking at the cards, mostly just covering the rares because the rares are usually the most exciting. And I skipped over this card thinking like, yeah, 2 mana, sorcery. These days, if you would rather play cards like Brainstorm or like, something at the end of turn for card selection. And damn, expressive kind of just made it into most Magic formats, just being one of the better cards.
Yeah, iteration not legal in too many formats these days. Some people say it's got its, its numbers almost up. It is super powerful, 2 mana. We look at the top 3 cards of our library. We put 1 into exile, 1 into our hand, 1 to the bottom. When it first came out, I'm with you. Like, I didn't think it was. I was like, it's all right. But I was casting it on turn 2.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
it's
the
not.
thing. If you want to get the most value out of the iteration, you want to cast it on turn 3 onwards, where you can make the land drop out of it or play a card. It's great in decks with a lot of cheap cards. So Murktide is the perfect deck for it because there's a lot of 1 mana cards. So turn 3, don't make your land drop yet. Play the iteration. Look for either the third land in those 3 cards, or maybe a 1 mana spell if you already have a land in your hand and you want to keep like a counter spell for the future.
And this is where we see the power of it, right? You can put a land into exile and just have it as your land drop for the turn. Which is what we're going to go with on Thomas's side. I think they're saying, is this a second land drop for the turn? I think they're trying to work that out. I actually think it is, right? We had 3 last turn, plus the treasure token. So this turn will be the 4th land.
I think the Flooded Strand was put in the graveyard from the Chandler trigger.
It was put in from the channel trigger, you're right. But I think last turn we only had the 3 mana plus the treasure token.
Okay.
So I think we've already played the land drop this turn. And I think that's what the conclusion they've come to as well. So we can't not play it from exile. Maybe a little bit of a misstep there. Are we cashing in the treasure token for the Ragavan? Yeah, we are. We're going to cash this. Oh no! The Mana Tide, the third Mana Tide comes in and gets its third victim, which happens to be the Ragavan. Can someone tell me the price of Mana Tide versus Ragavan right now? What's
Well,
the difference in the price?
We can tell you that the mana tide is skyrocketing as we speak.
That's all free cast this game, all free counter spells. And then follow up being a season pyro, no cards to ditch. We draw 2, one of them being a relic, one being another land.
That's the perfect season pyromancer. No hand, draw 2 cards, get value.
Go to combat, get a treasure token, 1, play the relic. We're blowing the relic. Stop all your future
All right.
Murktides. Get this January's Channel back to a 1-1. Go 1 card deeper into our deck. And now we'll pass the turn back. This has been a really back and forth match. Both players having absolute powerhouses of turns.
So one thing Nicholas could have done is when Chandler has Delirium, it has to attack.
Yes.
So one thing you can do when you have Relic in play, you can let the Chandler player attack with the Chandler, then blow up the Relic in combat, make it 1-1, and then eat it
You can eat it up,
by double blocking with your Pyromancers.
That was either a Solitude or the Dragon off the top, I believe. A good follow-up turn. Ledge Shredder and Season Pyromancer. How are we going to do this? Hit land for the turn.
I'm really glad we picked this match. This is this is a lot of fun. It's something new, It's really cool that Nicholas brought this deck, and it's just awesome to see, people on different unusual cards and innovative decks.
So we've got mana up to hold up this Solitude in hand. Do you like firing it off now, or do you think we wait and potentially could get it countered? Turns out I answered the question for me. It's going to come into play. We're going to target this Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I think you really do want to keep attacking and
Yeah.
put on as much pressure on the opponent as possible. On the other hand, if you do attack, you open up the possibilities of, your opponent trades with the Pyromancer, they get an extra card in graveyard. Maybe that's going to allow them to play like a Murktide, maybe if they consider next turn. So it kind of depends on I don't know if Nicholas has any cards left in his hand. I think there's at least 1 on the bottom of the playmat. So it depends on the rest of the hand, but also just getting Solitude in play sounds pretty good when I have Fable. I think the Fable is online. I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, I believe the Fable's online, and we've got multiple different targets we can choose. We can either try refilling our hand, we can start killing creatures with the Solitude.
Yeah, I think there's a Fable token. So if that attacks, you're gonna get a treasure, and you can crack the treasure to activate the Kiki token.
I think I'm going all in. I think I'm sending all the season pyros in here. Maybe we're worried about something like a Ragavan coming back on the backswing. So we're going to leave it back for blocks, but a little bit of damage is going to come across here. Trade for the token with our season pyro.
You're still pretty happy about this exchange because you created treasure.
Yeah.
And this game was really a game where Fable did so much work. Okay, so it looks like it was not actually active.
I mean, maybe flip that turn and then we cast a Solitude. I got you.
Yeah, there was too many things happening, so we got kind of lost.
There's a lot
which
going on
Fable
right now.
Which Fable was flipped, which was not.
But we need to rebuild on the other side, and here comes
There is the
a
Murktide. Okay.
Gonna be
This
a
game is
4-4
really
again.
going back and forth. You know, a roller coaster of emotions. One person's winning, then the other person has all the answers, then the other person has the right cards again.
I think that was a Teferi off the top. Was that a Teferi, another top deck? Yes, it is. Another Teferi. That's a really good answer to this Murktide.
Yeah, that's why the reasons why I have it in the sideboard. Like, not only is it an answer for Murktide that's going to be hard for you to remove otherwise, but you can also bring it in for all these Cascade decks.
And then we drew a Season Pyromancer off it. We still got a land drop for the turn. We're getting in. I love it. Turn that fin sideways. 7 damage coming across. Gain a bit of life ourselves. Play our land drop for the turn. Play another Season Pyro. Draw 2 more cards, which is 2 lightning bolts.
Nice. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how many Cascade players did Nicholas get?
Oh,
with,
by play.
turn 3 Violent Outburst. You have it, you know, for your living in or your rhinos. Yeah, I'm gonna let you Cascade, and I guess I'm gonna show you my mana play. So thanks for playing.
Yeah, I think we were just scooping it up there at that point. Chat is pointing out there was a legendary land played there, but it doesn't really make much difference. It would just go to the graveyard, and there still would a scoop would have happened. So we will be going to game number 3. We're going to get the sideboards up here. Now, over on Thomas' side, he's got a bit more of an idea of what's going on the other side. He's been mana tided 4 times in total so far. Doesn't feel great. But maybe he didn't even sideboard in that second game there because he didn't really see much of the deck. But
Mid-range decks are hard to sideboard against in general because your opponent does have a Ragavan, so you kind of want to have a card like Unholy Heat and Lightning Bolt, but at the same time, they're also having these like Solitudes, Fury, Ephemerate, so they have a lot of late game action, they have a lot of early game action. They also showed Teferi, so like, do I want a card like Spell Pierce? It is a really, really hard deck to sideboard against.
all right. So we're basically going. I feel like I don't even know what I want to bring in here. Like dress downs. I suppose we saw dress downs come in. So maybe on the blind we brought dress downs in because we saw Solitude trying to be cast. We imagine there's Furies because it's going to be there. We saw them going to the graveyard actually. So potentially dress downs what we're going to bring in. But
Given that Thomas is on the play, I think I like Mystical Dispute because not only can you use it to stop the fairy, you're going to be on the play. So you're going to have 3 lands in play when your opponent is casting Fable, and you can just use it as a 3-mana mana leak, which is perfectly reasonable.
so we did see the Relic of Genesis come in, and we did see Teferi Time Ravens come in. So what would we have trimmed here? Do you think the Blood Moons might have come out?
Yeah, especially if you're on the draw, I think you can board out Blood Moon. You also pay attention to how your opponent's fetching in the early game. They know they're playing as this Boros mid-range deck with Timeless Dragon, so chances are pretty good that, Blood Moon is a card that is very likely in your deck. Plus, you're in the draw, it's a little slower. Definitely a card that I'm looking at for possibly boarding out.
Okay, let's go back to the match. Let's see both players drawing their opening 7, seeing if they like them or not. It looks like Thomas doesn't. He's going to throw that back, try and get himself a better 6. Over on Nicholas's side, looks like we've got a keep of 7. All right, chat. How many more mana tides are we going to see in game 3? There's 3 in the deck. How many are we going to get? How many are we going to see cast? Let's have a little look. This doesn't look like it's got much land in it, if any at all. Maybe it's a 1. Oh no, it's 2 land. I see an island at the back there. Yeah, we got a couple. This looks like a keyball hand. We're going to put the fiery. Is it back? So we're going to start off with the Fort Skura, putting 2 into our graveyard and drawing 1 for the turn. That's a dress down off the top. Okay, 2 drops. Are we going to have a Ledger Shredder here? Are we thinking about Mana Tide?
First of all, you're thinking about Mana Tide, but it's not that big of a deal if it gets countered. But you're also thinking, okay, you're gonna have 2 mana. What can you play? Because you're representing counterspell. What can you do on turn 2 if I tap out here? You're probably thinking, okay, well that's not gonna be too crazy. I know you have Fable, you have Teferi, so turn 3 is when Thomas really wants to keep on tap mana.
We've got 2 Mana Tides in hand.
2 Mana Tides?
2 Mana Tides in hand. Shucking this in. I think we're cashing a Fury in just to get rid of this Dragon Rage Channeler. That's a bit aggressive.
Yeah, if I'm Thomas, I'm pretty happy about that.
We get to dash this in. We get to make a treasure token. I like this because there's no blue answer. That will be able to stop this Ragavan. There's no Vapor Snags that, or at least not seen. So now we'll get a treasure token so we can still hold up this Mana Tide if we want to.
Yeah, like that's kind of been the thing of the game is I keep swinging with my Fable token. I keep swinging with this Ragavan, getting a treasure and using that treasure as an extra land, as an extra mana to pay for the Mana Tide.
I like it. I like it. So we do. Does it look like we've got a Ledger Shredder in hand if we wanted to go that option?
Yeah, and like normally you don't really want to Fury that Channeler away, 2 for 1ing yourself, but you're also swinging with the Ragavan, and it's gonna give you an extra mana. So you're taking a blocker away when you're kind of land screwed. So it doesn't really matter that much that you're using an extra card from your hand because you're in a position where you can't really cast those cards anyway. So getting the treasure off of the Ragavan seems, worth pitching the extra card to Fury there.
Okay, we're gonna go plane cycling here. Go and get yourself a. Is it basic plane or just any plane card? Let's have a little.
I think it's a plains card. If you have that in your cube deck, I think you can find a Taiga, not a Taiga.
Yep, plane card. You're right.
What is the red white duel called? Plateau.
Yeah, you can go get yourself a plateau if you.
Yeah, like Tundra and stuff like that.
There you are seeing this in the deck. We do go get ourselves a Hallowed Fountain, and we bring in untapped, pass the turn back.
Yeah, now Thomas might be maybe slightly regretting not keeping the Fury because it would have killed both the Channeler and the Ledger Shredder. Although I'm not really sure what the cards in the graveyard are, so maybe we're getting to the point where Delirium might be a thing. Plus, you can always respond with something like a Consider to get more cards in the graveyard, and it kind of gets a little sketchy. So
we've got Solitude plus Ephemerate now if we want to. Not ideal because there's no 2 targets for it. Plus, this Ledger is only a 1 power. Not too scary. I'm going to start off with the Ragavan.
Yeah, I think you're happy just dashing the Ragavan for now and just getting a little bit of value that way.
So that's the Lightning Bolt. I think it's double. I think it might be Counterspell, Dress Down, double Dress Down in hand now. Ledger Shredder coming across for 1. I suppose this is showing the, giving some signs away of Thomas's hand, saying that he's got a very reactive hand right now.
Yeah, he's also kind of stuck on lands, right? Like he missed his 3rd land drop. I don't think he has any lands in his deck in his hand right now. He does have Mana Tides, but unfortunately not good for this situation.
Just passing the turn back.
And both players kind of stuck with expensive cards, so this Ledger Shredder is not triggering. It's been like 3 turns of it being in play, and there's not been a single trigger.
That is maybe a prismatic ending.
Yeah, I believe so.
That's going to try and get this Ledger Shredder off the battlefield. Paying 2 different sorts of mana for it. See if I can get that on the screen for you all. And is going to eat a counter spell. There you go. They get prismatic hand on the table for you. It does get a cast spell out the hand. So let's show that comes across again for 1, because both players are only casting 1 spell a turn. That is a big Murktide drawn for the turn if you want to go that route. Like, hold on, if I get mana tide, do I pay the extra mana? Do I not? Do I hold up one mana, just delve one more card? Do we even go for it all?
Yeah,
If-
what? Oh wow, second Ledger Shredder. Okay, Ledger Shredder is also one of the best cards for this matchup because this Boris deck is not particularly fast. 1/3 is kind of the right numbers because it stops Regavan, and it's a good threat for the late game because it lets you dig deeper into your deck. So
So here, I think we're going to see the Solitude Ephemerate now that there's 2 targets for it. We're going to ditch a mana tide. Whoa, whoa, whoa. While it's on the stack, I've got something else to do. And poor Thomas has to look at his hand of dress downs, just like, this is going to be awkward. So yeah, so basically what he's doing is he's stacking it so the second Ledger Shredder is only going to get 1 trigger when this second spell resolves. Here's the Ephemerate. Does this resolve? Oh, okay. Oh, it's so nice when you point out your opponent's triggers for you. Like, you've got this trigger, by the way. Oh, okay, thank you. Murktide drawn for the turn. Let's have a little look. We're going to discard this dress down.
this deck really does so many things. Like you have to keep an eye on your mana because of Blood Moon. You have to be wary of Mana Tide countering your key spells. You kind of need to have a cheap removal spell for the early game because they have Regavan. At the same time, if the game goes long, they're going to be able to, Fury plus Ephemerate you or Solitude plus Ephemerate you. You also kind of need an answer for Fable of the Mirror Breaker so he doesn't, create too much value. Like there's just so much going on.
I think we might see, is it Teferi with mana tied up? Maybe it's not. Maybe it was another land I saw in hand. But again, talking about how crazy this deck can be and what it does. Playing Teferi, Mana Tide, Blood Moon, Solitude, Fury, Ephemerate, Prismatic Endings, Timeless Dragons.
This is just some good old honest magic, no shenanigans, no crazy combos, no cascade, end of turn, just some nice magic cards, a lightning bolt here and there, and a little bit of nice synergies together.
Here comes the dragon. So we did bring the dragon back from the graveyard. We're going to Fort Scour ourselves, ditch 2. That's a counter spell plus a land, and draw another Fort Scour for the turn. Are we slowly turning the corner over on Nicholas's side here? We're missing our land drops. Thomas is going to play this big old Murktide. A lot of cards that we can delve here. Here's one. Oh my god, I think there's a Mana Tide in hand. I'm not even joking. I think it was double. We started the game with double Mana Tide.
I think one was exiled to
Yep. So we're going to have one left.
Solitude.
Oh, this is so brutal. So brutal. Let them delve out. Yep, cool. He's like, you need to delve these first. Don't get that. Oh, there it is. Mana Tide's going to take another victim. This time it's going to be a Murktide going to the graveyard.
Dude, this is brutal.
That's so harsh. There's Den of the Bugbear for the turn. Into a Season Pyromancer, empty-handed, drawing another 2. One of them being an Ephemerate. We're going to get in there for 7 points of damage. What are we seeing right now? This is... What's going on? Maybe this is the deck that beats up a Murktide and we didn't know it. But obviously, there's a lot of lands being missed.
And I know I said that possibly you can board out the Mana Tide, especially like on the draw. Your opponent's already seen them, but they're doing so much work that maybe it's the right thing to keep them in.
It's really good when your opponent's not drawing land drops.
Yeah, Thomas was stuck on 3 lands for quite a while with a lot of 2-mana spells in hand.
It's crazy. So 11 points. How are we gonna follow this up? I think we've got at least one dress down in hand. Doesn't do too much here right now. Might if we start using this Ephemerate. Because we could just Ephemerate the Season Pyro here, draw an extra 2 cards, right? Another Murktide coming down. Let's have a little look. So this is going to be a big 7/7 Murktide.
So I think now Thomas has a counter spell available, I believe, or does he only have 2?
Dress down, and I think that is counter spell. I think it's the old school counter spell. We're going to Ephemerate.
Oh wow! Yeah.
This is the dress down, right?
But then it still comes back with the rebound, right?
Yeah, it gets rebound because the dress down has to be cast now, not at end step. So it's going to unless this is the end step. If this is the end step, the dress down will stick around throughout Nicholas's turn. So the rebound dress ephemerate will not be able to. Well, it can target whatever it wants, but it won't.
Yeah, it
won't
depends.
do
Like,
much.
do you cast it like in your second mate phase? Do you want to do it at the end of turn?
I think Thomas is in tank. He's trying to work this out about the whole dress down counter spell.
If I'm on the other side of the battlefield from this, I'm just thinking, dude, what did I do wrong? Like, how am I getting so destroyed? Like, I'm just kind of playing my game. You know, I had a decent draw. Like, what is happening? Why am I getting so destroyed here?
You also got to look. Okay, well, it looks like we're letting this resolve to gain a little bit more life. There is a Den of the Bugbear as well, so we can animate that if we want to. So now here's the decision. Do we want to cash this in and draw 2 more cards? Lightning Bolt drawn for the turn. Here comes Den of the Bugbear. We're going to fire this up. Go to combat. We're going to use this dress down to stop the token and the lifelink. Let's have a little look what's going on. Like, we didn't fire the dress down off in response to the ephemerate, so... And our opponent's tapped out, so they can't really do too much else this turn. This might be the turn to fire it off. It would only stop 1 point of damage, I believe. Archmage Charm drawn. Swing everything sideways. This is 7, 10, 12 points of damage, dropping Thomas down to 5. Lightning Bolt in hand. Needs to be something good, maybe like a Fury. That was a land. That is not ideal. But we could steal the Dragon token with the Archmage Charm, get ourselves a 4/4 blocker. Doing some math over on Thomas's side. Are there any cards that he could draw to get himself out of this situation?
Yeah, Archmage's Charm would be good. Like, you let Nicholas untap to steal the untapped dragon token. You can kind of block another creature, maybe represent a lightning bolt or unholy heat. So maybe your opponent's gonna be scared to attack. At the same time, Nicholas really does want to attack if it's 2 creatures against 1 with a lightning bolt in hand. That does look very appealing. So we got Ragda Scam with all these like undying spells. Yeah. But we also got this Boros deck with Solitude and Fury combined with Ephemerate.
That's Fort Skura. I think it might be an Otawara drawn for the turn.
Okay, so well, yeah, clearly Thomas's plan is, okay, you want to go to attack. Hopefully, you're not gonna maybe activate the Den of the Bugbear. I'm gonna steal the Dragon token. You know, see what happens. Represent the Lightning Bolt. But I think if Nicholas just goes for that, there's not that much Thomas can even have in this spot.
No, I think it's just too much. Archmage Charm, I'd like to steal this 4/4 dragon, please. Sure, it's yours. Get across with everything, make the Goblin token. No matter how you block, this is lethal. Plus, I've got this Lightning Bolt. Still got all Ds, is what Nicholas says there, and advances to 10-2 with the Boros deck. Okay, I think that we don't have any more feature matches because that one went on pretty long. Are there any more matches playing in the round? Well,
I can check on Melee. I can check real quick.
Well, we're just going to check. If there's more games playing, then we'll start getting some of them more preview cards up. If not, we'll end the round. Martin's just going to have a quick look for us. Welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall. This is Martin User, obviously, who doesn't know Martin. And we are bringing you, well, we're just closing out round number 12. Little recap.
I believe we have all the results seem to be in. No, there's one match going on, I think.
One match going on?
But that was this one. So,
oh, okay,
yeah,
so we were the last match. Sweet. So, okay, little breakdown of what's happening. We've had 1,000 players turn up this weekend to battle it out in Modern Action. They've battled it out, and we managed to get 86 back for day number 2, where they're now trying to get invites to Athens. The top 32 players are going to get invites. Athens is going to be the regional finals. That's going to qualify people for Pro Tour Barcelona, which is the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. That's the one we all want to be on. We're all big fanboys of that one, right? It's going to be so sick. But the top 8 of this weekend are going to get free flights and accommodations to Athens to give themselves the best chance. We just had the last finals in Naples where we sent 36 players to the Pro Tour, 2 players to Worlds, and everyone here is doing their best to try and do that. we're going to sign off.
This was a really cool round, and I'm glad we got to
That deck was
witness
sick.
this whole match. Like it was a great match overall, and yeah, let us know if you guys wanna
Want more of that deck?
see more of these kinds of decks. Because we did pick the Sultai Reclamation deck. I really wanted to see that, so
Yeah.
maybe we can have it for next round. I know Skura was saying that if you guys don't cover it, I will, because this deck looks cool. So maybe we can bring that for next round.
Did we work out what the record needs to be to top 8? So obviously we're going to try and pick people that is still in contention.
Roughly X and 3. You know,
Okay.
it just kind of depends on how many draws there are, and tiebreakers, stuff like that. But roughly in that X3 area is where you want to be if you want to make the top 8.
Hey, Bosch Boris is 10-2, giving himself the best possible chance to get in there. So that's going to be it for the round. We'll see you all real shortly, so make sure you stick around.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here for round 13. We are in day 2 of the Legacy European Tour in Prague. The format is modern, and these players made it to day 2 with a score of X and 2 or better, and they are battling out, and now they really want that top 32 to guarantee a spot in the regional championship finals that are going to be held in Athens next summer. So I think we are going to have a look at our future events. And here we have, so right now, currently, we are in round 3. And this is the LMS Prague that qualifies for the LSC Athens. Next, we have round 4, and that qualifies for the finals in Lille. So next month in May, in the end of May, we are going to have Pioneer and Modern in Valencia, and then we're going to have Modern, Pioneer in Bologna. So Pioneer in Valencia is going to be the main, the Grand Open qualifier, and also on Sundays we have the Classic qualifiers, and that's when you can play Modern here in Valencia.
Awesome. I mean, such a good lineup. You know, you can play the game, see the world. I mean, great locations all around. Prague, beautiful city, great food, and that's all I want. Beautiful city, great food, and a lot of magic.
And speaking of magic, we have here quite the matchup. Hardened Scales versus 4-color Elementals, and both of the players at 9, 2, and 1.
Yeah, so they are still alive for the top 8 if they are like X2 and 1. And Hardened Scales, a deck we see quite a bit in paper.
Yes, and it's kind of surprising. We featured an Hardened Scales yesterday. This is the second Hardened Scales that you are featuring. And actually, Mateus is Portuguese player.
Do you know them?
Yeah,
personally?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Coincidence, and I actually know Mateus, and he spoke with me early on, and I was like, how is it going? And he's like, well, I need to win everything now. So here we have both of these players really needing to win this game.
And we've got another situation where one of the players has a full foil deck. It seems like modern players really love their pet decks. They want to bling it out.
And we've talked a bit about these Ardent Scales deck, and what do you think the matchup lines up against for Color Elementals?
I think it will largely depend on the 4-color draw because there are really good tools there in Solitude, in Fury, in Ren and 6, so they are really solid. But if the draw is a bit slower and contains, for example, multiple Risen Reefs, then it might be a bit more difficult. And here we see Patchwork Automaton with Ward 2, which makes it pretty invulnerable to a lot of removal. Now, it can still be killed with a free removal spell, and the mana can be paid, but then it time walks the opponent. So Patchwork Automaton, in general, shines against removal.
And here we see that Matheus has a bit of a slow start playing the 4-color Elementals, and Ardent Scales being on the play really gives it an edge, especially before sideboarding.
Yeah, exactly. But we unfortunately don't see the namesake, right? We can't see the Hardened Scales, which, yeah, the Ozolith. Okay, the Ozolith is a great card in the matchup. Maybe we can put it on display. The Ozolith is a great addition. It can be Urza's Saga tutorable, and it basically means that any counter that is on a creature doesn't go away, because if a creature dies, counters get on the Ozolith, and then the Ozolith puts counters on the creature, and if it dies, go back on the Ozolith. So you've got this kind of loop-ish situation. The only way to actually get rid of those counters for good is to Leyline Binding the Ozolith.
And here we have the card on the screen, so you can read what it does. And this card is actually from Ikoria, so not that long ago.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a relatively recent addition, but then Urza's Saga enabled this deck to find it, and yeah, this is the outcome. We've got a very solid creature artifact-centric deck.
And it's kind of crazy to think that Ikoria actually released like 3 years ago. It seemed like it's a fairly recent deck, but it's been like 3 years.
I think COVID basically made it impossible to remember what time does.
That's true.
Like for me, like when somebody says it was 5 years ago, it was actually 2 years ago, and then COVID in between. That's just like, it's weird, it's weird.
Both players with foiled up decks. Or alternative arts.
Yep. I mean, everybody chooses their own preferred style. The elementals player prefers the alternative arts, while the scales player goes with OG, foils. So we've got a construct token coming down, which is now a 3/3, but will soon become a 4/4 after the search, and I would expect something like Zabaz or Welding Jar to come down.
And why would you pick Welding Jar or Zabaz in this specific situation?
So Zabaz is basically like Hardened Scales, but with this difference that it doesn't make you get one more counter anytime, it just does so when you use a modular ability. But this deck has a lot of modular between Zabaz itself, Arcbound Worker, and Arcbound Ravager. So it's basically like a proxy for scales.
And we can have here Zabaz on the screen so we can showcase it.
Yeah, so it itself has modular 1, but if a modular triggered ability would move a counter somewhere, it's that many +1. So basically Hardened Scales effect.
Yeah, and this card is actually for Modern Horizons too, so a lot of fairly recent additions for the Hardened Scales players.
This is the biggest reason why I like those sets, and this is how I think they should be. So put a bunch of cards into Modern, which are really nice additions to fringe archetypes. So I would much rather, for example, in the upcoming Lord of the Rings set, see a nice boost to Scales, to Affinity, to Etron, to Ninjas, to Rogues, rather than another just generically powerful red card. But yeah, I really like just supporting these like tier 3 archetypes which people love and have been playing for years.
Yeah, and here Mattheo's reading the Ores of Light. And this card, making it able that you can move around your counters, it's really important in this deck.
Yeah, moving counters is especially relevant against removal, because if they try to get rid of one threat, a different threat is just even bigger. So it creates a very interesting dynamic where you really have to know how to sequence your removal spells and what to play them on.
And you've been walking around the venue all morning. Any deck that catches your attention? Some fringe deck that is making it well in the tournament?
Last round, unfortunately, I wasn't the one who was casting, but we saw Sute Reclamation. That's a deck I used to play a lot. I played it with Mystical Teachings and Reclamation. It was so much fun. It's unbelievable. And the fact that it's doing so well, it day to a 1,000-person tournament, couldn't be happier.
And what is this card here? Because I cannot quite understand with this alternative art.
So we've got a Hangerback Walker there.
Oh,
So it's a Godzilla treatment of Hangerback Walker. And now we see Fetch. No, this is quite a chunky attack. It's an attack for 5 +1 plus the construct, and the construct is a 6/6. So this is lethal. The attack is lethal. So we'll see how Matthias can
yeah,
stay
Mateus
alive.
definitely needs to find here an answer for this. And 3 sideboard things are a bit trickier. But here we have one mana being tapped.
Leyline Binding probably. Binding on the Patchwork Automaton and then pay the mana. I think that's what I would see. Or binding on the construct, not pay. Or maybe there is the double binding, that could also work.
Binding.
Yep.
Here is the pay.
Thinking. Well, and why is so the reason he's thinking is because Zabaz, which we have already shown, has the ability to sacrifice an artifact. And he was thinking whether it makes any sense, but at the end he just said, okay, no problem, put it under binding and move the counters anyways.
And there is the second binding that you mentioned.
Jin probably plays at least one Boseiju, so Boseiju can come real handy against those bindings. And we have seen this motif come up over and over again over these 2 days, right? One person plays binding and the other plays Boseiju and just flips the dynamic.
And here we see an Omnar in Mattheo's end. So he can play Omnar, play land, gain that life. There it is, Omnar. Draw a card, because when it enters you draw a card. Now there is a follow-up with a land. what land are we going to see? That's the question. Because if it's a fetch, not only you gain life, you also are able to add some mana on top of that.
And it is Windswept Heath, so
Okay.
indeed a fetch land.
So here, first Mateus gains 4 life. Now, he has the ability to go, fetch the land, get another land, and get 4 mana, one of each color.
Yeah, so it's going to be difficult because now the actual pure aggro plan is greatly diminished.
And here, grabbing a forest. So now, with 5 mana available, Mateus is actually able to cast something like a 5 fairy.
Yeah. 5 fairy, 3 fairy, could be something like 3 fairy into Renin 6. Abandoned Growth. Using up green, there is 3 left, and that's red, blue, and white. So Jeskai mana floating. The whole Jeskai mana pumped into Teferi. Teferi bounces the Ozolit, and that is a way to reset the counters on it. I think Elementals have got just so many good, like, catch-all answers in Leyline Binding, Teferi, possibly Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, and am I wrong, or is it Jin top decking mode?
I think he is. And if not, he's maybe has like a 1 card in hand, but he might be top decking, yeah. And there aren't many top decks from this position. So what Jin is thinking about is he can again use this as a basis, sacrifice your own artifact ability to deny the card draw, because then the fairy loses the target and there is no draw. And he's calculating something. Yeah, so he's using that exactly that ability.
Denying the draw
Yep.
for Mateus. But there are still 2 mana available, and looks like an abundance growth on the plains.
Okay.
And sweet arts, like both players with the decks like completely altered or foiled. Like
Yeah.
I really love the abandoned grow art from Secret Lair.
Yeah, super bling. Super bling.
Let us know, Twitch chat. Do you like these alternative arts? If you're a fan or not?
Yeah, I've seen so many ways of, customizing your own deck. You can, for example, play, maybe all cards are German, all cards are Japanese or Korean. You can play, all the OG editions, like I personally like to do. Or maybe Ravage over the top.
Is it enough though?
I mean, if there is a single card that can do it, it's Ravage over the top.
So here using the ability on Zabaz.
Oh my god, okay, so we will see what happens now. But we can see some arithmetic going on.
And what is Jin thinking right now? What is the strategy now?
Right, so Jin is both sacrificing to Ravager and also moving counters around. If you sacrifice Hangerback Walker, you get a counter because you sacrifice an artifact, but you also get multiple Thopters, and those Thopters are also artifacts, so you can sacrifice them, and at the end of all of that, Zabaz could gain flying. Wow!
And that's enough.
This is wild!
Mateus doesn't have anything to
Wow!
block that flyer. And once again, I want to put Zabaz here on the screen so we can all see what card took the game.
I'm really impressed with Jin because he top decked the Ravager and he knew exactly what to do.
That's why he's playing Hardened Scales at such a high level, right?
It took him 20 seconds to do everything. He didn't, it's like, okay, yeah, actually, I see what the line is. Kill you. That was impressive. That was really, really impressive.
And I think that it was exact, by the way, because Mateus was at 8.
Oh, it might have been. It might have been. So, yeah. Lethal for Scales. I said that Elementals have got all those catch-all answers. And then Jin says, doesn't matter. Kill you.
And here we have the sideboard by Hardened Scales. What do you think of the sideboard, and how does it play against the four-color?
Yeah, I think we actually covered this deck yesterday, just looking at the card choices, like with the Murex main deck, for example. What you could do, so Orvar is of course for creativity, Emrakul is for mill, Soulless Jailer is for graveyard decks. All of this doesn't apply. Haywire Might can get rid of an enchantment, something such as Leyline Binding, so that could free up your creature and can be found with Urza's Saga. Dismember could be considered because it kills any creature that's presented, but I think Jin should focus on enacting his own game plan, and no, the opponent can still play Binding, Ending, Planeswalkers, and then Dismember is dead. Nature's Claim could come in handy against Binding, and Tamiyo's Safekeeping is a protection spell.
And here we have Mateo's deck, and what do you think of the sideboard, specifically against the Hardened Scales? I see Boseiju.
Yes, Boseiju, Engineered Explosives, also deals very cleanly with all the 1-drops or 2-drops, and importantly, Force of Vigor. We could see draws where Force of Vigor gets rid of, for example, Saga and an artifact, setting the Scales player way back.
But what would you take off this deck, though? Because the base is pretty consistent.
Yeah, that's true. I think you can cut Endurance. You could cut, for example, you can trim on some stuff like Ephemerate, maybe Abundant Growth. You don't need to find a specific creature with Eldamri Skull that much. Although, again, Fury Assault, which are good. So I think you would see a bit of trimming here and there. Ren is fine sometimes, because you can kill Argbound Worker or Zabaz.
And let's take a look here on what our players are shuffling up their decks. 4-color Elemental versus Hardened Scales. Let us know in the comments, who do you think has the advantage, knowing already that Jin is 1 game up, but post-sideboard things get a lot different. Now that you know that your opponent is playing Hardened Scales, you also keep maybe a different end that opening that you would game 1.
That's true. Although I think Matthias had a pretty good opener with, he had triple Binding, Teferi, Omnath. So I think on average this is what you want to see, but we didn't see any Solitude, we didn't see any Fury, so actually we didn't see at all the Elementals angle. We basically saw like 4-color control angle, which by the draw could have easily been, okay, it couldn't have been creativity because of Omnath, but the majority of the cards played could have been a creativity. But yeah, sideboard and overall, again, Matthias cards, it looks like it's perfect against Scales. So Scales player
but
and uphill battle.
We saw here like Jin was in a position that really falling behind. Not only did he found the right top deck, he knew how to see the
line.
kill there. Yeah, because sometimes you cannot see the line, but very quickly Jin picking up the line to kill Mateus and just win game number 1.
Yeah, basically out of nowhere.
This tournament has 15 rounds. This is round number 13, and then we have a cut to top 8 after the 15 rounds of Swiss. Players have not only the goal to make top 8, there's also the goal to make top 32, because that qualifies you for the regional championship finals in Athens. But if you qualify for the top 8, you also get flight and accommodation.
And it's fully paid for, right? The flight, the accommodation, you get to go to Athens, and you go to battle at the biggest stage in Europe. So yeah, there's a lot to play for.
And I see both players having some fans in chat, some supporters. Always really nice when people are supporting some people from back home.
Yeah, especially at such high tables.
Yeah, and it's always nice when someone from our local game store is doing so well in this tournament, because sometimes we watch these streams, but we only know these players from watching other coverages and not in real life. But when it's your friend, it's different. When you see someone that you play against consistently on your local game store every week, and now suddenly they are in coverage.
Sometimes also you see players who play online, and then you see them in person, the first time. So their weird model nickname, and there you see full first name, second name, and there they are in flesh and blood playing Magic at the highest level.
Not flesh and blood.
Yeah,
Playing.
playing magic. Okay, so Jin, I can see, has got Tamio Safekeeping, Urza Saga, maybe Springleaf Drum.
And Matheus has probably
Ooh.
supporters from several countries because he is Brazilian, but he's lived in Portugal. I think currently he's living here in the Czech Republic.
Yeah, and this is such a good opener. So Gemstone Caverns, this is a card that we don't see that often. Gemstone Caverns is really, really strong because, as you can see, Jin was actually on the draw this game. But now, he seems to be kind of ahead with the way it played out. So, Gemstone Caverns, a card play usually in Rhinos, but here we see it in Scale. So, can you tell us what it does?
So if you have Gemstone Caverns in your opening end and you're not the starting player, you may begin the game with these on the battlefield with a lucky counter on it. If you do, exile a card from your hand, and then you can add colorless. But if the Gemstone Caverns has actually a lucky counter on it, you add 1 mana of any color. So this is really good if you're not on the play, if you're in the draw.
Exactly.
This usually also plays a lot in Commander.
Yeah, if you're on the draw, so if you're on the draw, you just say, okay, I'm stealing being on the play from you. And we see Tamio Safekeeping, saving Urza's Saga there. From Force of Vigor. So what happened is basically Force of Vigor and a Ren got rid of the Ozolith and Tamio Safekeeping. Now we see Hunger back on 1. Or
And
Walking Ballista?
That Anger back looks really
No,
cool.
this is Walking Ballista. This is Walking Ballista.
Walking Ballista.
But yeah, it still looks cool.
You know, these alternative cards, they do give us some extra work because not only are these all cards the same cost in mana, they are artifacts, and then they have all these alternative arts.
It is. It is. Like, and now, you know, all the lands on Matthias's side are different than you'd normally see.
And what do you think Jin could get here with Urza Saga?
So I think another Ozolith could be good because one Ozolith has been got rid of. So there could be an Ozolith or a Zabaz. So these are usually what you go for. The Ozolith, a Zabaz, or maybe Welding Jaw when you want protection. But
And Urza Saga also brought Ardent Scale some consistency to find the missing piece that you were looking for.
Certainly. And also we've got so many very good pieces because Zabaz is basically Hardened Scales and the Ozolith is like a weird way to also multiply or maintain counters. So the fact that you can tutor out either of these two is just excellent. And also the constructs are huge in this deck.
And there we have the Orzolith.
So the Ozolith has just hit the battlefield. We've got a construct with Summoning Sickness and it's already a 3/3. Ballista can attack.
I'm always afraid when my opponent has a Ballista on the board, you know? I always feel like they can combo off in any second.
And that's because they can. And this is why it's scary, because they can. Okay, they play the Greenland, the green face. Wait, what? Is Jin's double sleeving like upside down? Or was maybe I saw it? It seemed like he sleeved it like upside down.
And let's take a look at our top cards.
Top 5.
What is Jin going to choose?
Ancient
Now Urza
Stirrings,
Saga.
banger. I really wish, like, in the past, people wanted to ban Ancient Stirring because it was such a good consistency promoting card. But now, we see it literally in Scales and probably that's it.
So now, things are looking really trickier for Mateos. And what would be a good card to have against this board? And to prevent Jin from comboing?
So, the Fairy Time Raveler doesn't do much because it immediately dies, but it would get rid of the construct forever. You could maybe play like Ren and Binding, because Ren could kill off the Ballista and Binding get rid of the token. But you have to have a combination of spells, maybe Engineered Explosives, but then you play it probably on 0. It's quite tricky, but the key is that Matthias has to have multiple pieces of interaction. If you just play, Risen Reef, that's not going to cut it.
And here, Matteo's really considering the options and just saying go. And
yeah, so there is the E. And sorry to all the Tron players. Yes, Green Tron also plays Ancient Stirrings. These are facts. It used to be played in KCI, but rest in peace, sweet prince.
So we have Engineer Explosives on the battlefield.
And Explosive is now a really, really popular card because it gets rid of so many different things. When played on 0, it gets rid of Chalice of the Void, gets rid of any tokens, all those X spells like Walking Ballista, Hangerback Walker. On 1, it gets rid of all the DRC, all the Ragavan. Oh, on 0 also gets rid of Rhinos.
And we have Urza Saga entering the battlefield.
1 mana, 2 mana.
2 mana.
Ravager. Ooh.
Ravager.
Yeah, it just has to be popped in response. But the way that Matthias pops it, he doesn't leave himself wide up because this is the Ketria Triumph, this is the Rug Triumph.
Yeah.
And so now Jim doesn't have to play against Binding because it's not represented.
And here, Matteo's going to untap. I see a Teferi. I think Teferi was the top deck. Yeah.
I think it's... Oh, no, I actually think it's 4
no,
lands.
it's a land, okay.
I think it's 4 lands. I think I saw Coven, Island, double fetch.
Oh no, that must be feeling really bad for Matteos.
And also Skaden Scales off the top. And it seems like Matthias isn't playing any companions. He's not playing Kahira. So yes, Scales enters the battlefield.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think we will see... Okay, Mirrex. Now we will see, I think, an attack for 2 with Ravager, pass, and step make a token. That's what I expect.
No blocks, taking damage
Oh.
here.
It looks like Force of Vigor. If it's a Force of Vigor, then you could just hardcast it. And that would be pretty good, but then what do you kill?
Things are not looking too good here. But I think it might be actually a Vigor, like you said. We have Island.
It's a really tricky situation because if you kill Saga and something, then Saga still creates the construct. If you wait and they play, okay, Saga make a construct, you can kill the construct and the Saga, but then the construct gets eaten by Ravager. You could kill the Ozolith and Scales, but then you're facing 2 constructs from the Saga and another Ozolith found with Saga. This is super tricky for Matthias.
And here we see Matteo starting to do some math with the fingers, and that's usually not good. Like, you know, like, am I dead here? Looking at Mirrex as well, new card from New Phyrexia. You can pay 3 mana to make a 1/1.
1/1 artifact. Phyrexian Might, is it?
Yeah, a might that cannot block.
Yep. And
You
has
have to pay
Toxic.
3 and tap these as well.
Yeah. The Toxic theoretically doesn't matter, but you also play Inkmoth Nexus, so maybe in like those corner case weird games, it could come down to poison and Toxic. So in response to the token being made, kill Ravager, kill Saga. Okay, so now let's see how Jin navigates around that. I think he's animating Inkmoth Nexus, and now he will want to put counters onto Nexus.
So here, Matteo's really considering what to do. And
I think so he might be explaining lethal, maybe? I'm not sure what he's doing now. Okay, so he just let it go. Now gets a token. Pass the turn. Inkmoth has now 3 counters on it.
and this might be it.
So it's not it. Well, so Yogmoth has got 4 power. If you move 2 counters plus 1, then it has 7. So it's not lethal yet this turn. But now Matthias has to fight off a lethal Yogmoth Nexus and a construct barging in.
Oh, and
Oh.
another scales.
That's good. Okay, and now you move counters onto Yogmoth, I assume. So it's 2+2 because of 2 scales, so it's +4.
And I can only see this ending up one way at this point.
It's an attack for 7 with an attack for 8 infect and 1, 2, just 3 normal damage. Now, importantly, Leyline Binding doesn't deal with Yogmoth. Fury doesn't. It has to be literally, I think, Solitude of the top now.
So Solitude is the only out.
Omnath.
Omnath.
Well, you could Omnath in... No, it doesn't work, because if you Omnath into Solitude, you don't have the mana because you have to play it on the opponent's turn.
So let's see what...
Yeah, it's triple land.
I think it's an Otawara, though.
Was it?
It might be,
Ooh.
because if it's an Otawara...
I think
Let
it's
me
Flooded
check.
Strand.
Oh. Because let me check if... I think
I think it was Flooded Strand.
Matheus is not playing Otawara.
So this might be GG, but Matthias plays to his out, and the out is that Jin decides, well, I'm not going to go for it. But the question is there a world where Jin says, I'm not going to go for it? And I don't think there is.
Yeah, but at this point of the game, like, you have to... You're 9-2-1, you have to play for your outs, and sometimes your outs might be your opponent making a mistake.
Yep.
So you have nothing to lose. There's 20 minutes left on the clock, so might as well. And there it is, the
Yep.
Chekhov ends.
Oh, he's happy.
And this is going to be a game for Jin now at 10-2-1, and in a great spot. Matheus still can manage to swing in that top 32, but unfortunately out of top 8 contention.
Yep, and Jin, I think, is alive. If he wins every round now, he will go X2-1, and we're good.
And we're going to now go to table number 2 and see what our backup feature match is playing, because we have always a backup feature match, just making sure that we cover the maximum of the round as we can.
And we see again the Boros Obosh deck that we see the previous round against Creativity. And Stone Brain has entered chat.
And let me know, Philip, what is this Boros or Obosh deck consists of?
So it consists of very weird cards, like Seasoned Pyromancer and Fable are the value cards, and they are the normal stuff. But you also see Mana Tithe in the deck, for example, which is such a banger. There is Ephemerate, there is Quad Blood Moon. Now, the chat could say, well, it's an Obosh deck, but it plays the Stone Brain. You can't play cards with even cost with Obosh. And of course, Nicholas knows it. That's why he didn't reveal the companion for this game.
Oh, that's actually
Yeah.
really smart.
So basically, in games where you have to have such tools, you just say, okay, no companion. And you side in the Stone Brain.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And here we see that both players are 1-on-1, so this is the third game. Both players at 10-2, so once again, this game really important here for both of our players.
They can draw, but we are unsure if they can lose. Like whether you get in with X3. You're certainly getting in with X1, X2, and X2-1.
Someone asking for rhinos. I think there's some rhinos
There are.
still.
No worries, there are rhinos at the top tables. So now Nicholas is deciding between Fable and Seasoned Pyromancer. Decides for Fable, and now Creativity can just do its thing. Can just go, okay, Dwarven Mine, Creativity for 1. What score do you need for top 8? So as I said, you can lose twice and get a draw, so X2-1. And that's probably the minimum.
Yeah, because we had over 1,000 players yesterday.
Yeah. So X2 is a lock, X2-1 maybe, and X3 probably not, depending on how the things shake out. But if you're X2, you're good. So we've got a pass of the turn, so there is no Creativity.
Let me take here a look on how Ben Jones is doing. He was the only undefeated player.
Oh, the X in this equation is like the maximum number of rounds. So when I say X2 and 1, it means you are 2-1 and the number of wins is all the other rounds. So basically in this case 12-2 and 1. Right? So 13 and 2 is in, 12-2 and 1 maybe, and 12 and 3 probably not.
Yeah, and looks like Ben Jones probably lost the last one because his record was at 11 and 1. We have like 3 players at 11 and 1 that now are playing. So
Okay, yeah.
a lot of creativity.
And we've got the names that you might recognize, right? Ben Jones, Emmanuel Gescherson, and I've seen plenty of other very well-known players. There was Mark Tobias as well, playing Jeskai Breach. Right, so now we see EE on 0, which can be taken with binding.
How do you think Leyline Binding has impacted this format? Because it's such a recent card, and I feel like it plays in so many decks.
Yes, it's so impactful because you play those decks like 4-color value, 4-color elementals, 4-color or 5-color creativity, and you had this mana base anyways in most spots, and you just.
I feel like I see Leyline Binding more in Modern than I see in Standard.
Yeah, because you can always fetch the triumph you're missing, right? In Standard, you would have to play all the some weird combination of triumphs, and you might still be unsuccessful with the way it checks out. But here you can just find it. Now, Hallowed Moonlight coming down, we see it against creativity a lot, but now we see it from creativity. So basically, the saga would flip and come back as a reflection of Kikijiki. So it would come back as a creature that wasn't cast. And so Hallowed Moonlight says, no, exile it instead.
And why do you think here Nicholas side is playing the Relic?
I think he just doesn't have enough cards to side out. That's the first idea. Second idea is that maybe he has seen some persists.
Oh, is that a Blood Moon?
Yeah. Blood Moon and engineered explosives. Going to be very difficult to beat indeed.
And here Peter kind of has to do something in response, but not having any answer. So explosives is a. Why is Nicholas playing explosives here?
Explosives is particularly strong against creativity because creativity wants to go off by sacrificing a 0 mana artifact or just a token, and tokens are always 0 mana. And so if you have explosives, you prevent the opponent from playing creativity because every time they play it, you can pop E in response and destroy all the tokens that are being targeted.
It destroys the dwarf that you get from the land. It destroys the 2/2 that you get from Kikiji, from the reflection of the Mirror Breaker, and it destroys the treasure tokens, right? That's usually the 3 things that you use for creativity.
Yeah, and right now I don't feel good for Peter because creativity does not play well from under Blood Moon.
And here Peter at 10 lives, so
yeah, so actually 2 attacks should probably do it.
Not that far off from being that. And just a side note, Nicholas did all of these with 3 mana.
Yeah.
Stuck at 3 mana, able to do all of this. I think now finding mana, getting
oh my
another
God.
And that art of explosives is really cool.
Now this is a way to play around some artifact removal, but if you actually pop one of those explosives, you will kill your own tokens and your own other explosives as well. Now, to clear up any possible confusion, Den of the Bugbear enter untapped because under Blood Moon is a mountain, and mountains enter untapped.
And as we said here, the clock is getting Peter in a very stressful situation, going down now at 5 life, 4 life. So one more attack will do it.
So what you can do is play okay, creativity for 4 on your creatures.
Sure.
Wow. Okay, now we are flipping. Okay, Solitude. That's not lethal yet. Orvar. Okay.
At this point, I think Nicholas is like, thank you.
Oh my God, this is such a good set of cards over the top, and Nicholas takes it at 11 and 2 with Boros, Obosh, like prisony value midrange.
And yeah, here, great games. Gotta love that Peter in the end even helped Nicholas having a better board there.
Yes, we will double check if there is another table.
Really style points for our creativity player here. And there's still 10 minutes left in the clock, so I think we have another backup feature because that's how we roll. You know, we want to give you magic for the most time of the round that we can to avoid a bit of
downtime.
of
Yeah,
downtime. So
exactly. So another match is just ready
let's
to
see
get
if we
started.
can bring it. Our judges and technical team is trying to get it, but I'm not sure if we still have or not some prepared. And for those of you that don't know, now you can put a face behind the voice, right? You've been hearing a voice all day. I'm Filipa, this is Philippe, and we are one of the casting duos here on the Legacy European Tour. How are you doing, chat? Let us know. We always love interacting with you. What is your favorite matchup of the day, favorite deck that you saw so far? Mine has to be Mario, folks. I'm with the fish team, but what about you?
Well, I have to go with Sultai Reclamation. Like normally I would say Jeskai Bridge, but that's predictable. I could say Scales, and that's very high up there. But Sultai Reclamation, oh, wins my heart every single time. So absolutely. How many rounds today? 15 total until the top 8, and then we get the top 8.
And let us have some Q&A. Let us ask us some question chat. We love interacting, so this is the perfect moment while we are waiting for a bit on the table to be ready. Let us know if you have any questions for us. We can reply.
How many players? 1,000 players day 1, and
84.
yeah, and 84 today. 7 twos or better qualified.
We are loving Prague.
Yep, absolutely. And we've got Arnie Huschenbeth, who is a very, very popular, I think, German player on blue-white control. I spoke with Thorolf Severin, he qualified for Worlds last time in Naples, and he's a popular both product champion as well. Very, very well-renowned player. I spoke with him, and it turns out that Arnie chose blue-white control because this is the deck he feels most comfortable with. And in Modern, you should play the deck that you just know the best. And the opponent is Artur Laskowski, a Polish player.
You sound so well saying these Polish names.
Easy.
I
Artur
could never.
I can do it all day.
Yeah,
Easy.
and here people a bit intrigued with this 5-color Yogmoth deck, and you can find the deck list after the tournament. Once tournament is over, I think even after top 8 is announced, you'll be able to find the decks on MTG Melee.
Yeah, so it's not actually 5 color. As somebody mentioned, probably when there are cards like Orvar or Magus in your deck, then it just adds the colors. But it's just Yogmoth. It's just Yogmoth.
Good old Yogmoth. And yesterday it was funny because we saw the Planeswalker hit another Planeswalker, and then you get a lot of ink sets from it. Oh, but here we have binding.
So blue-white control managing to keep the board clear.
Yeah. taking care of that wrist.
And they are possibly playing for the top 8. They might be out, but even if they are, they're playing for the prizes, and the prizes are top 16, just more cash, and top 32 gets you what? Top 32 gets you qualification for Athens.
We will check leyline paid with island. What is that land that paid for the binding?
I'm not sure which was tapped, but the basic at the bottom is an island indeed. It's possible that they were like in such a phase that it didn't really matter, and they're just shortcutting, and they both know what's happening. So, like, remember that players can communicate, and so it's probably all good. Right, so right now, Arnie shuffling cards in hand, thinking about the Code of Calling that's on the stack, and this Code of Calling might get spell pierced. And he does have the counter, but he's not sure if he wants to even use it. I see a Solitude as well. I think a Dress Down is somewhere there. So he thought about it, and then yes, spell pierce and pass.
And why do you think this control deck has been doing so well here in the tournament?
I think it can be attributed to the fact that the people who play control have been playing it for so long that they know what they're doing very, very well. And they had some kind of unexpected metagame with Murktide, Hammer, and Creativity at the top, and they adjusted their decks to combat exactly those decks.
Is this a Shark Typhoon for 2?
Yep. Just decreasing the amount of pressure on the battlefield.
Yeah, and let's see if we can get a Shark token there. Probably our judge will help there.
Oh, Arnie maybe has some. Okay, so we've got some kind of better than yours.
It's a milkshake. My milkshake
Yeah.
better than yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's nice. The deck lists are not yet available, but they will be when you're drinking your coffee tomorrow and reading through the Magic news. They might be even up to date. And now we see Yogmoth enter the battlefield. There was a Solitude cast with a pitch.
And look how fast that the fairy was cast. Hardened
Yep.
really happy to play it.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. Teferi minus. Keep the shock because he knows that there could be Strangleroot guys attack the Teferi down, and indeed there is.
These creatures here. Okay, so a champ from the shark.
Apatra, and now Arnie is in the driver's seat, playing very fast. He knows what he's doing. He's going to untap 2 lands at the end of the turn.
Don't forget, players are playing really fast because there's only 3 minutes left. Maybe they do some half-time extension because they are in the feature match area, but definitely you don't want to end up in a draw. And if you are blue-eyed control, you know that it's kind of tricky to find your win cons. It takes a bit longer. So Hardened just playing really fast here, making sure he is able to close out the game on time.
Did he play E on I think it was on 2, right? Or maybe on 1? Yeah,
2.
exactly. That was on
Yeah.
2. Exactly. That's why I was surprised.
Correcting the dice there, still having enough mana, also going to untap some lands from the fairy. Just proccing the explosives.
But now has just 1 mana left, and
It's going to untap because of the fairy, right?
he already has.
Oh,
So he floated. I think he floated the mana.
yeah, so maybe no answer there.
Okay, we've got Court of Calling for guys to kill off Teferi. So we still have a game here.
Yeah, this is 5 fairy, not 3 fairy. So when the fairy pluses in the end of the turn, then you can untap up to
Exactly.
2 lands. In
And you
this
can-
case, that's how
He paid for explosives.
he paid for it. Exactly.
Yeah, going very fast. Now, they might have more time, and they probably do have more time because they're on coverage. So it's not literally over in a minute.
So this, we promise the stream is not speed up.
Yeah.
The players are just playing really fast. It kind of looks like a speed up, right? Look at the way that Arne is shuffling the cards so fast.
Yeah, but I do appreciate that. We don't see. Ooh,
Oh, but then
Oh.
Busejo on lane line, allowing Harter to get back the Greeks.
yeah, Leyline the whole weekend has been pretty fragile to Boseiju. So, okay,
I'm telling you, players soon need to start bringing Tails End, something that counters
Yeah.
the trigger abilities. I don't know.
so now we see a dress down in response. Maybe to, I'm not sure what he's trying to hit there. This is going to work. Find a basic island maybe, untapped, and then, yeah. And then continue with the game. Now, Grist isn't game over by any means. But he can use Grist's minus to sacrifice guys to kill Kahira and then get in for 3.
And Harney down at 5 already. But still having 3 mana open.
Oh, dress down stops persist. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And we have Solitude.
Yeah. So now attack for 3 with Kahira with Vigilance. A chump, and now Control is attacking.
And you have to, right? Because you are probably entering turns really soon.
Yep. And again, even if we can't keep up, it doesn't mean that they can't, because they could be verbalizing everything, right? He can be just flicking those cards, playing stuff, but verbalizing every single thing. I'll play Kahira, I'll tap this, I'll attack, I'll do...
So we have Yarak now.
So as long as both players are fine with this pace, it's fine.
Yeah, and there are judges there, so.
The opponent can easily just say, could you please slow down?
And for everyone asking why this is a 5-color Yogmoth, it's actually not a 5-color Yogmoth.
Yeah.
It just has some access to cards of blue and white. That's why.
Yeah, and now they're going to go to turns because the time has been called for them.
What cards do they play to be 5-color, Philip? Do you know?
Probably Orvar and it's blue, probably Magus because it's red, and I'm not sure what white card there could be. So it could be, it might just be a typo in the title. It's just Yogmoth.
I can check.
It's just Yogmoth. Oh, Crime Punishment. Crime Punishment could be in the deck, yeah. And there is in the sideboard. So yeah, so it's Crime Punishment, and you've got 5 colors right there. But yeah, it's just Yogmoth.
So we have Counterspell here, but
Oh.
Veil of Summer.
The last card in hand, we've got
Oh, and Dress Down.
just to cycle. Try to hit a counter spell. A land. No, doesn't do it.
So
Veil
of
resolve.
Summer is going to resolve. Going to
Supreme
draw a
verdict.
card.
Dryad Arbor was the draw.
And we are on turn 1, I think. I think that dies
Yeah,
to
they're on
represent turns. So we have turn 1 right now. Turn 2 now. Attacking both at Rix.
Oh, double chump. That doesn't bode well. for Artur Laskowski.
And I think Harney only has at this point Lance. So we are making a little insect, fetching. And Arnie back at a solid life.
Yeah, that's purely thanks to Solitude's life.
Solitude really doing a great job there. And I think it might end up in a draw.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. There is a counter spell, there's a spell piece, so whatever Arthur draws will get countered with a counter spell. And it's just pass to turn 5. Even if there is a Yogmoth top deck, it doesn't do anything. So, okay, he pluses. Hits only a single creature. And okay, they pass back. So, they're taking the draw, I think.
Yeah, I think this is going to be it. I don't think there's a way.
Yeah,
And this is a
and there
draw.
is a draw.
So Arne now and Arthur advancing 9-3 and 1.
Yep, 9-3 and 1, so out of top 8, but absolutely playing for top 16 or top 32, right?
Top 32 gets you the invite for the regional championship, so that's a great
Athens.
goal to have. Really nice games that we had here. I'm really happy we were able to showcase 3 different matches. So thank you so much for our judges, technical team, for helping us get as much magic as we can. We really appreciate that. And we have now a look at a meta breakdown for day 2. So let me tell you, yesterday, the deck that was most played, it was Murktide. It had around 10% of the meta breakdown.
Which is 100-ish copies.
Today, Murktide only with 10 copies. So 10% of the Merc types of day 1 made day 2. But Creativity, which was not the most played deck, now at 14 copies, being the deck, I think, with the best turnout.
Yeah, I think it converted like 30-ish% of players into day 2, which is a very, very good conversion rate. It had 5% of representation day 1 and 30% conversion rate, so that's solid.
And let me tell you, if Creativity was one of the rising decks growing on popularity, event after event, we see Creativity rise in popularity. We see more and more copies. I remember last year, I think in Copenhagen, someone was with Creativity, and it was kind of like, you know, that deck that we were showcasing that it's different from the others, and it has been playing more. And now, after these great results on day 1, what do you think? How do you think this is going to shape up Modern?
Right, so I actually thought that players were prepared already for today. They had multiple Hallowed Moonlights in the sideboard, they had Orvars in the sideboard, they had Veils in the sideboard, Engineered Explosives, so I think players were already prepared, but still, Creativity emerged victorious. So I think the problem is somewhere else. You can't just play now 6 Hallowed Moonlights, because that's not the point. You have to more conceptually approach the matchup, maybe choose different decks, or maybe have a different strategy against them. It makes it so difficult to play against Creativity, because when you hate against this specific angle, Creativity, they can just play Ren and 6 on turn 2 and ride it to victory while interacting with you. And this will happen with Ben Jones, for example, against Living End.
And like we saw, for example, Living End lose a bit of popularity over decks like Creativity, and also we see that, for example, Creativity has much more resilience, because even if you cannot combo off, you can try to stop what your opponent is doing, because you have a lot of interaction. So that's great. I'm excited to see more matchups, but we are going to finish the round right here, and Will and Martin will be back for round 14 of the Legacy European Tour. I'm Filipa. This is Philip,
Skura Island in front.
It's getting a lot of rounds of Magic, and we will be back for round 15.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall. This is Martin Juza, and this is round number 14 of Modern Action. We're getting super close to that top 8, and it's looking like a doozy. There's a lot of good decks going in there. But to start off with, we're going to go down to a spicy match up. Haven't we got a good one for them? They're going to love it at home.
We have a Murktide mirror for you guys in the main table, and at the backup table is a Murktide player playing Solitaire. We know you love the deck, so no, I'm just kidding. We have the Boros deck again, the Boros, Soul Crusher with the Mana types and everything, playing against Indomitable Creativity. That is going to be our main feature match, so an exciting one.
I'm looking forward to that one. Let's see if we can get down to the table. I can see the players shuffling up now. We'll move down to the table. Obviously, we saw this last time that we were on coverage, right? We saw Manatide do so much work, taking out things, anything from Ragavan to Murktides to Archmage Charms.
Yeah.
It put up a lot of work. I was speaking to the player in between rounds, and he said that Creativity is his worst matchup. This is what he does not want to be playing against. This is his only 2 losses so far, but he did beat it last round.
Okay.
So
if you have a well-timed Mana type, that can stop all the shenanigans. So
exactly. So we're going to go down to the table here. They're just going to give him the thumbs up that they were ready to go. So Nicholas on the right side, this is the Boros deck. If you didn't manage to catch it, we will be in between rounds, be able to put the deck lists up for you. I promise you, it is a spicy one. Creativity, kind of seen this a lot before, though, right?
Yeah, and this Boros deck, it really takes advantage of the fact that we don't have open deck lists. So
yeah.
It is playing a lot of unexpected cards, and cards like Mana type you're not used to seeing all the time. Plus, it has a Blood Moon in the main deck. There are cards like Timeless Dragon, but we also have if the game goes long, we have this Fury plus Solitude in combination with Ephemerate action. So it has a little bit of early game with Ragavan, but there's also some mid game, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and also a lot of late game. So it is a deck that, if you're on the other side and you haven't really played against it, how do you sideboard?
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, they have this Teferi out of the sideboard, so there's an extra color, in game 2. So yeah, not an easy deck to play against.
So people asking in the chat, this is going to be we got one more round after this. 15 rounds of Swiss before we cut to top 8. If you missed any of this action, the VOD will be going live later on this evening, and it will also be going on the Legacy YouTube, so make sure you go give that a follow if you haven't. You can catch all the past events on there. Chat was saying that they almost closed the stream when you said it was a Murktide mirror.
Yeah. We do have good news for you if you like other decks than Murktide. When I was looking at the standings, I think that the highest placed Murktide player at the moment is X3, and with 2 rounds to go, you're going to need really good tiebreakers to sneak into the top 8 with X3. So there might not even be a Murktide player in the top 8.
Okay, we're going to see this Ragavan come down on turn 1, and it gets to connect, hitting a Renin 6 off the top. That's one we can cast because we will have a treasure token if we want to go that way.
Being on the play is absolutely huge. Having that Ragavan, without the answer, without Renin 6 coming into play already and eating it. Extra treasure, extra mana. You can cast Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Maybe you want to keep up mana for Manatide, but that is huge in this matchup for sure.
Chat, how many Manatides are we going to get seen cast this game? We managed, I think it was 8 in the last match. Last time we saw Nicholas on camera. How many are we going to see this time? I'm going to go with 4.
Over the match? I'm going to go with 5. I'm going to go with 5.
Okay, okay. Looks like we're going to have Renin 6 is going to be cast off that treasure token plus the Den of the Bugbear here.
All right, Chad, help me out here. Is there a Ragavan with the old border? Because I think there was one like a buy a box promo-ish something, but I think it was only a foil one.
There's I know which one you're thinking of, the expedition one that it was all done in like the old the expeditions from when we went to Chandra's homeworld. Like the Eighth of Revolt sort of style. That one's done, and there's a new one about to be done in the next set coming out as like a special listed card, I believe. But chat will tell us. Chat knows everything. It looks like that Renin 6 at a Spell Pierce, and we're just going to play the land. A lot of foils, a lot of expeditions, as we say here. This could be a fully foil creativity deck. A lot of players turn up this weekend with fully foiled decks.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really awesome to see. And, Secret Lair cards, special art, everybody has their thing. Not everything is for everyone. I like my unhinged basic land. Somebody likes beta. It's really cool that there is so many different things to choose from now.
I like Ben makes stuff. Secret Lairs. They're like these new digital neon-y type basics. Chat, let us know What sort of basics do you use in your favorite decks? That could be EDH decks all the way up to your modern decks. Let us know. I want to see who's playing alphas, who's playing basics.
Yeah, then you have Canister, who's playing a mix of white bordered, black bordered cards. Every card has to be a different art, and yeah, just as confusing as possible.
Ice Age lands, unhinged. Oh, unhinged. I do love it, unhinged. Guru lands. Someone's baller in chat. Look.
This Ragavan doing work. That's another treasure token.
We can get another spell we can cast if we choose to. Creativity not known for its like super explosive fast starts. Normally turn 4 is where we start turning and burning. We do have access to things like lightning bolts, spell pierces, if we could choose to go that route, but we have not drawn them.
Yeah, the thing with creativity is you don't even really need to play anything in the first 3 turns or anything proactive. You can just play a couple of defensive spells, spell pierce here and there, maybe a counter spell, and then on turn 4 you can play the Dwarven Mine, make a free token that way, and cast creativity to get Archon out of your deck.
Okay, so we see Seasoned Pyromancer cast. Talk me through this one.
3 mana 2/2. Ideally, you want to play it as the last card in your hand to play it. Draw 2 cards right away. But maybe if you're looking for specific cards, in this case, recognizing you're playing against creativity, maybe you're looking for the Manatite. So just using it as discard 2, draw 2, still good enough there. Maybe make an extra token or 2, and put on some pressure on the opponent.
Okay, and here's the card we've seen multiple times this weekend, picking up so many results in so many different decks. Fable the Mirror Breaker. What doesn't this card do?
Doesn't matter the format. Right now, the story is that whatever deck it is, if you put Fable of the Mirror Breaker in it, your deck is likely going to get better.
Just being able to it makes itself a token. Well, the token makes tokens exactly what the creativity deck wants to happen, so we can start targeting with our creativities, or potentially just ramping out if we need to. See a Dwarven Mine in hand, see a Archon. Oopsie daisy.
I think I see a Prismatic Ending in hand for Nicholas, which can definitely be used in response to creativity.
No, the sorcery speed, right? So we're going to do this to get rid of the token here.
Oh no, that's Prismatic Ending. No, not a. I'm thinking of Leyline Binding.
Ah, yeah.
Not a card in this deck.
Not in this one. It was not going to be too good in this one. We're going to go with the Prismatic, but we do have access to, as we spoke about earlier, no one has no idea what they're playing against this deck, right? We know, because we saw it last round, there's Teferis in the sideboard.
Yeah, we know, but being on the other side is like, dude, what is going on? Like, Manatite, Ragavan, but you also have these late game cards, Teferi coming out of the sideboard. And I think Nicholas is doing a great job not showing the blue mana in the first game, so that Teferi really takes you by surprise.
And we're going to hardcast on a... We're hardcasting on a Bosch. This deck just... Oh, no, we're putting it in our hand. I thought it was already in the hand.
This is the turn. This is the turn where the Fable token is gone. We're going to be able to play our 4th land, maybe the Dwarven Mine to get the token and cast creativity, but that would go right into the Manatite.
This beautiful lightning bolt I've seen drawn... Does look like it's fully foiled. A lot of money been spent on this deck. I appreciate that. Do you own any fully foiled decks?
Me, I just like the original English non-foil version of cards. Also, foils sometimes hard to find, hard to get.
Here comes a can't remember the name of the fetch. The red-black one.
Red-black, that'd be Bloodstained Admirer.
Thank you. Having a brain fart there.
That is a long name on the card.
It
Probably,
might not be in English.
Yeah, probably not English version.
But we could use that to go get a Dwarven Mine here, get a token if we want to go creativity, but it doesn't look like we're going to choose to do that. And we are only at 6 life.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Like, all these shock lands and fetch lands, we're already on 6 with 5 points coming in. And, you're playing against a red deck. Chances are there are going to be some lightning bolts.
But we've got Den of the Bugbear as well.
There's also Den, yeah. Plus the 2 treasures, so...
See how we want to go about this. Still hiding the fact that there's blue mana in the deck.
One of Fury in hand, maybe double Fury. I do think there is a lightning bolt. I think it's one of those like special D&D kind
The-
of art or.
Done in the old, so it looks like it's from the handbook on Dungeons and Dragons, but we're just going to go with the Obosh here. A Bosch, let's see if we can get that one up on the screen for you all. One we kind of see normally, you know, as one of the played companions currently, but we don't get to see it in play too often. Here it is. So if a source with odd converted mana cost would deal damage to a permanent or player, it's dealt that damage to the permanent or player instead. Double. That's crazy. So lightning bolts are now going to be doing 6 damage. And obviously we built our deck in a way that everything in the deck does have an odd casting cost besides its token. Looks like we're going to get Leyland's Binding is going to come down, targeting the Obosh. No lightning bolt in response. Well, there is, just not from the Nicholas side, but he's now going to show it.
Yeah, so things happen kind of really quickly, but there was a lightning bolt pointed at the reg event, which still leaves the 1/1 token and the Seasoned Pyromancer coming through. And with Fabian being at 5 life, Nicholas just reveals the lightning bolt and says, yeah, that's game.
So obviously he decided not to do that while the Bosch is still on the battlefield, playing around something like a Spell Pierce, which we've seen quite common in these lists at the minute. Here's it up on your deck right now. 4 copies of Spell Pierce in the main. And we've seen a couple of different builds, right?
I think we've seen that in multiple versions this week. I think we have seen 4 Spell Pierce earlier in one of our feature matches as well.
This was slightly different. We've got a persists in this build. So we can, you know, if we manage to discard the Archons, in a hand, we can bring them back.
Yeah.
What do you like in the sideboard here?
Yeah, that's the thing. We talked about that last time. Fabian's probably thinking, okay, what am I playing against? Boros aggro? I did see a Lightning Bolt. I saw a Ragavan, but I also saw Seasoned Pyromancer. And I don't know if Fable was cast in that game, but you know, those are usually kind of like mid-range cards. So you're thinking, okay, I guess you're kind of Boros mid-range. You might expect Blood Moon because what are the upsides of playing Boros?
Yep.
Maybe you're playing some kind of Reanimator package in there where you discard, your big creature into Fable. Maybe you have Bitter Reunion, something like Invoke, the White Invoke that gets a card from the graveyard. So I wouldn't really know what I'm playing against. I would be thinking, well, I guess I need something cheap to stop Ragavans. I'm gonna keep my Lightning Bolts in, but I also want to have cards for the mid game. So I'm probably not gonna sideboard too much. Thoughtseize sounds like it could be a card that I want to bring in because, well, I want to see what's going on. And other than that, yeah, I don't know. Am I bringing in a Flusterstorm? Like, we know it would be probably.
It is a guessing game, isn't it? One thing I like in this, I want to just touch on quickly, is Strike It Rich. We've seen multiple different ways in these creativity decks trying to use different ways to get round Blood Moons. Blood Moon's obviously a very good card against them. We saw last, I think Ben Jones is playing Abundant Growths.
Yeah.
We've seen now in this one, it's going to be Strike It Rich. So using these different options to try and fight their way through Blood Moons is pretty cool.
Yeah, keeping in mind that your opponent is potentially on Blood Moon is definitely something.
And here it is. Here is the Boris deck we've been talking about. We saw it win last time that we were on in the feature match. Here it is again. That is right. That is a timeless dragon in the top left hand of your screen. And yes, that is a Teferi Time Traveler in the sideboard. Not that you've had many reps of this deck, but I'm going to ask you, what was your sideboard in this matchup?
Yeah, so this deck is not going to be great against combo. You know, you're good against creatures. You have all these, you have Lightning Bolts, you have Fury, you have Solitude. So you're pretty good at dealing with creatures, but you're not great at fighting combo. So you're going to need either Blood Moon or some other way to stop your opponent from doing their thing. I think in this case, bringing in the Stone Brain to, choose creativity or Archon, look through my opponent's deck, and obviously hand. Take all the creativities and make sure they can't really combo me that easily. Sounds pretty good to me. And especially if you're on the other side, you see your opponent reveal Obosh as a companion for game 1 and then not doing that for game 2. You're probably thinking, okay, what 2-mana card, what 4-mana card did you bring in? It could also be engineered explosives, that would deal with the tokens. So certainly something to keep in mind.
Yeah, a little bit of information can be gained there from doing it. Looks like we might be taking a mulligan here, or we're just finishing up the sideboard. Looking at this deck, we reckon X and 3 might not be able to make top 8 now. Something crazy would have to happen for that to happen. We reckon maybe an X2's is the lock.
Yeah, it kind of depends on, if somebody runs the tables, that like opens up more spots. It depends on tiebreakers. I think someone with X3 is probably going to sneak in, but not
Okay.
everyone. X2-1 might be the necessary record. So
We did have a large amount of players turn up this
that's-
weekend.
that's
you know
the
what I
thing.
mean?
Yeah, I think in the past at the smaller events, X and 3, sometimes good enough to get into the top 8. Here with over 1,000 players, maybe we're looking at X2-1 as a necessary record.
Well, next round we'll find out. Next round will be the last one, round 15, before we find out who is in that top 8. So obviously you have Filipa and Skura will bring you that one, and then after they go off, we will come back with the top 8 announcement live. So you will all be able to see that as well at the same time that everyone in the room finds out. So make sure you stick around for that. Then we get to go into the top 8 and see who's going to walk away with this trophy sat in front of me and Mr. Martin Juza. Opening hands. Do we have keeps?
So while Fabian, unlikely to know what Nicholas is playing, he did see a few cards, but not all the deck list. On the other side, Nicholas probably is going to be able to piece out together that he's playing against Creativity. Although, what did we see from that? We saw Spell Pierce, Lightning Bolt.
We saw Archon, right? Because we flipped it with
Oh,
the
there was an
movie,
Archon.
So
Okay,
it's
yeah,
pretty
then-
obvious that we know that.
At that point, it's obvious. So
But-
you know you're against Creativity. That means you're also going to bring in that Orvar from the sideboard,
Do you know what Fabian didn't see game 1? Mana Tide.
a Manatide and Blue Mana. Yeah.
Let's see if he can get caught out by that. We're still on a count of 0. All Magics we play, though, everything to play for both these players, still live for top 8. We're going to take a mulligan over on Nicholas's side. This is a closed deckless tournament until we get to the top 8. Unlike the last one we saw in the finals when we were in Naples, that is an open deck list. When we do these ones, these are closed deck lists till we get to the top 8. All the decks will get posted on the Twitter, so make sure you go give Legacy a follow on Twitter if you do use that as a social platform. They also have Facebook and YouTube, etc. So a lot of different places the top 8 will get posted, I'm sure. We started off yesterday with 9 rounds of Modern Action, followed by another 6 today before we do cut to the top 8. That will be you'll be able to catch them on the VODs on Twitch, or if you prefer YouTube, they will be going on YouTube shortly, probably by the end of the weekend. Same with all the other past events. So if you've missed any events and you're kind of into Modern, Pioneer, Standard, all of them are on the YouTube. Lots of magic content for you to absorb in the universe currently.
Yeah, there's also there's also a lot of tournaments to play this week. Even if you aren't able to be in Prague, there is an Arena Open going on. There is the play-in stage of the Arena Championship qualifiers. On the other side of the world, I believe there is a regional championship in South America. Tournaments on Magic Online. You mentioned that Canister
Yeah.
basically conceded the last round yesterday when he was already at 7-1 because he wanted to play in the Vintage Challenge on Magic Online. So plenty of Magic to be played this weekend.
Chat asking. So yes, it is closed deck list, and yes, we do show the deck list on the screen. Feature matches can be turned down. We do not make anyone go to the feature match area. We offer them the invitation. Would you like to play your game in the feature match area? If they do that, they are fully aware that their deck list will be shown in between rounds during sideboarding matches. Just to clear up any confusion there. We don't force anyone. We don't try and give any unfair advantage. Have you ever turned down a feature match?
I don't think so, no.
I imagine you've had more than your fair share of feature matches in your time.
Maybe, I can only, imagine doing that. I've had a bad day, and
Okay.
I just kind of want to be alone,
I got you.
Play my match in peace and, walk it off.
Okay, we are starting off with a Triome on the other side. Which Triome is that for you, chat? Let's see. Let's get some trivia going. Who knows which one that one is? And we're just going to pass the turn back with basic Mountain on the other side. Probably one from the draft box by the looks of it.
It does look like the basic land station
It
kind
does,
of
doesn't
land,
it?
but I do think it's Japanese. These lands are Japanese, I think, so they look pretty cool to me.
Oh, yeah, I do see that. Okay, a little bit of hidden swag there. I like that to the untrained eye. Second triumph comes in.
Nothing really beats for me the on lands, unhinged,
Oh,
unglued,
yeah, they're all beautiful.
all that. Like those are the best basic lands.
Let's be honest, it's the only reason we buy that set. You know what I mean? We open it, it's fun to draft, but after, do you want something to keep and use in your deck? The basic lands are so beautiful in that. As so are these expeditions that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
That's going to be a Sacred Foundry coming in untapped, leaving up 3 mana.
Yeah, look at that. The first game, pretty aggressive. Ragavan just kind of running away with the game. Now we have both players just land go, land go, land go. What do you have?
Looks like a lot of solitudes in hand for Nicholas. Remember, he is on a mulligan here. Fetch out these basics. Maybe there's some sort of Blood Moon action about to happen. Let's have a little look. So Blood Moon does come down. White bordered as well. In response, we're going to get a Prismari command. I imagine Treasure Token might be the one mode of this.
Yeah, which means that, sure, you are only limited to, red sources
Oh,
plus the treasure token, but you still do have the option of just playing another land and playing creativity for one.
how about drawing your wear and tear
Wear and tear.
off
Yeah,
that?
sounds
It's a pretty good
reasonable.
one.
I don't know if Fabian has a fourth land.
Yeah, we
Oh
brought it
yeah,
to the front
there's
yet.
one. Okay.
The expedition ones all look crazy, right? That is a wooded. No, that might be this steam vents. No, stomping grounds.
Okay.
Jeez, there you go. Stomping grounds.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, another great way to kind of get out of the Blood Moon lock. So this creativity deck definitely is not, as vulnerable to Blood Moon as if you were playing Scapeshift or something like that.
And I like this, we were able to play our shock land, not take the 2 points of damage for it, but using almost the Blood Moon to our advantage here, because at any time we choose, we can just use our wear and tear and get it off the battlefield to kind of unlock and basically go into creativity. So if the shields do go down on Nicholas's side, potentially we can untap into a big explosive turn. Remember, Nicholas thinks this is his worst matchup as well. Let's have a little look how we want to go out. So we're passing the turn, we're looking at creativity. Oh no, he wants to look at the whole graveyard. We see 2 Archons in that graveyard. Obviously, we know that this persists in the deck. It might not still be in there after sideboarding. That's another Prismari command. Then we've got Renin 6, Wear and Tear, Prismari command, and something else. And this is the downside of playing Blood Moon, right, against these Fable decks.
Yeah, it is an excellent card against something like Scapeshift or Amulet Titan rather, but these decks with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Blood Moon's definitely not as strong against.
There's a deck we don't see too much of anymore. Good old Scapeshift.
Fable just solves all these problems.
It does. Here comes Renin 6. Powerful 2 mana Planeswalker. It's going to return a land. We're going to put that straight into play. Now, there is a white card in hand that I can't quite make out what it is. It might be a Hallowed Moonlight. And remember, sideboarding super hard against this Boris deck. We're not entirely sure what is going on.
Okay.
We're going to go get the boundary in the turn.
I was talking to Frank between the rounds, and I was describing, the game one we watched between Boros and I think it was Murktide, and I was just describing the cards that the Boros deck played. I'm like, okay, Frank, imagine you're the Murktide player. How would you sideboard? Like, what would you think is going on? And Frank was like, yeah, I think maybe some kind of reanimator deck. Like, I'm not really sure. So I guess I would maybe like preemptively bring in something like a relic. Maybe that's why the Hallowed Fountain's there, the Hallowed Moonlight.
So we're seeing a hard cast Fury here. Why are you targeting this? Are you going to try and take out the Renin 6, or are we taking the token out?
Depends on my hand. Okay, 2 and 2. This is kind of like the most reasonable option. Like the Renin 6 doesn't look particularly scary right now, at 2 counters, but it does let the opponent.
Leyline's Binding was that white card in hand. I didn't quite make out what it was. That is going to deal with the Fury. Just a nice cost of 1 white, because it is obviously reduced for each land type you control. We do control all 5, so it costs 1. And then in the turn, we're going to get a Dwarven Mine and make yourself a little door token.
Yeah, there was a Wear and Tear played under Blood Moon, but there was a treasure that was created with the end of turn Prismari command earlier.
Can we use this as a dwarf token?
Yeah, this kind of makes you wonder, like, is Blood Moon even that effective against this, to the point where, should I even board it in?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, we've all come, we saw about, you know, she strike it rich, we now got the wear and tears.
Yeah, and like, especially now that your opponent knows for sure that you actually have it, so they're gonna presumably, you know, do everything in their power in game 3 to not get hurt by Blood Moon too badly.
So we're gonna cross with that dwarf token. Tick up Brennan 6. Return our land, put it straight into play. Okay, big draw step. What do we find? Seasoned Pyromancer. We've seen how powerful that one can be in multiple different decks that it sees play in. But again, another 5 mana here. Fury or Solitude? Solitude. That's going to deal with the Fable by the looks of it. Exiling it, gain a little bit of life. It must be good having your last name being winner when you play
Yes.
competitive tournaments. Let's have a little look.
So Prismari command is being cast.
We're going to use the mid of draw 2, discard 2 by the looks of it. Deal 2 damage to the Solitude. Ditch 2 land, looks like Steam Vents and Basic Mountain.
So this game is completely different from what we've seen in game,
Game
1.
1.
Which again is going to make you think, you know, being the creativity player during sideboarding, what can I expect in game 3? Did my opponent, you know, is there a chance they're on a more aggressive game plan game 1? Do they board into more of a control-ish game plan for game 2? Do they have all of that in their deck, you know, together? What can I really expect for game 3? And that's a big part of it. This is why I love closed deck lists. Really makes you wonder, you know, how to sideboard, how to play against these decks that you have no experience against. And that's how, you know, how you get a lot of percentage points. And these days, it's really not easy to get any kind of edge. So, you know, this is...
Yeah, so that's like a good thing about going to these big tournaments, you know, especially like going to the Pro Tours and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like the meta's kind of almost been solved by the time you get there. That's why I enjoy the Pro Tour, because I feel like at the highest level, the highest players putting in the hardest work to see if they can try and break this meta. And I always remember Pro Tour Born of the Gods when Blue Moon turned up. That was like one of my favorite, I think that's my favorite Pro Tour of all time. And that deck just being the standout deck of people just utilizing Blood Moon, using lots of basic islands. I think they had like Vidarian Shackles was in the deck at the time, you know, stealing
Cryptic
time ago.
Command, yeah.
I like that Vapor Snags, just bouncing things back to the hand and locking them out with Blood Moon. I love that whole interaction and how that used to work.
So we have a hardcast Archon, I believe.
We've seen that a couple of times, you know, and that's what I
Yeah.
guess we can do with these decks. You know, we doodle. If you're going to hold up counter magic, sure, I'm going to be able to just absolutely hardcast it, or maybe even reanimate it here. Things not looking good for Nicholas, though. I think he probably needs something like a Solitude into an Ephemerate to, you know, even stay in this game.
Nicholas did just reveal
The blue mana.
the blue mana.
Okay, here's the Solitude. That's going to take that Archon out, gaining a little bit of life, but at least it's off the battlefield.
I'm not sure if Nicholas even looked at his new card.
I think they're just sorting out the life totals here. So we're going to go fetch again. This Ren 6 doing a good job getting a fetch land back every turn, letting us, you know, almost thin our deck, get all our fetchables out. Our life total is not too taxed because we keep getting Solitude. Oh my word. What just... Did we just see the last Mana Tide take down the Archon being hardcast there? And I think that's the fourth Archon. I think 2 have been discarded. That was the fourth one being cast and the other one got Solitude. We might not have any left in our deck. You've got to love it. You've got to love it.
What's going on?
Manatide turning the tail of this
And you're
game.
probably thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna hardcast this Archon and win the game right here. What's the worst that can happen?
Chat's absolutely loving it. Okay, right. That's
Wow, that is
I gotta love it.
That is rough. Yeah, that's a soul crushing play right there.
okay. We're gonna play one of the canopy lands. That is a dress down. Is that a dress down? I think that is a dress down. Is it dress downs in the list? Let me have a look. It'd be a weird one to have in your deck. But no, yeah, there's 2 dress downs in it.
Is this a 1/1
Yeah,
token or
this is
Okay.
the 1/1 dwarf.
okay?
So we're gonna use the Season Pyromancer's second ability. Exile and make 2 1/1 elemental tokens. Maybe the words "I would like to go to blocks" are about to happen. Or do you think we just take this?
I was just gonna say, like, every damage counts. You saw your opponent play cards like Prismari Command, Lightning Bolt. So I would like to make sure that I'm staying above the like 6 or 7, life kind of range.
Okay, and we did use a double block. I like the whole double block there, playing around potentially a removal spell if they happen to have it. But just passing the turn back. What have we got? Can't get a good look. Looks like we're going to go for a redraw here, though.
I would like for Nicholas to sort of like keep a count on like how many spells have you countered, or like what's the total amount of mana you have countered with your mana tides in this tournament.
2 mana. We're going to dash a Ragavan. That one might not connect. And we've also got Fable in hand. So, we can try and maybe bait something out here. So we're not going to give it, let it have its haste ability from the dash. We're going to turn off the lifelink. Draw a new card. I think that was Strike It Rich off the top, so it looks like they did come in. Go to combat. Are we going face or are we going to go to the Ren 6? Looks like we're going 3 to the Ren 6. 1 to face. I'm pretty sure that lifelink doesn't happen because of the dress down. There you go. Thank you, Judge, catching that. Oh, okay, looks like the 1/1 went towards the Ren 6 and the Solitude went to face. Fable comes down. Token is made.
Thought it was kind of looked like the other way around, but I'm not sure what happened.
That's what I thought. It looked like the other way around, but Ren 6 only dropped down to 5.
Does the Ragavan actually go back into the hand?
Yes,
if
the way it
dress down-
stacks is the dress down will leave, and then the Ragavan will gain back its ability of being dashed, which means that it will go back to hand in a
Oh,
turn.
okay. So just
Layering.
This is what I always just ask the judges. Like, hey, can I ask
Yep.
a question? This is complicated. I don't want to mess up. Can you please tell me what's going on?
I only know that because I've cast that and had that interaction
Okay,
done to me multiple
okay.
times. That's a. But we are like kind of almost empty-handed over on Bab's side here. There was a point in this game where there was multiple Archons were casting on the battlefield, Fables were going off, Ren 6s, and like it's so been back and forth and swinging. This deck doesn't look like it should be doing what it's doing, but it is. This Mana Tide's almost changed the course of this game.
It's changed many games over the weekend. Yeah,
So there's like a Lightning Bolt in hand, and that
I think
was
that's a Fable.
I think that was a Fable as well.
Which is definitely one of the better cards
It's
to draw here.
okay. So that's the Fable. We're seeing how powerful this card can be in both of these decks here. Kind of in a different way, but being able to get you out of a bad spot by letting you discard potentially extra lands in hand.
And that's exactly what Ren 6 is doing right now, providing you with extra cards. You may be thinking, okay, well, what is the upside of getting more lands? Fabian already has 9 or 10 in play. Yeah, I mean, extra cards in hand, they're good. You can discard them to Fable. You can discard them to Prismari Command, for example.
We didn't reveal an Abosh this game because there was an EE in hand.
Or possibly the Brainstone as well from the sideboard. Orvar is also, I believe, 4 mana, right?
The what, sorry?
Orvar. I think there is an Orvar in Nicholas's sideboard, I believe.
Let's have a little look, see.
Which would also...
Yeah, that is poor manny, yes, correct.
Yeah, that would also stop the Obosh. And obviously, Orvar is for these decks with Archon.
So we're going to discard the Engineer Explosives and the Ragavan to draw 2 new ones. It looks like it was Prismatic Command plus a land. We don't currently have the 3rd mana, but we could get it off this treasure token now if we attack and we're allowed to make it. It's going to be interesting. What are we going to do here? We're going to Prismatic first. Okay, so we are. We're going to Prismatic, try and get this Ren 6 off the battlefield. It resolves, gets exiled. I'd like to go to combat.
That's a Fable token, right? So
Yeah, that's a Goblin Shaman token. We currently don't have that many in our pile at the minute, so we're gonna.
I think Nicholas is looking for a treasure. There was no mistrigger clearly indicated. Yeah, trying to get a treasure.
And now we've got this Fable trigger happening. We've got the possibility to discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. We are going to discard a Ren and 6 and the extra land. 2 draws, one being Persist.
Ooh,
That's huge.
Yeah. So this might change sideboarding for game 3 as well, because now Nicholas knows that there is a Persist.
Yeah.
Maybe that Relic of Progenitus is going to come in.
And he's scooping it up. He knows what that card does. He knows that an Archon's going to come down and basically come back. But that Mana Tide turn was huge. And now we get to get a game at 3 between both of these decks. So now that we've seen them, let's see if we can get the sideboards up and see potentially how Fab might sideboard now he's seen a bit more of the deck.
This game was quite a roller coaster too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like like Nicholas was kind of dead in the water at one point.
Yeah.
And that literally that Mana Tide on that 4th cast Archon was going to change it. And realistically, only Persist was the only thing getting those cards back into the game. So here's the sideboard. Here's Fab's. Now he's seen more of the deck. Anything here standing out to you? Do you think he should be bringing anything in?
So you've seen Blood Moon, you've seen Fable.
Solitude,
You also saw
Furies.
you also saw blue mana. So I would be considering that Flusterstorm for game 3. I think Thoughtseize, I'm definitely bringing that in just to see what's up. Wear and Tear is already in the deck, obviously for the Blood Moons.
Saw Dress Downs come in. Do you think you were keeping them in, or are we going to take them back out again?
I think it's a main deck card possibly.
I know it's we got 2 in the sideboard down the right.
Oh yeah. There's 2 in the sideboard. Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah. I mean, it's okay, but we also saw Dress Down from the Murktide player earlier, and it was kind of just sitting in his hand in his hand for a long time. So I'm not sure if this is the right card for the matchup.
Let's move across to Nicholas's deck. This is the one. This is the talk of the town at the minute, right? This card, Mana Tides in the main, Timeless Dragons in the main. Now that he's kind of saw how he sideboarded, the Abosh was not shown in game 2. It looks like I'm guessing the Orals definitely came in. Looks like the Engineered Explosives also came in. Do you think this is a Teferi Time Raveler match? Do you think it's good in this one? It's not the match for it. It's more for the Cascade decks.
Yeah, this is like against Murktide, really good. You bounce the Murktide, plus it stopped them from playing counter spells. Against, Cascade, great at stopping them from doing their thing. Here, you don't sometimes even get to bounce a token from Warren Mine because they usually wait with it for turn 4. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, it might be a play or draw thing. If I'm on the play, I would rather be proactive, doing other things. If I'm on the draw, my opponent plays turn 3 Fable, I can respond with my turn 3 Teferi. So depending on who's on the play, who's on the draw, I might be thinking about bringing in Teferi. Also, first of all, I have to start by looking at my deck and thinking, okay, what are the worst cards? What do I not want? I have to board these 6 cards, 8 cards.
Yeah.
Well, I need to bring something else in. So depending on the strength of the power of the cards I'm boarding out, that's where bringing in or not Teferi comes in.
What do you think about like the Stone Brain here?
Yeah, I think Stormburn's fine.
You know what I mean?
It's gonna exile all the creativities or all the Archons, I think, in the situation. If you know that they already have other ways to bring them back, like Persist. So.
And I'm about to say, going on to Persist, we saw that game 2 then. That's kind of what set up. We do have Relic of Pergenesis in the sideboard. Do you think they are coming in? Or is that a little bit too niche? Like, if we get to that point, it's just, okay, cool, I accept I lost the game. Because there's a lot of sideboard cards that we potentially could be bringing in. And this is a point in Modern we should probably talk about, right? Is over sideboarding. People go,
Yeah.
oh, okay, all these will come in, but then they start cutting the actual good cards or the game plan of their deck entirely, and we wonder, why didn't I win that game? Well, you boarded out most of your win cons or your combo or whatever.
I think that is what likely happened in that Murktide match, because there were 2 dress downs sitting in hand for a long time, but obviously this goes back to, I'm playing against this Boros deck. I have no clue what's going on, so chances are I'm not going to sideboard 100% correctly, because I have not played against this Boros Splash Blue kind of mid-range deck, before.
All right, well, let's go back down again and see how the players managed to sideboard, see who is going to take this down as we go into game number 3 to see which one of these players are going to advance to a 12-2 record and give themselves the best shot at making top 8. Manatide again being on the play could be a lot better.
Yep.
Could be a lot better.
So the count is 1 right now? 2? 3?
1, 2, 1.
The Archon?
Archon, and that's it. That was the first one.
It was just 1. Okay, so. But that was a big one, so that kind of counts as.
Oh,
like
yeah,
3.
that was huge. That was huge. That was a. And it was the 4th copy of Archon as well. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We do have 15 rounds of modern action. We had 9 of them yesterday. We have had, well, we've had 5 of them. We're about to have a 6th one after this round before we cut to the top 8. We'll be casting that live to you. So make sure you stick around to see out exactly when the players find out who's in the top 8, as well as you guys at home. Then they're going to be battling out in the top 8. They're all going to get themselves free flights and accommodation to Athens. And remember, Athens is where players will start qualifying for Pro Tour Barcelona, the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. And here's to strike it, Rich.
Wow, Fabian even has the old school foil. I think it was a Judge promo lightning bolt. Like, those are not easy to find.
No, they're expensive. And we're going to go plains cycling. Not something you see in Modern too often. I'm going to get it up on the screen for you all here. If I can find it, Timeless Dragon. Let's get that there. Okay, I know this is a modern all-star and people at home definitely know what this does, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Timeless Dragon is a 3 and 2 white for a flying 5/5 dragon with Eternalize. That is 4 mana pay from the graveyard. You get a 4/4 zombie dragon. But realistically in this deck, we're using it more for its plains cycling in the early turn, so we can kind of hit our mana drops, get our plains if we need it, if we played a Blood Moon. And then later on in the game, we can bring it back as a 4/4 if we need to.
We have a question about Obosh in the chat.
Go for it.
You have to say at the start of the game, hey, this is my companion.
Mhm.
But I think if you board in a way where you cannot have Obosh as a companion anymore, I don't think you have to announce, like, hey, I made these changes. I don't have a companion. I think you just kind of present your deck and play, with no Obosh. I don't think you have to, like, verbally announce that or anything like that.
I'm also in the understanding that it's normally, I'm presenting it. Here it is. Okay, this one.
I think those were 2 Emeria Skulls.
Yep, they
2
are.
Emeria Skulls being discarded to the Pyromancer.
Which is nice. Normally you've got to discard a non-creature spell to get a token here. And as they kind of pseudo our lands, we do get the 2/1/1 tokens from it. Start getting the beatdowns down. This is 4 damage coming across.
Strike it rich. Not only is that a treasure that you can use to, kind of get around Blood Moon, but also having a treasure in play means you have a target for creativity already. So
Kind of doing double duty there. I think that is a Leyline's Binding I see in hand at the front of the deck for Fab. And we are going to see it come down. Target is going to get the Season Pyro. I think we've got a second one in hand if we choose to go that route. But this is turn 4. This is the scary one, right? This is where we can start casting our creativity. Start getting Fable, Start getting, I forgot the name of it. What's the big one that we can get into the battlefield?
Archon.
Thank you. So many cards of Magic. My brain is getting mush after 14 rounds of modern action. But I remember this one. This one is definitely Fable the Mirror Breaker. It definitely makes 2/2 Shaman tokens. And we pass the turn back. That's an Engineered Explosives off the top. See a lot of white card. I think I see Stone Brain. I think that's a Stone Brain in hand.
That could be big, but at the same time, we know that Fable of the Mirror Breaker is sometimes capable of winning the game on its own. If you have both of them, they both transform into quicker reflections. You can kind of do the copy this, copy that kind of trick at the end of turn. Have a bunch of copies for all your lands and just kind of firebolt the opponent out next turn.
Looks like we're going to go for an ending on the Fable here. We do have all 3 types because of that, due to that Hallowed Fountain. And we're going to cast Engine Explosives
That is
for
explosive,
0.
yeah.
There is a creativity in hand.
I think there is a Manatite in hand as well.
Is there?
I believe so.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Mm.
No, yeah, I think we're blowing this before combat. We don't want an extra treasure token to be made. It's going to also take away our 1/1 tokens, but not too much of a backbreaking effect for us. But now we're tapped out.
Oh, wow.
Now a dwarf token can be made, and
All
now
right.
creativity can be cast. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. And we've got
Where's
oh,
Solitude?
Solitude ditching the Murtide. Okay. 1 card left in hand. Big draw step. Another
That's
Solitude.
another Solitude, yeah.
And I think it's Solitude Murtide again. Remember, we've got the Eternalize of the dragon in the graveyard if you want to go that route. Oh no, I think it's Brainstorm actually. Brainstone. Stone Brain.
Okay.
Stone Brain. We are going to bring it back. Get yourself a 4/4 black dragon token.
What happened to the Season Pyromancer? Oh, it got exiled with Binding. Oh, okay, because
Yeah.
I was thinking, I think there's also maybe a Pyromancer in the graveyard, so you have a lot of plays available. A lot of creatures to make in the upcoming turns, but yeah, that got exiled, so.
Yeah. Interesting, there's no ways to get enchantments off the battlefield over on Nicholas's side besides Teferi Bounce. And we're going to see Lightning Bolt plus Ren and 6 deal with that 4/4 token. That's a land off the top. We're still not firing off the Stone Brain. I'm pretty sure that is what we've got in hand. I have been wrong before though, let's be honest. Here it is. I knew it was in hand. I can tell that art from anywhere. How does this resolve? See if I can get that one up on the screen for you. We see it show up a little bit in Pioneer. Not too much in Modern. Here it is for you. Talk us through this one.
The Stone Brain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. You can search the deck, take creativities. You can name Archon, which I think is maybe more reasonable because then you don't really have to play around Persist.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's see what we are naming here.
I think it's likely one of them.
I think it's creativities by the looks of it.
Oh.
But then the
Okay.
downside to this is we've seen how creativity is hard cast. I think the reason for naming creativity here, right, is in case after sideboarding we don't just have the Archons in the deck. We could potentially,
Yeah, what if there's like
Yeah.
a Sarah Emissary, or what if you have Atroxa, something like that. So
yeah, we've got an Iona and an Emrakul in the sideboard, so potentially they could have come in. Obviously, we don't know that. It still is a closed deckless tournament until the top 8. But now they will know. Now they've had a good look at the deck. They know what there's in there. They know what they're playing around. They've seen the hand. Here's a Strike It Rich, which leaves next turn we can hard cast this Archon if needs be. We are just making sure that the Stone Brain gets exiled. It does exile itself.
Yeah, so like this deck list thing, it goes both ways, right? You're playing a Boros deck, your opponent has, is visibly confused. What is exactly in your deck? How am I supposed to sideboard? But at the same time, you're activating the Stone Brain. It could have been better maybe in this situation to name Archon, but you don't know. Is there an Atraxa? Is there some other creature? Maybe I'll go for the safe play. Name creativity.
So we do have the Solitude still in hand. So if we do hard cast it, trigger on the stat, we can play the Solitude.
It's gonna be interesting to see like if Fabian draws a land here, and I think that would make it enough to hardcast the Archon. Do you go for it? Knowing
There's tides on the other side.
knowing the opponent is on mana tides, plus you have Ren and 6 in play, kind of getting you more lands every turn. I think it's pretty reasonable to wait.
And yeah, we are playing around it. We're not gonna go for the hard cast. Obviously, we've got the
And I like that. I
Den
think
of the Bugbear.
yeah, this is definitely the situation where, if I wait an extra turn, it's not really going to cost me anything.
And there is prismatic endings in Nicholas's deck, but you can't target these Leyline's Bindings being 6 mana. There just isn't enough color in the pie chart for that to be able to be an option. 4 mana. We're just looking. I think Leyline's Bind says non-land, so we can't target it. A treasure, a 1/1 Goblin token will also be made, coming along for the party. Den of the Bugbear is an old school D&D book, and that's where it comes from. A lot of that set has got a lot of flavor text when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, when I first saw those like special versions, like those like kind
Yeah, in
of
the
book
books.
versions, I was like, wait, is this a magic card? Am I getting pranked?
Looks like we're going to make a dwarf token and just trade with that goblin. Ren and 6 gets knocked down to 1. Bring it back. Just straight. Yeah, Ren and 6, get this land, put it back in my graveyard. I'm fetching.
That's so
I'm
much free
shocking.
value from the Ren and 6.
And now we've got enough to play around the mana tide. Even if we don't have it. And I think we're going to use
2 mana tides. I know there's only 1 land on tap for Nicholas, so.
So we're just going to let it resolve. We're going to discard the Fable. Untap. Didn't get a good look at what that was drawn, but there's definitely a Solitude still in hand. Oh, I think that might be an Oval. Oval? Evel? I can't pronounce the name of it. Oval. The all form off the top. Definitely look like a blue card. So I think we're going to let the Archon actually attack us, let the trigger happen, and then we're going to cast that and get a copy. So Archon, attack, trigger. We're going to go back and forth a little bit of life. We're going to draw a card, discard a card, and here it is. It enters the battlefield. Let's see if I can get that one up on the old screen for you. So talk us through this one. What happens when we discard this?
So Orville gets discarded. I think there's a trigger when that happens. So it goes to the graveyard. It triggers, and now, yeah, what cost me to discard? Oh, it was his Archon. That'd be a nice card to create a copy of.
Here we go. Get it on the screen for you all. So we do is discard, sacrifice a creature or planeswalker. So we choose to get rid of the Ren and 6 here.
Okay, so now the trigger resolves. Fabian can discard a card, but before blockers, I believe there is a Fire and Ice available.
Yep.
To tap down the copy.
But we go back and forth on life here, right? So we're going to gain 3 life. Our life totals just haven't changed yet.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to go back up to 9. Leyline's
There's also binding. Yeah, Fabian's end is full of really good cards.
We still got this Solitude as well in hand, remember?
Okay.
Yep, the token's going to go with binding. Jeez, back and forth, back and forth. Solitude comes down. And this is the only Archon we've seen so far as well. Remember that the creativities have been stone-brained out of the deck.
Yeah.
Solitude deals with this. We're going to gain a little bit of life. I feel like we want to get another stone brain down, get that target the Archon, get them out of the battlefield. Then the only real win con is going to be the Fables and potentially Ren 6 ultimates with bolts. Maybe some dwarfs coming across. So we're going to go Ren 6 into Ren 6, ping, ping.
Deal 1 damage, cast the other one, bin the old one, deal 1 damage again. Storm count to 70 and go.
Oh, it looks like we're in turns. Turn number 2.
Oh wow, yeah, that small dice. I almost didn't see it.
Yeah, see, well, I think the judge just put it in on 2.
Okay.
I don't think there was a dice there with the 1. So turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Exactly. So we've got 2 turns each now to try and close this game down. Going to be pretty hard ask for Nicholas, I think. Also, a draw is not good for either of these players to get into the top 8. Maybe a squeeze. We might be able to. We don't know the exact math here. There was a lot of players this weekend. 1,054 turned up to play, and 86 managed to make it into day 2. So everything to play for. Remember, we will be live streaming the top 8 announcement. So stick around after round number 15. And here comes a Blood Moon. Is wear and tear in hand, though, so not too crazy.
You can float some mana
Yeah.
in response, let the Blood Moon come into play, cast your wear and tear.
Interesting they stayed in, though. I think there might even be a Strike It Rich in the graveyard. So we're going to tap down the blue source and draw a card in response. Big draw step. I think if anyone can win, it's going to be Fab.
Oh, that was...
But
Wow.
the Archon is exiled.
Was there another one discarded earlier?
I don't think so. I think we've literally only seen one. And Prismatic Ending is going to deal with the Ren 6. Pass the turn back. Go to turn 3.
So Blood...
Yeah, hold on. Blood Moon is staying. Did we not have a white mana to float? Unless there is the Strike It Rich in the graveyard.
I think maybe... I don't know if there are white sources in play.
Yeah, maybe we didn't have a white source for it.
Maybe it was already tapped. Yeah, I can't really make the, make it out.
Okay.
What are the lands in play? Because they're all foil and special arts, and I'm not sure which Triumph is this one.
I think he just tried to put his card on his head. He's like, sure, you can go for an Archon if you want. Turn 5, we can't win. It looks like we're going to a draw for both these players. Okay, well, that was a hell of a game. That was a very back and forth game for both. I don't think anyone managed to take that down and win. So that both these players will be advancing to 11, 2, and 1, I believe.
I think that still keeps them alive.
You think it's still alive for it?
Should they win the next round? The last one, X2 and 1, definitely a record that you can make the top 8 with. So I think both players are still going to be alive, especially considering that they were playing at the top table, so their tiebreakers are probably pretty good. So yeah, we'll find out.
We're getting a lot of just one matches in the rounds that we're covering. A lot of good games. That Boris deck looks extremely fun. Welcome back to the loop, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will Hall. This is Martin Juza. Can we see if there's any more games left on the rounds left to play?
I'll take a look, yeah.
So obviously we're going to try and give you the least amount of downtime we can in between rounds. But if you are just tuning in, welcome. This is the Legacy European Tour. This is Modern Action. We have had a whole day of it yesterday, 9 rounds. If you missed it, go watch it on the VOD or it will be on the YouTubes. And we do have 6 rounds before we get a cut to that top 8.
Yeah,
That's it. That was the last game.
We already have standings after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we already
That
have
was pretty quick. They just put it in, and yeah, we have standings.
Well, we can talk about standings quickly. Who is our number 1 currently? Because I want to say his name more and more because he is from my home country.
So yeah, we got 2 players at 13 and 1. Presumably, if they haven't played each other, they can draw in. It is Ben Jones on creativity. We also have Marcus Leicht. I'm sorry if I pronounce any of the names incorrectly. 5-color elementals. That's surprising to me.
Well, that had the best conversion rate from day 1 to day 2. The best percentage of deck was the elementals deck. The most played deck in day 2 is this creativity deck.
Okay, number 3 ranked player is Emmanuel Gergensen. With the, I believe that's a creativity combo. X and 2. So
Okay.
some of these players, maybe they're going to be able to draw. You know, they have to look at the tiebreakers. Maybe they're going to be forced to play. So it depends. We have
That's our only 12 and 2 player. Everyone else is 11.
there's a lot of draws. We have Jonas Nika on Azoria's Hammer, David,
David.
Joachim.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
pronounce that.
X to 1. We have Nicholas B. I think that was the Boros player. Definitely looks like if Nicholas wins, he's going to be in. We have Fabian Winner, also good tiebreakers. So a win for him is likely locking up the top 8. We have Nikolai Anderson by. That's what the name says. X2 and 1 also likely in a win and in spot. And then we have a couple of X3 players. So it looks like if everything goes sort of like according to the plan, maybe X3 is not going to be enough to make it. But yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, we will find. It looks like the pairings have gone up. So that is going to be it from me and Martin. Next time you see us, we'll be in the top 8. Stick around for round number 15 where we're going to find out who is going to be able to secure their spot into the top 8. So see you all super shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Filipa and I'm here joined by Philip, and we are going to cast round 15 here on the Legacy European Tour Prague. The format is modern and it's the last round of Swiss. This is going to be the round that decides who makes top 8. And we have the information that only table 1 draw into top 8. Every other table is playing, so this is going to be very excited. The top 8 announcement will be insane, and as always after this round usually we do the top 8 announcement live, so you get to see these top 8 being announced live. And we are going to have very fun matches, not a lot of Murktites at all, but first let's take a look here at our prize structure. What are our players playing for? Top 32 gets invite for the regional championship
In Athens.
That's great. Top 64 already gets some money, so they go home, but at least they got some cash prize. But why do these players want top 8? Because top 8 not only gets the invite, they also get the flight and the accommodation to Athens in the summer, which is huge because we know a great part of these tournaments is the cost sometimes because you're traveling to a country that is not yours, so you have to pay for accommodation, flight. If you top 8, we got you covered. So this is one of the features we introduced in the last tournaments, and it's been great. Players have been really enjoying. So here, these players are really working hard for this flight accommodation and cash prize. Not only that, the players also get some ticks and cash. First place is going to walk away with $5,500. Second place, $3,000. And if you manage to get top 8, you get at least $800 plus all the cash prize plus qualification for the regional championship finals
Booster
in Athens, booster boxes, and you also get the flight accommodation we talked about.
Yep. So, yeah, stacked prizes. If you manage to top 8, go to Athens, paid for, hotel, flight, ticks, USD, boxes. Yeah, just so what you really do want to top 8. It is not the top 8 yet. We're playing round 15, and this round will decide who actually top 8s.
And now that we've covered what the prizes are, what is on stake, we are going to watch two players battle it out for this top 8. On the left side, we have Jonas playing Azorius Emmer, one of the most popular decks, but we haven't seen much of it, against Nicholas, who decided to bring Boros Obosh. We've talked about this deck here before, but what a great deck and a fringe deck that ended up making it, and Nicholas at 11, 12, and 1 with a great score. What do you think of these decks?
Yeah, so Boros Hammer, very well established deck, and I did expect a lot of Hammer. We didn't see it that much. But yeah, it's clearly having success fighting for the top 8. And we've got Boros Obosh, a deck that, well, nobody knows. And so Boros Obosh is all about Blood Moons, all about mana tithing and value 3-drops. So we will see how this game ends. Esper Sentinel versus Ragavan, we'll see how they match up. If Ragavan gets in, it's Jonas's decision whether to block or not. And from what we have seen, because I looked at the standings, I don't think it's mathematically possible for any Murktide to make the top 8. So chat, would you be happy if no Murktide made the top 8?
Can we get some Fs in chat from Murktide?
Yeah, but I actually think there is...
Ooh, let's go though. Look at that Emmer. Whoa.
Okay, bash you for 10 immediately. And now the Obosh player has to have some, not damage-based removal because it won't work. And I'm not sure there is. Oh, there is Prismatic. Okay, we're good.
And Nicholas suddenly, at 7 life, drawing for the second turn. Okay, I'm going to start my second turn now. And definitely need something.
So, yeah, so you've got two choices. You can exile the Ornithopter and leave the opponent with the Hammer. You could exile the Hammer and leave the opponent with the Ornithopter. And so it depends what you're playing around. Because if you leave them with the Thopter, you're dead to another equip. But if you leave them with the equip, you're probably dead to a Pure Steel Paladin. So that's a tough choice there. And so, yeah, I think our expectations with Murktide have been completely in a different place. Everybody expected, half the top 8 to be Murktide. Well, out of 100 people playing Murktide day 1, only 10 qualified for day 2, and out of the 10, none of them converted to the top 8. At least, again, we think they won't. Okay. So now we see Piosil Paladin. So the situation I said could happen. Now there could be a Blood Moon coming down, but Blood Moon doesn't really care about artifacts. But I guess if there were artifacts, Jonas would have already played them. So it is possible that Nicholas could feel free to slam the Blood Moon. But then again,
And what would Blood Moon imply here?
Blood Moon imply I don't have any interaction, and I just hope you don't draw anything relevant. And just as I said it, Jonas draws Stoneforge Mystic, which can find another hammer.
I really like the Hammer deck. It's one of the most popular decks. We've talked a lot about it in Modern. Recently has been one of the most popular aggro, any kind of combo-ish decks, right? Because your goal is to kind of combo-ish with the Hammer. First time I got it with the Hammer, it was really rough. I didn't know the deck, and I just was turn 1. I think I was playing Merfolk. It was like my first time playing Modern. And I'm like, okay, I don't block. They put 2 hammers and I lose. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what is this deck?
Maybe because you didn't have Mana Tithe, which Nicholas absolutely did have, and Mana Tithed or Mana Tithe, Jonas says Stoneforge Mystic. So now let's see what Nicholas can master. There are no fetches to find a basic plane, so if there is a Blood Moon, there won't be any white spells played probably in the nearest future. So it's a real decision for Nicholas how to navigate this game.
Yeah, and Mana Tide, such a great card.
Yep.
I think it's one of those cards that really doesn't really go with the color of the deck that you're playing. You don't associate a card like Mana Tide with white.
Yep.
But it works really well. And I like when they do that and allows you to play certain colors but still have answers that usually you couldn't have.
It certainly catches people off guard, right? Like nobody expects a counter spell out of a white deck. And I mean, if you get caught by it game 1, well, you will be playing around the game 2. And at that point, it might already be sided out. And Nicholas bolting Pure Steel Paladin. And now, Jonas, not with much. However, a single hammer can still get the job done if equipped to Yogmoth Nexus.
And Nicholas down at 3. That's scary.
Oh, another Pure Steel. But that doesn't do anything yet because there are no artifacts. So there is only the hammer. Yogmoth can turn into an artifact, but that's still 2. So we are off Metalcraft.
And
I
why
don't-
do you think Nicholas chose to bring this Obosh deck here today?
I think the main reason is that he has played it a lot. And I don't see any other reason. I would be surprised if he intentionally made this deck for this tournament. I would say that he's an Obosh enjoyer. He likes red-white mid-range decks, and he just said, yeah, I mean, I know this deck best. Let's play it. So we actually have Blood Moon coming down, and despite the fact that there is an Arid Mesa, which could fetch a white source, right, going down to 2, he doesn't do it. The main reason is that he would die to Pure Steel Paladin.
And that
So,
is the Blood Moon that you talked about.
Yeah.
But Nicholas is at 1 life.
And
3 life.
Stoneforge off the top like a professional. Yep.
And that basic plane really coming in handy against the
Yeah. Oh. Cheeky.
Shadow Spear is enough, right? 3. That's enough. Giving
Okay.
+1/+1.
Bonk, bonk.
And
And
Nicholas
you're
is
done.
gone. So we are going to have here game number 2. Game 1 ended in 7 minutes. So that's
Yeah.
pretty quickly what we expect with these decks, right? So can we take a look here at the sideboards of our players and the deck lists? So let's take a look here to see what they can side in. So we have Azorius Hammer first. So what do you think of this list? How is it different than other Emmer players? And what do you think of sideboard against here, the Obosh?
The big question is, how is Jonas familiarized with what the Obosh player is doing? And I assume the answer is not much, because it's very difficult to predict what could come. He saw Blood Moon and White interaction. This is probably what he's going to base his decisions off of. And basing off of them, he could play, for example, more Spell Pierce and Blacksmith skill as a protection spell, potentially Sanctify on Vec because he saw red, and Lightning Bolt. But Sanctify on Vec is then on the flip side pretty bad against Prismatic Ending, Leyline Binding, and other stuff. Okay, Leyline Binding isn't to be expected from a Blood Moon deck, but Prismatic Ending, absolutely. Maybe March of Otherworldly Light. So I think Spell Pierce, Blacksmith skill, and maybe like Baranton Forge Tender potentially.
And let's hear the sideboard for our other player, Boros Temple, also known as Boros Obosh here. What do you think of this list?
Yeah, so the list, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, this. I think this is actually just red-white scam. I think this is just scam, because you get to Fury or Solitude turn 1 with Ephemerate. You've got Mana Titan, Blood Moon. I mean, if this isn't scam, I don't know what is.
Is this scam? Chat, yes or no?
This is literally red-white scam.
So,
And I need chat to confirm it.
what do you think of the sideboard, though, against the Emmer player? Because I'm not seeing a bunch of things. I mean, you have explosives.
Okay.
What else?
Yes, I can see some yes in chat. Totally scam. Yes, thank you very much. And the sideboard contains pretty good tools. Engineered explosives, excellent. Historically, has been excellent against Hammer. Can destroy, the Cigaras 8 for 1, Hammer for 1, Giver of Runes, Esper Sentinel, and a bunch of other stuff if played for X equals 1. I don't think Teferi will come in because it's quite clunky, but it could maybe come in instead of something else because it's still a piece of interaction.
And let's move on here to the gameplay. Our players are shuffling in, and while they do so on sideboard, let us know, chat, which deck are you rooting for here? And also, don't forget to hit the follow button, because it really helps out the stream grow. Let us know if you're enjoying. We always love to see some positive comments. And yeah, just give us your feedback. We always try to improve the streams, and we love having paper Magic back, and we know Modern is such a popular format.
Yeah, I've been enjoying this stream immensely, both as a caster and as a person who's just watching the stream, because, when I'm off, I'm watching it anyways. I want to see what's happening. I want to see those great games. Thank you, Gasiciel 112.
You have a fan here.
Yes. A member of the community seems to like me. I appreciate that. And so, players are shuffling up. Oh, there was one person. Yeah, there was one person who assessed our height based off of a picture. There is a person on Twitter, like literally today, posted our picture from like the today's day 2 picture from the beginning of the day, and they assessed by looking at the picture how tall we are, and they said I am 172 centimeters and I'm 170, so they were pretty close. They said you are like 155 ish.
I'm 157. Who
Right.
took 2 centimeters out of me? Don't do that.
Yes.
I need all the centimeters I can get. I mean, if you give me more, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm literally a minion. Martin is like 195. So next to Martin Juza, I literally look like a minion.
Cute. Thank you, Mr. Simba, for the kind words. We're trying our best to keep you entertained, chat. And we also love what we're doing, so makes it that much easier. Thank you, Karadros87.
Yeah, we are just here having some band conversations while our players shuffling in. We are waiting for game number 2. Game number 1 was taken by Jonas here very quickly on Hammer time. And as our players shuffling in and get ready, don't forget this is the winner in for top 8. And top 8 gets not only the invite for the regional championship finals in Athens, they also get flight and accommodation.
Yeah. So, I'm glad we're having a nice chat. We're reading every message, so If you want to tell us something, we see it. We might not respond, but we see it. So now players are just finishing shuffling up. So I hope like in the next 30 seconds. Okay, actually at 43 minutes we finished the previous game. Now it's 37. So they've been shuffling and sideboarding just as long as the game took, which is kind of funny.
Where is Burn? Actually, we haven't seen Burn, which why do you think decks like Burn, even like powerless, we haven't seen much of it lately?
So Godin Horde, if that makes you feel better, there is a prowess, like full foil prowess deck. I think either fighting for the top 8 or for top 16, but I haven't seen any Burn. And one of the reasons that people side very often is that, first of all, it doesn't have the tools to compete with all these powerful decks right now. And the second, maybe most important, it hasn't really got any upgrades. All those decks get upgrades here and there, but not Burn.
And here we have a strong start for our Hammer player. Engineer Explosives for Nicholas, and that's very good, entering with 1 counter. That's going to be able to help Nicholas deal with this Hammer deck, but Urza Saga.
So we got a question about bad Murktide's conversion rate. Yeah, so depends how you look at it, because Murktide was 10% day 1 and also 10% day 2, so it kind of maintained representation. But yeah, out of 100 players, only 10 converted. I think maybe just like people play Murktide or just copy it of Goldfish and decide to play it, which might not be the best decision because it just requires expertise. You can lose on those tiny edges. You have so many decisions with surveys and considers. So I think it doesn't carry people as much as they think it would.
So here we have Saga Trigger getting Construct. And does Nicholas have an answer for that?
Yeah, that's a very good question because, EE on 1 is nice, but you have to beat like, 2 4/4s to 5/5s and they grow every single turn.
Yeah, those tokens right now are definitely being really scary. But this deck, Borozobosh, didn't get here without answers for this kind of deck. So let's see what is able to pull out.
I wouldn't be surprised if the general answer for Urza Saga is just Bloodmoon, but once the tokens come in, you just have to play, for example, Solitude with Ephemerate to get rid of it. And to be fair, right now Solitude plus Ephemerate would do the job pretty well.
And what do you think the Urza Saga is going to get?
Probably Hammer. Just force the issue. You could find a 0 to play around the E on the table. But like depends on what zeros they have, and I assume it's like Ornithopter or Memnite. So I think I'd much rather just try to bonk now for plus 10 damage than get an Ornithopter that survives. Conversion rates. Rhinos, the 3-color Rhinos had a bad conversion, but the 4 and 5-color ones had pretty good. Creativity had a very good conversion because it was 5% of day 1 and it's 23% of day 2.
So I actually saw a tweet about conversion rates, and I think the deck with the most conversion rate at like 28%, but it also didn't have many copies. Let me get those facts for you all. So thank you, by the way, Anna Hell. I'm going to give here the shout out on Twitter, Yahi Anna Hell, because I think they were the ones that did this conversion rate table. 5 colors elemental at 28.6%, which was the highest conversion rate, but only had 7 copies on day 1 and 2 on day 2. I think the most impressive one is Creativity, because at 60 copies on day 1 and 14 on day 2, that means 23.3% conversion rate, which is huge because that's a much broader number of decks to analyze, since it had a lot day 1. And Murktide at 104 decks day 1 and only 10 day 2 at a 9.6% conversion rate, which is actually really low.
I am particularly interested in the fact that Creativity converted so well, even though all those decks now play Hallowed Moonlight, play Engineered Explosives, like all of those decks have Orvar. So that's pretty surprising considering those facts.
And just for a comparison, because I think this is very interesting, Creativity is at 60 copies on day 1, and Rhinos, Temur Rhinos, at 58. So very close, right? But on day 2, out of the 60 Creativity decks, we are seeing 14 that made day 2. But out of 58 Temur Rhinos on day 1, only 3 made day 2. So can you see the difference? 60, 14, 58, 3. So that's a very big difference. Temur Rhinos only having 5.2% conversion rate. But 4-colors Rhinos, though, having 25%. So why do you think the 4-color did so much better than the Temur version?
I think Modern right now is all about the flexible white interaction, leyline binding, and this is what the different mana base provides you with. Right, so when we say conversion rates, we mean, okay, we had some decks in day 1, so that's the first thing, and we are analyzing how many of those day 1 decks converted to make day 2. So that's the thing. But yeah, Scam, I'm not sure what Scam's conversion rate is, but I don't think any is playing for the top 8. So, for all the people who hate Scam and Murktide, well, this top 8 is going to be a treat for you to watch. So now we've got Solitude staying in the battlefield, having previously decimated the battlefield thanks to Ephemerate, and now we just got a God Honest Fable of the Mirror Breaker making a Shaman token. Animating Yogmoth Nexus, yep. Wow. It's just over. So, okay, we welcome to the Bonk Town. The game is over. I mean, we blinked. The game is over. Nicholas tapped out for Fable. He wasn't holding up engineered explosives. Dead. Just dead to Yogmoth Nexus killing in one swing.
And there is Azorius Hammer taking this game very fairly quickly against Nicholas. 2-0, we are going to have Azorius Hammer here in the top 8, I think.
Most probably.
Most probably.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, don't quote us on that.
Don't quote us.
But it's in the best possible position to try to be in the top 8. We will see how many X2 and 1 squeeze in.
And we have a backup feature match. So let's see if we can go to our other table.
Yeah, we still have about half an hour to go. So we have plenty more Magic to watch, no worries.
So let's see what we have in our backup table. Just a moment so our judges get things ready, and it looks like we just catch up between games. So
yeah, it seems like they're literally just starting game 2, and it's blue-white control versus 5-color elementals.
And while they get things ready, a cut to us. So what did you think of these Azorius? It was fast.
Yes, Hammer. I mean, just this is what a deck does.
It was Hammer time.
It was Hammer time. It bonked, it won, it infected, and the Boros player had engineered explosives, but they felt the need to expand on the battlefield, just progress the game plan, not just be afraid all the time and hold up explosives. And it was a lethal decision. He could maybe pass the turn, blow up the explosives preemptively to get rid of Sigarda's 8, and then deploy their own threat. And
really excited here for these games. We have the game on the backup feature match being prepared, and in the meantime, let us know if you have any questions. What decks are you enjoying to watch here at Prague? And such a beautiful city. Have you ever been in Prague before?
I know I hadn't been in Prague, but yesterday and 2 days ago I was cruising through the city, very happy, drinking beer, eating burgers, eating some garlic soup and other delicious things, braised ribs. Oh my god, I mean, delicious food. Just delicious.
Delicious food, amazing magic. We had over 1,000 players yesterday. The venue is filled today. A lot of people playing side events. A lot of people enjoying the venue.
The venue is literally like it's full. It's full. Like now, the day 2 is played by 80 people. Just 80 people. But side to side, it's full.
And we had a cap on the Classic Qualifier today, which is limited at 254 people, and it maxed out like Friday, so...
Yep, exactly. So we had over 1K players in the main event, day 1.
Yeah, and we are now on day 2. This is the last round of Swiss, and then we will have a cut to top 8. We will show you the top 8 live. So right now we are entering here in mid-match. We have Azorius Control up a game against 5 Colors Elementals.
Yeah, so it is 5 color, it is Elementals, it is Keruga, and the player is none other than Respect the Cat, who you might know from his streams or just online results. He's a well-known Keruga enjoyer.
And look at this Risen Reef with Risen Reef. This card just works so well.
Oh, Solitude pitching Hallowed Moonlight. And so, if you see the results, I think if Marcus is actually 13-1, it is possible, because Marcus would like a draw. But if he's playing as a person who's 11-1, well, they don't want a draw, because David is actually playing for the top 8 if he wins. So they have to play. Now, if Marcus loses, he should be in anyways. So Marcus isn't really that scared. He's playing for the top 8 seed. But David is playing to be in it.
I really enjoyed these Elementals deck. But Azorius Control doing very well here all over tournament. We saw, I think it was Arne playing this deck. Am I right?
Azorius Control, yes.
Yeah.
Arne Huschenbeth played Blue-White. Blue-White is making some waves, you know? It is here and there. And so all the Blue-White enjoyers, the deck isn't dead yet.
You know, one card that I wish it played Modern, it's Hydra's Crisis. I just like, you know...
Is what?
Hydra's Crisis?
Oh, Hydrot Crisis. Yeah,
Crisis,
Hydrot Crisis. Yeah.
Because, I don't know, like, I just feel with so much counter magic, something that gives you a benefit on the cast.
Yep. Actually, there was a moment where Titan started playing Hydrot Crisis because of Murktide and because of Counterspell, which led to stuff like, you know, Hydrot Crisis X equals 5, let's go.
So here, David tried to force of negation the Fable, but Marcus did have Mystical Dispute. Don't forget we are post-sideboarding because this is game number 2. Being able to Mystical Dispute the Force of Negation, Fable of the Mirror Breaking Resolving, making a token, and things are looking really good for Marcus here, being able to build up that mana base, having already Risen Reef, Fable of the Mirror Breaker on the board, but now only having 1 mana up.
Yeah, I fully agree. David is up a game, but this game looks very much in the Marcus's favor. Now, we know the glare is powerful, but please remember that this player plays full foil decks, which really doesn't help adjusting the lighting.
Yeah, it's really difficult when we have the foil decks. Yeah, just the bling is too much.
Yep. And somebody mentioned winning for Marcus isn't irrelevant because it decides the seed you're on, and you want to be on the play if possible.
When we have here Omnad, attacking, making a treasure token. So now every land that you play gives you a benefit. First land that you play 4 life, second land that you play gives you 4 mana, and third land that you play in a turn deals 4 damage.
Yeah, and this deck looks quite impressive, and I've seen plenty of 4-color decks, but they usually don't play Keruga, and the question might be, why don't they play Keruga? Well, there is one card that is really key and doesn't meet Keruga's condition, and that's Renin 6. There are some other cards, like maybe Prismatic Ending, but yeah, Renin 6. But Marcus says, I don't need Renin 6, I'd rather have Keruga, and it is serving him very, very well. the decklist will be live probably in a few hours from now.
So we are going to have game 3 here. Can we have a look at a player's sideboards? So here we have 5-color elemental by Marcus. And what do you think of the sideboard? As you said, Karuga there as the companion, and you told me this is Respect the Cat, right?
Yeah.
So I've heard this name a lot. I think a lot of fans of this streamer. So let's respect the cat playing
Yeah.
the elementals. And we saw the Mystical Dispute game 2, right? So obviously Marcus decided to include this here against Azorius Control. It's a great card. What else do you think it's going to be played?
Yeah, so I think in this sideboard you just want the dispute and the fawn. Nothing else is interesting. Force of Negation could kind of be a way to get around the opponent binding, but you've got your own binding. Murderous Cut and Vindicate, you don't need removal, and Endurance doesn't do much. You could maybe side in Endurance mainly as an instant speed threat, so that's one maybe a reason to do it. Vindicate could get sided in as a way to get maybe maybe get a land destruction spell on turn 3, or get rid of a planeswalker that's on the battlefield. But mainly, I think Dispute, Fawn are the ones you want to see, especially that you're playing Dead Gone, and that's pretty bad in the matchup.
And one thing that I really love is that, for example, Karuga works really well with Mystical Dispute, right? Because Mystical Dispute, although usually you cast it for 1 mana, it's effectively a 3 mana spell, so you can use it while using Karuga. So that's
Yep.
a sweet interaction. Also, like, for a second there was Murderous Cut, and I was like, Murderous Cat? And he's like, is it because respect
Yep.
the cat? No, but it's a Murderous Cut.
Split cards like Fire Eyes and Dead Gone, they also meet the Karuga's condition, so we're all good there.
And now we are having a look here at Joaquim, David Joaquim. Is this
I
it's
think
almost like a Portuguese name, but a bit different.
Yeah.
David
I think it's Joachim maybe even.
Joachim? Okay, let's say David. It's easier.
David Joachim.
I don't want to butcher anyone's name. And I have our Italian crew laughing here at me. What do you think of this sideboard? We have Supreme Verdict, Force of Negation, Hallowed Moonlight, March. We have Flutterstorm, Explosives, Chalice of the Void, Temporary Lockdown, Blood Moon, and Dress Down.
Okay, so there is so much happening here. First of all, this is a blue-white control deck with Narset and Days Undoing. That's not something we see a lot. So, yes, this is a Splinter Twin situation, let's just say it out loud. Narset plus Days Undoing, but on top of that, it's a Blood Moon deck. So it has 3 planes. We don't see blue-white control with 3 planes. And the combination of Blood Moon and the Narset angle is pretty interesting because Narset requires blue-blue. There's also Gaia Reach Sanitarium for Narset and Blood Moon. So looks very much very ambitious, but it has been working out for David.
And we have players shuffling in. Don't forget, now David on the play. I want to say this player last name, but I saw in chat 3 people giving 3 different ways to pronounce it. Maybe
Yeah.
Joaquim?
I think it's Joachim, and oh my god, has been called. Wow. Shadow of Doubt on turn 2. Force of Negation.
But we have a Force of
Whoa.
Negation.
Wow. What? This is literally all in response to the first fetch of Respect the Cat. Oh my god. What just happened?
And this is modern for you all.
Yep. That was an insane exchange. And I think that David might just have Blood Moon in the sideboard for this matchup. So who knows? Maybe Marcus probably just passes because it's Karuga deck, so that he has no 2 drops as effectively. And David just says, okay, slam Blood Moon. And this could be it.
Do we have Blood Moon? So here, fetching, maybe another Triumph.
Yeah, the lands for David right now are basic island steam vents. So the next fetch could just find planes, and we're good to go. And now Respect the Cat fetches in the main phase, afraid of another Shadow of Doubt. Nice.
Do we have Blood Moon? I don't think so. I don't see it. I don't see it, so I think Marcus is safe here.
Yeah, everything was lined up to do it. With that Arid Mesa potentially finding a planes. So let's see what's played. Nothing is played. Keruga to hand. Oh, they're ready for a longer game. We will let the team know that Shadow of Doubt should be exiled because it was forced of negationed. And in the meantime, while we're letting the backstage know,
Might not make an impact, but better tell the judges.
yeah, I mean, it could make an impact, for example, because now Days Undoing shuffles back cards from the graveyard, right? So it shouldn't shuffle in Shadow of Doubt. But yeah, it shouldn't make a massive impact. Like if you're redrawing Shadow of Doubt on turn 7, that shouldn't be that big of a deal. So now we see a Shark Typhoon, a 1/1 creature bashing in. Marcus again passing the turn, so it looks like a very draw-go-ish.
Yeah, and usually that happens against kind of control-ish decks, which both of these tend to be, even though elementals have more creature-based component, but still.
And I'm very happy to see that we've got 1.7k viewers today. So we peaked yesterday at like 1.5, and now we're already over the yesterday's peak. So maybe we'll get to 2k today. Who knows?
And where are you watching us from? What country?
Yeah. Is there anybody in Asia, in America, or mostly Europe?
Brazil. I think Brazil must be waking up.
Polish people probably just having dinner now. Oh. I mean, I can see like all the countries I can imagine. Polska Górą, of course, yeah. Prague, USA. Brazil, Italy. UK, Canada. Oh my god, Tennessee, US.
What is this? Oh, look at the vid here. Just casting that Solitude.
Yeah. So while we are talking, and I mean, and chat is still going. Chat is still going. Uruguay, Sweden, Argentina. And while we're talking about these things, we had Risen Reef played, get Solituded, and then Solitude get Leyline bound. Now, oh, Narset, let's go, let's go.
I really like Narset. I wish it played more. It works really well against Omnad, right? Because then you're not able to draw that second card
It shuts off Fable's second chapter.
as well. Yeah.
It turns off, for example, against against the
Reason.
Fairy.
The fairy, but Reason Reef doesn't work, right?
No.
Because it's not a draw.
Yeah, so Reason Reef works as intended, but it blanks Teferi. Against creativity, it blanks maybe Prismari Command. So it does have applications. You know, you can't, for example, as Murktide, play Consider main phase, or on your own turn. So there are multiple applications, actually. Now, there is a downside. It is 3-mana permanent, but it seems to have worked. And now we see Leyline binding on our set. David says, no problem, I got a card out of it anyways.
And here are players considering all the options that Narset definitely had to go. And we have Reason Reef here. Let's look at the top card.
Yeah, generating a bit of value there.
I really like this card, but it looks like we have a Dress Down in response. Dress Down, the V drawing a card, drawing card for the turn, a land.
Yeah, so the blue-eyed player is getting quite tricksy with all these things. You know, Dress Down blanking Risen Reef, Solitude on the Risen Reef, just thwarting all the card advantage that could possibly be generated. And remember that we have got the dynamic which I have talked about multiple times this weekend, which is Teferi Obu Seiju or Leyline binding interacting with the previous leyline binding, and this is what we see right now. Counterspell. So we don't see any Blood Moons, we don't see any Days Undoing, which we could have, but there aren't here. But now we've got a Counterspell up, Counterspell anything that's played, and look further 4 cards down with another Narset activation.
Yeah, and now we not only you have the Narset passive that doesn't let you draw the second card for the turn, you also have the Fairy's passive that you cannot cast instant spells. So in instant speed, you have to cast them in sorcery. So
yeah, we will let the backstage know that there may have been a missed draw of the Fairy Time Raveler, but while that's happening, we're back into the game. So Risen Reef, tapped Hallowed Fountain. And let's see how we progress from this position. Now Keruga also is Keruga also works not advantageously with a Narset on the battlefield. Okay, it seems like the info from us got through to the backstage.
so Judge now there.
So we will see what happens. We let them know, and now they might work out if or if not there was the draw. Now that draw isn't optional. It's just something that has to happen. So I would assume that David just draws a card here. There wouldn't be any, rewinds.
And both of these planeswalkers are from War of the Spark, right?
Yes. And I think they were very popular previously in Blue-White Control because yeah, you play this kind of prison style deck. You've got your elementals. Yeah, so right now, the situation is being investigated, and judges are actually just manually counting through the cards to analyze whether the card from Teferi was or wasn't drawn. And then we'll see if we have to take any action. I would assume the action taken, if taken, would be let the Teferi play a draw because it cannot be missed. It's not like a missed trigger where the opponent can decide whether it goes on the stack or not. It happened, and it just didn't happen fully.
And as soon as we know, we will get back to the match. But in the meantime, you have to see our faces, which don't shine as much as these foils. We are going to take a look now on table number 1. It looks like we have some backup feature match.
Yeah, we don't want to keep you waiting too much because there is more magic to be watched. Now, typically judges do not look at the video coverage. They try to naturally solve the issue. And here we see right. So don't look at the names and the decks and the scores. Let's enjoy the games.
Let's just enjoy the games until we go back to our other feature match. It's just to have something back on while we are waiting. And looks like we are entering in a tricky situation here. Ran and 6 at 3. We have the Fairy Time Raveler. We have some treasure tokens created. I see reflection of Kikijiki.
Yeah, so this board state is indeed wild. We've got the mirror of creativity. And again, something we have talked about multiple times, leyline binding dynamics, right? I play binding on something. Well, you can bind something back. And it basically falls down like a house of cards. So let's take a look at what might be happening right there. We've got on the left, Reflection Teferi Ren. On the right, nothing. So I would say the player on the left is indeed advantaged here.
And I think is advantaged especially because of that token. Look how pretty it is.
Yeah, this is a very cute token indeed.
So I'm love these kind of tokens. They are just so cute. And the board state is really complicated here. I think our player on the left might be about to win at any moment. We don't have the life totals.
Okay, so arranging the lands, arranging, rearranging them. 3 mana, maybe like a Fable. Okay, the Fable is on the stack there, yeah. So Fable. Respect, the card did not win, but didn't lose either. We've got a judge call there.
So to catch up, for those of you that were a bit distracted or just joined in, what happened is that we had a judge call because there was a miss triggered on the fairy. A card should have been drawn and it wasn't. It's not a May ability, so the judge is checking, rewinding, making sure, counting the cards, trying to figure out if there was or not a draw from the fairy. While that happened, we are just switching here to this game, just having a look. Nothing is updated, live totals, names, because it's just a quick fix while we are waiting, but we will be back to the other match as soon as we can between the Vid and Respect the Cat.
Yeah, now we've got 7 minutes left, so we are not sure even if the match can conclude. But on the flip side, remember that 7 minutes refers to the whole hall of people, not the feature matches, because before the games begin, we have to set them up, and they get usually like 5-ish minutes extra because of that.
And here, let us know what deck would you bring to this tournament. Looks like creativity being really popular today, making a big percentage of conversion to day 2. What would you bring? I would bring Domain Zoo.
Not Merfolk?
Or Merfolk. I don't know. We are going back now. Looks like the judge call was resolved and we are getting back really soon to the other table.
Cody, we have 15 rounds total for day 1 and day 2 together, counting together, and we've got 1,000 people playing the main event.
So here we are getting back to table number 2. We see Teferi at 1 counter, Narset Parter of Veils 3 counters. We see a Spirit, or token, I think it maybe is from Shark. And the other side we have Reason Reef and the Fairy
on the stack.
So in response, looks like,
yeah, and the final outcome is indeed there was no draw of the Fairy, and so the fix was the player drew from the Fairy. So a pretty simple fix. But
the Fairy now resolving. David was able to deal with that Reason Reef. I think there was a Solitude.
Yeah. And now we've got Narset activation. Let's see if there is that Day's Undoing. I think that's Jace the Mind Sculptor, but there was a Blood Moon drawn. So Blood Moon isn't excellent because Teferi can minus on it. So Blood Moon doesn't really shut off the game. I can see beautiful Colonnade pulled up to the front.
I love Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Oh,
one of these cards that have survived for so many years. You know what card I miss though in this deck? Snappy.
Oh, don't tell me about it. Snapcaster Mage is my favorite creature, easily.
Who loves Snapcaster Mage? Let us know if you are a Snappy fan.
Like, the thing is that you can play Snapcaster in so many different decks. You could play more aggressive shell, more control-y shell. And between those control shells, you could be maybe more Grixis with this card, blue-white with white removal. Could be blue-red with bolts, like, it could be played in, like a Kiki-Jiki Pestamite deck, which I did play a lot. It could be played with Through the Breach, which I also did play a lot. So we'll see how this...
Oh, Blood Moon!
Right, so now we see Teferi, Narset, Jace, and Blood Moon.
You can always Teferi minus the Blood Moon, right?
Yeah, that is true. But the opponent still has to deal with Jace, Teferi, and Narset. And they don't draw because of Narset.
Oh, that's true. And here it's Narset doing the job. But now we do have a way to deal with Narset. We couldn't deal before because our lands were all mountains. But yeah, so Omnad while we can.
Yeah, drawing a card because Narset is no longer on the battlefield.
But we need an answer for that Blood Moon. And maybe, is there any basic on this deck that we can fetch?
Now we're fetching a Shockland, and I think there was a Fire Ice in hand. So you can also fire the small Teferi.
Oh,
I mean,
that is a basic. Okay, so we have a basic planes. So now at least Marcus is going to have access. Not, but now
Oh, Karuga. Oh my god.
things are getting a bit tricky.
1, 2, 3, 4. Draw 4 cards now.
Oh, and with Narset gone, Marcus being able to draw all these cards. Fury.
And the Fury. Oh, 3 and 1.
Oh, just getting
Wow.
rid, and it looked like
What
David
a
at
turn.
Respect the Cat locked, but things change very quickly.
I
And
mean-
now Blood Moon doesn't do much.
Like, literally, Control was losing. And now, Control was winning by a mile. Now it's losing by a literal mile back. So, very swinging game, back and forth for both players. What a turn indeed. So there could be maybe like Supreme Verdict into Blood Moon or something to try to solve this problematic situation.
But the thing is that Blood Moon is great, of course, but now if you're able to draw multiple cards, Omnat is also going to get you access to other mana, because your second land of each turn, it gives you 4 mana.
Yeah, but you can't fetch on the
But
Blood
you cannot
Moon.
fetch, yeah.
But now we see, okay, Blood Moon, Supreme Verdict into Fury killed a fairy. Okay, anything can happen now, I think. There is like double counter spell in hand. So I think Joachim will just take Kahira now.
And now this is a creature fight on both control decks.
Yup, a creature fight and elemental fight as well.
Oh, that's true. And I'm sure Respect the Cat would love to have Karuga on the side, pumping the elementals.
Yeah, Kahira.
Kahira, sorry. He does have Karuga.
But now Marcus isn't doing much, but neither is David, and David has to draw something. He's just holding up counterspell. Oh, a third counterspell.
Counterspell.
So now he has to just slowly start chomping Fury, which is not a winning proposition. I think that was a white spell, which is not relevant because there's a wall of counter magic.
What is that blue land on the left? Is that a...
Planes. Oh, planes from Infinity, I think.
No, from the Vid side.
Oh, land, double counter spell, and shake the hand. And Marcus just says, oh, Narset off the top. David can't believe it. And he's out of the top 8 contention.
Oh,
Marcus,
that was such a game.
Respect the Cat, 14. Oh, he's angry. He's not happy about the situation.
Yeah, and also, like, you had the 7/7 land, but you had Blood Moon, so you could not activate
Yeah.
it. So
That's
your the case that your own Blood Moon is messing up with you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation which we had multiple times. Blood Moon can destroy the opponent's plan, but it can also mess up your own.
And that is not the first time we see here, and it looks like it's a game for Respect the Cat, and we probably will see more of him later on, if he does make it to top 8.
Right, so now we're into a creativity mirror, another match playing, and another match playing for the top 8. So now we can assume that creativity is going through to the top 8, but one is piloted by Nikolai and the other by Fabian.
And this is game 3. We are entering mid-game, but I would give the advantage to the player that has Ren and 6 on 5 counters.
Yep, precisely. One player has lands, the other player has lands. One player has Ren and the other doesn't. Well, there is no... It's not equal. It's clearly not equal. We can see some content creators in chat. Hello, Doomwake. Very well known name in the community. Actually had a pure modern tournament yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, won by Turbo Druid.
Yeah, and being a modern tournament, we see a lot of these names of MTG online.
Yeah, Jarvis
Showing
Yu
up.
as well. Yes, hello to all the streamers, all the players. And let's see, the play on the left, Ren, double token, Fable. The play on the right, Teferi coming down.
And Fabian, Winner is the last name.
Well, we will see because Nikolai's is buy. So let's see if it is a buy and Fabian becomes a winner because of that.
Ah, that.
So that's a double word play, if you may. Discard 2, draw.
Doom Awake showing that Ash Leasley spin.
Yeah.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think is going... I mean, not who you think, but what deck do you prefer? 5-color creativity or 5-color creativity?
Oh,
We'll
that's a
let
good
you
question.
choose.
One for the first option and 2 for the other one. If you'd like to vote. I personally prefer 5-color creativity. Solid deck, very well represented. So
Well, I kind of disagree with you. I think 5-color creativity is objectively better.
well, I guess if you look at the numbers, these are pure facts. And now I can see a lot of people prefer the winner instead of the buy. And we have Prismary Command dealing with a Goblin Shaman. Draw 2. Now, there is no Narset in play now. Different match. So drawing 2 is perfectly legal.
Oh, and we see Archon in the bin. That Archon has a cool alternative art,
Yeah,
but
it's like
I
catch.
don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it being in the graveyard certainly does not constitute enough. And Red on 6, Teferi on 5, Fable on 2. Well.
Looks like they are true to their names.
Yes. We will milk this joke for as long as this match is going on.
And it's a joke, please, Nikolai. I'm joking. I don't think you're a buy. Obviously, very respectable at 11-1.
Yeah, thank God you said it. Now you're not getting sued by Nikolai. We're safe. And now Ren goes up to 7, threatening the ultimate. The blue-white player did not win. Respect the Cat won at 14-1. And we will have a top 8 announcement live from the booth.
Yeah, you usually do those. I know people enjoy to see these live top 8 announcements.
And it's really not clear who gets in and who's out, because we've got multiple X2 and 1, so anything can happen. Okay, untap for Nikolai. And let's see what happens here. Fabian has a full grip, and I see a bunch of lands. I see an Archon, but I think I also see double Flusterstorm. So it's going to be pretty tough to play through all of that. And all the Hallowed Moonlights, not really effective at dealing with Ren and 6 Teferi. They still have got 1 minute left to conclude this match.
So we have Teferi on the stack. Does Fabian have any answer? It looks like that's a Spell Pierce, but Nikolai able to pay the 2. Is there any follow-up? I think there's another Spell Pierce.
Well, even if there isn't any follow-up, it's enough because Nikolai is tapped out. So,
But now you bounce a Leyline. You get your Leyline back.
Where?
What is happening?
I'm not really sure. So, well, I think they bounced Leyline to be able to use Leyline.
But then the opponent can use Leyline on the Leyline.
Yes, anyway. So, if you take... So, yes, you reset the counters on Ren, but then Fabian can Leyline back and unlock the Ren anyways. So, yes, it bought you a bunch of turns which might be relevant because they were going to time. But if both players are 11-2 and 1 and they are to draw, I wouldn't be surprised if either player concedes to the other.
It looks like the table is shaking up a bit. Nervous at this match.
Yep. And again, now they've got probably like 20 seconds left. Oh no, we're already in turns, I think. Yeah.
So there is the dice representing turns. It would be kind of ironic if winner versus bye both got a draw.
Yeah, I mean, this would be actually yes. This is the finale of this long dragged out joke. But I would probably expect like 1 to 3 copies of creativity in the top 8.
And somebody's asking, what about the fairy? Can they cast binding when both players have the fairy on the board? If you do it at sorcery speed, right?
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to do it immediately. You can just untap and then do it. So, no rush.
I mean, there's kind of a rush, but
I mean, yeah. Of course, there is actual like a real-time rush.
as our opponents are now on turns.
Yeah, and now we see mana being tapped, and
Is that an Archon being
yep,
cast?
we'll see a bang banger flying boy come down. Trigger. Oh no, deciding against it. And then in the end opting for it. So, Archon trigger.
And Kiki Jiki is online, so you can copy the Archon, I think, right?
I'm not sure if it has summoning sickness.
Ah, maybe it does.
So now we draw a card. Discard Hallowed Moonlight. I mean, yep. That's a bit too late for that. Dress down drawn.
And here...
Pass the turn. And Kiki Jiki is online from the next turn.
There's not much that can save Nikolai here.
Yeah. At least the game might actually conclude. So that's the good thing.
Oh, Teferi.
But the fairy would bounce Archon.
That's...
It's not a winning proposition. And also, if you bounce Archon like that,
And
or make
popping it so it doesn't have summon sickness.
Oh, okay. Well, I am surprised then. That they didn't do it earlier and bash in, but I guess they knew they would have the game locked up anyways. So now it gets returned to hand. The token will get sacrificed, and then Fabian untaps, plays another Archon, or the same Archon again, copies it and slams it for lethal.
Yeah, and this is going to be game here.
So I think Fabian will be the winner of this match. Pun very much intended. Yeah, we know. So they draw. Okay, they're slow rolling themselves. Draw. And now without further slow roll, I think he's just double, triple, quadruple checking because he knows that this game is going to end this turn probably. So he'd much rather spend 30 more seconds seeing if he's not missing anything and then go in for the kill.
Yeah. And it looks like maybe the reason that the Kiki Jiki was not activated is that we needed the 2/2 token to attack first to have the treasure, so then it could not have aced an attack.
So Archon trigger, deal 3 to you, make you discard. Nikolai drops down on his life total, and now we make a copy.
And now it's that game. Fabian winner is the winner of this match.
Creativity.
Great games by both players, and I think this is going to be concluding round number 15, last round of Swiss, but very soon we will have the top 8 announcements, and I think we should be doing those live. So we're going to have a quick break, and then we will come back and do the announcement for top 8. and that's going to be really exciting.
Yes, can't wait, can't wait.
I can't wait to see what names do we have for the top 8 here. 1,000 players, over 1,000 players here on day 1, and Will is telling me to go further and join more closer to Skura, and over 1,000 players on day 1.
Yep.
Who are going to be the top 8 of this tournament? We will see the names, the decks that they are playing, the scores,
Yep.
and that will be very soon. We will back very quickly. And we are back here before the announcement of top 8 that will come really soon. Are you excited for this?
I'm very, very excited. I really want to see what decks top 8'd, who top 8'd. We've covered multiple players over the course of these 2 days, 15 rounds. We'll see who actually gets to play in the top 8 and what are they playing for.
Exactly, and they are playing for not only an invite, because they already get that. Top 32 gets invitation for the regional championship finals, but top 8 also gets more money and the flight and accommodation. And there we see here our first player, Marcos, at 5 color elementals, 14 and 1.
We've got Ben Jones with creativity, 13, 1 and 1.
In third place, we have Emmanuel with 4 color combo at 12, 2 and 1.
Jonas Nika with hammer, 12, 2 and 1.
Fifth place goes to Fabian Wiener at 12, 2 and 1, 5 color creativity. We just watched that match.
We've got Marco Camiluzzi with rhinos and 12 and 3.
In seventh place, at the Living End, 12 and 3.
And the last spot is Mateusz Kopeć, Rugby Scam, 12 and 3.
This is our top 8. Congratulations to the 8 players. 1,056 players tried here on day 1 to get to this spot,
Yep.
but only these 8 players managed to do so. So congratulations to our top 8.
So to summarize, we've got 1 Karuga Elementals, 1 Hammer, 1 Rhinos, 1 Living End, and I think it was like 3 or 4 creativities. So, yeah, 1, just to confirm, I want to double check. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3. It's 3 if I'm counting correctly. So we've got 3 creativities in the top 8. Congrats to our top 8, and I'm beyond excited to cover the semi-finals with you. But you guys will watch the quarterfinals covered by Martin and Will.
So how it works is that the top 8 is going to be covered by Will and Martin Juza. Then we are going to cover the semi-finals, and the finals are going to be covered by Martin and Will again. 1,056 players. Once again, that's an insane turnout for this event. And
Wild.
the top 8, really players demonstrating their skill. Congratulations. You really deserve to be here. You really deserve this top 8. And you must be really proud because this is quite the achievement.
Yeah, we went from 1,054 day 1 to 84 day 2 to 8 now, and in a few hours to just 1 to get that beautiful trophy right there. So
This one is going to one of the 8 players we just saw, Will and Matt and Martin. Will be back really soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 8 of the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall. This is my Juza, and we're going to bring you the quarter-finals. We've still got a little bit of admin behind, but we didn't want to leave you guys hanging. We didn't want to, keep on the whole heap going over and over. So we thought we're going to come back. We're going to talk about the prizes. We're going to get that up on the screen, what the players are playing for. Then we're going to do, a little bit of talking. So if you've got questions for us, whack it in the chat. We'll try to do our best to answer them. Maybe what we would have played or what you would have played this weekend until we manage to get the players sorted, and then we'll go down to the top 8 and get that started. But what are they playing for? They've already won flights and hotels to Athens. So congratulations to that. They've won a lot of money. Okay, minimum we've got $800 plus 600 ticks that they can spend on the prize pool. They can get giant cards, full foil sheets, secret layers, commander decks, whatever takes their fancy. And now they've also get a load of booster boxes. I've also worked out when they were down there at the top 8, talking to them all. We don't have to worry about paying them in a suitcase anymore. Legacy are shipping them to their house.
Okay,
If they do,
okay. That's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the 25 booster boxes if you manage to come into first place. But going back to us, we're going to start talking through Modern Night. So what's been your standout deck so far this weekend? What have you enjoyed watching?
Yeah, I just want to say, the whole tournament was really cool. I think the modern metagame seems pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Murktide, I think was kind of perceived as the number 1 deck in the format. If you're watching Andrea's power rankings, maybe Murphle kind of slipped off of the rankings, but I think Andrea lost against it in one of the matches. But I think the deck of the tournament, if you look at the standings, I just tweeted the screenshot of the top 24. Creativity, 6 copies in the top 16.
That's a lot.
That's crazy for a modern format where you have 20 different decks. So
it's been almost the breakout deck of this tournament, right? It's turned up. We all knew it was going to be a good deck. We've seen it we saw it a long time ago in Copenhagen. As that was like a one-of, and we're like, oh, we should get this deck on camera. This is quite different. So now it's like the most played deck in day 2, and we've got 3 copies in the top 8. As you can see there on our screen there, we have the graphic. This is our top 8 and the brackets we're going to see them in. We are going to have our main feature match. Will be Marcus versus, am I going to say this right, Matuz? Am I saying that one? I'm sure that I'm butchering that. I apologize if I am. But that is going to be our main feature match. 5 color elementals versus Raktos Scam. You might realize Marcus is Respect the Cat on Twitter, popular Twitch streamer. And that is where we're going to start. So
yeah, I think, and let us know in the chat, I think Mateusz Kopec is making sort of a comeback because he was a big player on the tour maybe 10-ish years ago. Mm-hmm. Always up there with top finishes. He won a Grand Prix, I think in Warsaw. I'm not exactly sure, but I haven't seen him in a while, and I just noticed him in here in the top tables, and I was like, yeah, he's gonna have a good finish. And then he just, won the next couple rounds and just ended up in the 8th place.
Sneaking in 8th place here with Raktos Scam.
That's awesome. We have Emanuel Gerstensen, also a very strong player. We talked about that. He won two Spanish Grand Prix in the span of 3 months. So also a player used to top finishes.
You got Ben Jones in there.
Yeah, Ben Jones.
My local boy. He's been carrying up a lot on the legacy scene. We might see him top 8 in the RCs. He's been at the PT. He's done well at all these tournaments around Europe. And it looks like we are off to the races down in our main feature match. So, what's the game plan here for Raktos Scam? What they're trying to do?
Wait, why is Mateusz playing first?
That's a good question. Also, it doesn't look like they're on Raktos Scam.
Yeah, the names are switched. Yeah, the names are switched.
We're going to get them sorted. That's sorted for you.
In the Swiss rounds, you got to roll a die or some random method. Who plays first in the top 8? Higher seed gets to play first. So we have Marcus on the right side, obviously choosing to play first, and the decks should be switched as well.
It's just the deck names that need to be swapped. There we go. We've got that sorted for you.
Okay, now it's correct.
So Marcus on the right of your screen there. Obviously, our first seed managing to winning in last round on camera, and this is open deck list now. Now we're in the top 8. Each player knows the exact 75 that their opponent has brought to this weekend.
Which also means that you should be able to find all the deck lists on the MTG Melee website that just got posted in the Twitch chat. So check that out. If it's not available right now, it should be
super short
any moment because all the deck lists are public right now.
Or just follow Fire Shoes. The second it goes live, Fire Shoes will retweet it. That man is a godsend to the community. As we're going to see a Dolphy Voidwalker come down on turn number 2 here. We're going to crack our fetch stand for our turn. Obviously, that will go to exile underneath the Dolphy Voidwalker.
So let's talk about the decks here. Mateusz playing Rag the Scam, cards like Fury, Grief, with the Evoke mechanic, and you're using cards like Undying Malice, Feign Death to sort of bring them back when you're kind of like creating a lot of mana on turn 1 or 2, like sort of making this play that shouldn't be possible this early in the game. So you're kind of trying to draw these cards together, but it also works just as a regular, Rakdos midrange deck, and we have learned that Rakdos midrange cards are good in every format. So we have cards like Ragavan, Doughty Voidwalker, Seasoned Pyromancer, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I think Matesh is also playing 2 copies of Blood Moon in the main deck. Plus you have the the usual cards like Thoughtseize. So.
And here comes Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But I do want to talk about this namesake card of the Elemental decks. This is one that gets him turning and burning Risen Reef. Every time an Elemental or itself enters the battlefield, we get a trigger. We get to look at the top card. If it is a land, we have the option to put it into play if we want to. If it's not, we get to put it into hand. Pretty powerful card in a deck that every card is an Elemental, right?
Yeah, Elementals, 4-color deck, everything except for black. You have Omnath, obviously, the value engine. If you're playing 4 colors, might as well play Leyline Binding. Obviously, there's also Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I wonder how many decks in the top 8 are running Fable, because both of these decks have Fable. There's 3 copies of Creativity that have Fable.
I imagine 5 of our top 8 are all running it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. What started as a card that like people were like, yeah, is this standard playable? Is this good enough? Now it just shows up in every deck, so that's kind of awesome.
Filipa's to the next to us. We'll see if Filipa can find out how many Fables are in our top 8. How many copies of Fable the Mirror Breaker have managed to make the top 8 of this tournament? She's looking at me with discard like a basket to jump off a bridge or something. Jeez.
One really cool card that we have seen in this Elementals deck is, yeah, exactly. Just
Here we go.
Yeah, Elish Norn. we saw a match between Elementals and I believe it was the Amulet Titan deck.
Yeah.
The Elemental player resolved Elish Norn, and the Titan player just looked at the board.
Just decided to stop. He's like,
Yep,
I can't win.
Let's go to the next one.
So for Elish Norn, let's see if we can get that up on the screen for you all. So if you don't know what that one does, obviously there are 2 copies in Marcus's deck here. Let's see if I can get this up on the screen for you all. Nope, that's definitely the wrong one that I've just selected.
So the Elementals deck looks like, a lot of expensive cards. People would think this is probably too slow for Modern, right? But you also have a lot of cheap interaction spells. You have Dead Gone, you have, to deal with cards like Ragavan. You have 4 copies of Fire and Ice, and obviously there's Leyline Binding that you can play pretty early as well. Plus you have the Fairy, to stop all these Cascade decks from doing these Cascade shenanigans.
Look, giving everything double triggers and stopping your opponent's triggers seems absolutely crazy. Also, the art on this card looks insane.
It was Fable just played?
I think Fable was just played. I was literally wondering, does that trigger? Because it's all permanents, I believe. We'll see. There is judges stood right next to the tables for all of our top 8. So this is where we have it. It's where we have main tournaments. And we're going to pass it back. So we spoke about how good Fable is in multiples.
Actually,
Fable isn't a
it's
trigger,
not.
apparently.
It's the
ETB.
It's the chapter triggers or something. It's not okay. It doesn't. Yeah. Right.
Oh, we got some big names in the chat. Hello, Mr. Goldfish. Hello, Mr. User. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Thank you all for tuning in. And then we're going to see this Solitude come down here. Double triggers, double Risen Reef triggers. This is where the value entry starts turning and burning. So top card, we're going to put it in hand. Next top card, we're going to put this land into play. Works really well with Omnath, being able to play multiple lands in a turn and get multiple triggers. Dead Gone. 2 damage to that token. Get it off the battlefield.
That's the cheap interaction. Risen Reef gets to attack. We're up to 7 lands to Mateus' 4.
And this seems brutal, right? When you're playing against a deck where the powerhouse is kind of Fury and Grief, but when they're into ETB now, they will do nothing.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the red-black deck. How many cards do actually still do something? Seasoned Pyromancer, Grief, Fury. Yeah, there's not much, and I don't think there is that much removal either. I think there's 3 copies of Terminate, 2 copies of Lightning Bolt, and some copies of Fatal Push. Obviously, Fatal Push not going to be able to deal with Elish Norn.
Not much here. Yeah, we can't turn and burn through our deck with things like Seasoned Pyromancer. The fact that we just got her on the battlefield, this seems pretty brutal, but realistically, a big 5-drop. She's meant to be. It's Mummy. You know, Mummy should be super powerful. We're going to force these. And Fable Mirror Breaker, a Leyline's Binding.
Both of these cards pretty good right now. Obviously, Leyline a little bit stronger because it triggers twice, thanks to Elishnorn.
How many mana tides in the top? Unfortunately, none. They managed to lose their winning in. But
Yeah.
we will be seeing them in Athens. They did manage to, I believe, top 16 or something along those lines. So they did get themselves an invite to Athens. So we, fingers crossed, maybe they'll turn up with more mana tides in their deck for that, whatever. I think it's Pioneer, that format. Filipa's got back to me. It is 20 copies of Fable the Mirror Breaker in our top 8. Let's have a little look. We're passing it back. I feel like we're just going through the motions here, but like while Elishnorn's on the battlefield, oof,
That
okay.
is an Omnath. Okay. I was going to say, yeah, Fable, doesn't look that strong right away, but if you wait a couple turns, you flip it into the Kikijiki Reflection, then you start copying all these Risen Reefs and get a bunch of triggers, maybe the Solitude, then this game is going to be pretty over pretty quickly, but I think Omnath is going to be a nice one as well. Okay.
We're going to lighten about the Risen Reefs. Stop these triggers a little bit. There's still going to be 2 triggers where we get to draw 2 cards. The value is real. We're going to play a land for the turn. We're going to gain 4 life. I think do we gain 4 life then I get 4 mana because we've got Elishnorn on the battlefield. Getting double triggers from these Omnaths. We're fetching as well. Trigger, like if we're on Modo right now, the screen's just filled with different triggers.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like which one? How would you like to stack your triggers? Obviously, we don't have that luxury in the booth, so we're just going to talk you through what is basically happening. Is Omnath is got a lot of triggers on the stack right now, with Elishnorn giving double triggers. So we're getting mana, we're getting life, potentially doing 8 damage if we can get another land drop this turn. Fire and Ice is going to deal with the Mirror Breaker, and yep, that's enough. We're scooping it up. Mummy's pretty good. If you get her on the battlefield,
Yeah, I think
she's pretty good that round.
this is kind of exactly what you want to play against. You want to play against other mid-range decks and just get your value engines online and start drawing a lot of these cards. And in this entire game, Marcus was never under any kind of pressure. So
Well, this is Marcus's 75. This is knowledge to both players now, as this is open deck list. What do you think they can be bringing in here to try and shore up this game 2?
I see Magus of the Moon, Blood Moon. You can look at the mana base of the other player. I think Marcus actually plays 3 different basic lands. So yeah, now that both players kind of know, Marcus can fetch the basics. Do you still want to bring in the Blood Moon? I think you still do. I see an extra copy of Thoughtseize in the sideboard. I think you want to bring that in, but I don't know if Matus really has a lot of super impactful cards for this matchup because it is kind of mid-range against mid-range, but the other mid-range deck just goes fully over the top of you.
Seen. Now let's get that one on the screen for you all. Here we are. This is Respect the Cat. Remember, on Twitter, Marcus, popular Twitch streamer, popular on Twitter, posts a lot about these decks. He's a very big Elementals player, loves experimenting with different cards in this deck, trying to see what works best. And clearly, this is a good 75, getting him into the top 8 of the biggest event in Europe since COVID. So, we do have companions. We've seen that quite a lot. We've got a couple of endurance. Vindicate. We did like that there was a Vindicate in this list. Having a look down. Murderous Cut, not one you normally see.
Yeah, I think Marcus also doesn't really want to sideboard too much. His deck is a synergy deck. It's not really a tribal deck. There aren't really that many elemental things like you're normally used to seeing. It doesn't really go like Turban Harbinger into Bloom Tender into Horde of Nations or anything like that. But it's still a deck where you don't really sideboard that much.
So are we bringing anything in? Is there anything worth bringing in? Or?
You want to slow down the opponent. You don't want to die to an early Regavance. I think these Dead Golems are going to stay in Fire and Ice, and if the game goes long, you're just going to win with all these Omnats and the value stuff from Fable and Risen Reef.
I'm looking at the mana base. Obviously, being 5 colors, it doesn't come free. It's not cheap. You can take a lot of damage off our lands. But a lot of one-ofs in this deck, in the lands sort of slot. The only time we get multiple copies is in the fetch land. And we've only got a handful of them. 7, I believe, if I'm counting right. Oh, no, wrong. 11. So 11 fetch lands, a lot of different other ones that we can fetch. But very painful mana base if we go that route. Let's get back down to the match, see if players have finished shuffling up. Looks like we are just coming to the end of it now. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We've had 15 rounds of modern action. Over 1,000 players turned up to play this weekend and battle it out to see if they could get into this top 8. We managed to invite 86 back to day number 2, and they've been battling it out to the final top 8 where we are now. One person out of this top 8 is going to walk away with this trophy in front of us, a whole bunch of money, loads of ticks, and all the extra prizes that come with it. But the top 8 have secured their slots, their free flights, their free accommodation to the finals in Athens. Looking forward to it. Obviously, that's qualifying for Barcelona, which I know I've gone about it a lot this weekend, but it is the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour, and I am a big sucker for Lord of the Rings, so I love it. I'm excited for that Pro Tour.
I'm excited for Athens as well.
Yeah.
Greece, great country to visit. If you want to do some sightseeing, it's going to be during summer, so great weather as well. Maybe you can take your partner, have a nice vacation. So that sounds really cool.
Even better when you've just won free flights and accommodation for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, opening 7s. Let's see if we've got keeps on both sides. We're going to say Mateus is going to take a mulligan here. Doesn't like his opening 7. What about Marcus? Looks like we've got a keep on that side. What sort of cards are we looking for in the back to a scam deck? Obviously, high variance. It can have very explosive turn 1s. What sort of cards do they need for it to be like super? What do they really want?
Yeah, I think you kind of just hope to start with Ragavan, have a Thoughtseize, maybe take the removal spell from your opponent. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be on the play, turn on Ragavan, Thoughtseize your turn 2, take the Fire and Ice, and hope that you're gonna be too slow, and maybe I can try to get you with Blood Moon.
We do have a classic qualifier happening in the background. You might be hearing the announcements of that. Don't worry, it's got nothing to do with what's
9 rounds,
going on
by
here.
the way.
Yeah, 9 rounds, completely sold out. It actually sold out on Friday.
Yeah.
So many players turned this weekend. One, because Prague is such a beautiful city. Even if you didn't manage to take D2, worst case scenario, you can either play more Magic or you can go look around literally the beautiful city. I can't wait to go after we finish today. I'm going to get some nice food. I'm thinking maybe a steak or something along those lines. Lots of places to go. One of these players is going to be walking, imagine, with a big steak dinner if they manage to walk around with over $5,000 in cash.
I think there were so many players that at some point they just ran out of space. People were like, hey, can I play side events? They're like, we wish, but there's currently no more space. We would like to, we would like for you to be able to play, but there's currently not any more space.
Okay, we're off to the races. We're going to start off with just a fetch land and pass the turn. Try him over on Marcus' side. So no turn 1 Ragavan, no turn 1 Grief with a scam effect or anything along those lines. Fetching up a Blood Crypt. Now, what sort of powerful 2 drops could we have? If we don't have a powerful 1 drop, I imagine we must have something on 2. Dolphy Voidwalker is our only 2 drop.
You're definitely looking for a fast hand, because if this matchup goes long, and yeah, like this Rakdos scam deck isn't really fast, but you are trying to look for that Ragavan, to start with the Thoughtseize. Because if the match goes long, I would favor the Elementals side.
And that's a Dolphy Voidwalker that's going to come in. And this might be the first one me and you have seen on camera, besides in the top 8. So Shadow, not a mechanic we normally see on cards anymore. But
what was the last time we saw a Shadow creature in?
I don't think I think this is the first Shadow creature printed while I've been playing Magic. That's maybe how long ago it was.
Yeah, I think like Time Spiral was maybe the last format where we had Shadow creatures.
Does a lot though, especially if you get to follow up with things like Thoughtseize. Imagine if we like Thoughtseize away and then there's no one here, then we can sacrifice our Voidwalker and cast it ourselves. Super powerful. And we're going to see it.
Okay.
This might bait out something like a Solitude or something like that. Or we might just, we might just take the hit. Our hand might be pretty bad, but can we take the risk of this Voidwalker casting whatever this Thoughtseize takes?
And I think you're kind of just hoping to see a slow hand, like maybe only have a Risen Reef or have a Teferi, take your 3-drop, just start applying some pressure. But looks like Marcus has a bunch of 3-drops. There's a Teferi, there's a Fable, a Risen Reef, Fury, and Solitude, I believe.
That's a good hand.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on in there. What do you pick here? Like, obviously, it depends on our hand, but like, I feel like people underestimate Risen Reef. Like, you think, it's just a 1/1, like, it gets like a trigger when it comes back.
Yeah, it comes with free value, and it enables more value later on, but I think kind of Fable is pretty much the same thing, so
yeah, true.
Pick your poison.
Then same with Teferi turns off the scam effect. Fury and Solitude, we know what these cards done. We've seen them multiple times. Super good hand here, I think, for Marcus. I think Mateus also thinks that he's deep in the tank here. Let's have a little think. What sorts of things is he thinking about? Like, people may just be watching Paper Magic for the first sort of time.
Well, now you have perfect information. You know your hand, you know your opponent's hand, you know every card in play. So you're kind of trying to piece together a game plan, which Mateus was probably thinking, okay, I need to beat down my opponent really fast. This is what I'm going to do. Let's see the hand. Can I really slow you down? Oh wait, I can't really do that. You have too many threes. So he's trying to formulate a game plan around these cards, but it's going to be pretty hard because Marcus kind of has every angle covered.
Now we're going to get in, or we're going to cash this in for that Teferi. Do you have a Ragavan? We have the option to dash if you want to, but we know that there's a Solitude. Okay, so we're going to cash this in, get our own Teferi. Nice 401. Already came in with 5 counters, so it looks like we're ticking it up. And then it's now we know we can dash this Ragavan and nothing can interact with it because of the static ability we see on Teferi Time Raveler. We're going to shock this in. Drop ourselves down to 13 life points. But it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I feel.
Yeah, but this was a pretty good play. You get a Teferi in play, which kind of stops the opponent from getting too much value out of their Fable. Plus the Ragavan, still a nice thing to do. You know, you can try to deal with it with I forgot the cards in hand, but I think there was a Solitude.
Yes, so there's a Solitude Fury. Obviously, we can't use these with the Teferi in the battlefield, but I like this play, right? So we're fetching before the Ragavan connects to try and hit some sort of, clearly in this case, he didn't want the basics to be hit. I know it's a very small chance that we could hit it, but the odds are if they take that, okay, I need this to do that. So fetching before the Ragavan connects, because it is going to connect with that Teferi in the battlefield. We'll get the top card. We'll also make a treasure token. Let's see what it is going to be.
So Mark is demonstrating that he wants to, play around the possible Blood Moon.
And here comes a Leyline's Binding. End of turn, Ragavan comes back to hand. Now, we know there's a lot of free drops in hand. Which one are we going to deploy? Risen Reef. I like this because if we do have to do like a Fury or Solitude in the future, we'll be able to get extra value. It already just ramped us by putting in that Sacred Foundry to the battlefield. They do end it tapped. All the lands you put into the battlefield of Risen Reef, though.
Yeah, like getting rid of Risen Reef always feels so bad. Like it's already a 2/1. It came into play, gave you a free land, and now you're like, well, it's just a 1/1, but I kind of have to kill it because if you keep playing more elementals, you're gonna get more free stuff. So despite the fact that you already got a 2/1, I still have to deal with your card.
Yeah, it's gonna eat a lightning bolt there. I think we're gonna dash this Ragavan one more time. I also like just bringing it into play tapped. Like, just I'm not even bothered. Yeah, it's getting tapped. We hit only a land off the top, get ourselves another treasure token. And that's a Fury left in hand for Matei. We're taking Teferi up, back up to 6. And return Ragavan end of turn. That was an Omnath off the top. Pretty good when you got 4 land in play. Looks like Marcus agrees, and we're just going to play that straight on the battlefield. Get our trigger, draw a card. We have a land drop for the turn if we want to do it. We do. Unfortunately, it's not a fetch. It's just a triumph, but we do gain an extra 4 life points there.
Yeah, and Omnath is not exactly the type of card you want to bounce with the Fairy.
And we're going to get this Swamp. Super stacked top 8 though, so if you are just tuning in, we do have 3 creativity decks, 1 Rakdos deck, 1 blue-white hammer, 1 5-color elementals, 1 living end, and 1 rhinos. No Murktide managed to make the top 8 of this event, the largest event since COVID in Europe.
I think actually not even top 16 if I'm looking at this correctly.
I'm looking forward to the power rankings next weekend when Mangucci posts them.
Boros Manatide, 14th place.
Oh, yeah, that's the one we've been cheering with the Manatides all weekend. It's a nice top 16 finish for them.
The highest finishing Murktide player is at 11-4. There's a bunch of them, but nobody would have guessed that before the tournament.
No, most played deck going into day one. Didn't manage to pick up too many into day two. I think it was about 110 in day one. Only 10 copies managed to make day two. None of them managed to make top 16. Looks like the Teferi here is going to get ticked down and bounce this Omnath. Not exactly how we want to be using it, but we do get to draw a card, and that was a grief. So we can take it back out the hand if we choose to go that route. We're going to start off, though, with a Ragavan. Turn it sideways, connect, get the top card. It's just another land. Godless Shrine. Treasure token created. We do have 3 of them now. Going to cash 2 of them in. I imagine the grief is what we're going to use. And that is what we see. So target you. I'd like to see your hand. And we get a good look here at home as well.
That's so many
Jeez.
cards. Yeah.
It's just so many. We've got Risen Reef, we've got Fury, we've got Solitude, we've got Fable, we have the Omnath that we knew about, and a basic island. That is a stacked hand.
That is a stacked hand, yeah.
I'm not even going to ask you what we take, because I don't think there's a right answer. It's like, well, what could you take? You take this, cool, I've got to deal with that. Take this, we're going to deal with that. Not exactly what you want to see. Marcus is like, yeah, sure, go for it. Have a look. Take what you want.
Mothers does seem to have 2 non-land cards in hand. I think I saw a Fury and maybe another red card. So I think he's doing a pretty good job of, doing his best of applying some pressure, while trying not to get buried in card advantage too much. But at least Marcus doesn't have a board for now.
And that's Fire and Ice off the top. We've got 5 mana, so we can start hard casting these 5 drops we have in hand. Maybe a Fury, finish off the Teferi on the other side, open up things like our Fire and Ice Instant Speed, our Leylines, Bindings, and our Solitudes if we want to go that route.
And if you're thinking about playing one of these events, I think our top 32 qualified for Athens, and I believe the record was roughly 11-4 that was needed. So, not an insanely hard record to get. It's not like you have to win the tournament. So top 32 qualifiers for Athens. You get to play the RC. Lots of really cool prizes there. I think the winner gets $16,000, and they can make it to the Pro Tour.
A lot of money. I love that the RCs give world invites. Like that's like the biggest, most prestigious tournament we can play in Magic the Gathering. Yet through these, we can get 2 players to them every single finals that we hold. Pass the turn back. We know there's a Ragavan in hand. I'm pretty sure there's a Fury in hand as well. Do you offer your Ragavan up for trade here just to see if the Risen Reef comes off the battlefield?
Depends on the hand. I would like to continue, applying some pressure, and Ragavan has been hitting, making treasures. Hopefully you can reveal something nice off the top of your opponent's deck. But I don't know what's in the rest of Mutter's hand. We can also cash into the Teferi.
Looks like we are going to offer it up.
Okay.
Would you like to trade your Risen Reef for this Ragavan? And yeah, we do. Tick Teferi up. Play land for the turn. And pass. Just Fury. Get Teferi off the battlefield.
Yeah. That's just so much value from the elemental deck. Every card is a 2/4/1.
Yeah, it is. That I play a lot of this deck myself. It is just every card seems like it is a 2-for-1. Early turns, you're kind of 2-for-1 yourself, but you can generate that like card advantage back so quickly with things like Risen Reef, Omnath, etc. Flood Strand to end the turn. I'd say it doesn't look too interested so far, but we are going to see the Fury come down, get rid of the other Fury on the other side. He knows about the Solitude in hand. He knows about the Fable in hand. Fetch. Get ourselves another Triumph. And untap. We spoke about it a couple of times today, but a lot of players bringing foil decks. Respect the cat. Marcus on the right of the screen. One of those players fully foiled his deck, besides one card in his deck is not foil that he was telling me about.
That is dangerous, by the way. I would like to either have more copies of non-foil cards, because I'm always scared of like, oh, what if what if it's like you can tell or whatever. So I would like to mix that up a little bit. But yeah, what's the card?
Force of Negation. He's got one Force of Negation that isn't in foil. And he's like,
Okay.
it really upsets him when I mention it. So I'll make sure I mention it on the stream for you. Don't worry about it. And we're going to see Mummy come down here. Alice Schnorn turning off all the triggers on the other side of the battlefield and doubling our own. And on top of that, a 4/7 creature. It's pretty good. Let's see how we plan to come back from this. I guess Terminator's got to be one of the ones we start off with. One of the only cards that can actually deal with the Elish Norn. Just having a quick look.
Yeah, I think it just terminated.
Nothing coming out the sideboard that can deal with it. There is a
including the sideboard. I think it just terminated.
It is,
Oh,
and we
there
had
it is.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, we still got game here. Fury, 3/3 double strike. That can close the game out real quickly with your opponent at 13 life. Marcus respects that and just throws the token in front of it. Untap, draws the turn, land.
Matej has a Ragavan in hand, but he is waiting for the right opportunity. Obviously, he didn't want to trade it there for the token.
So everyone on Mateus' side, he knows about the Solitude, doesn't know about the second card in hand. We know it's just a land. 2 mana, dash this Ragavan. Combat. We're going to exile the Fury, getting a little bit more life, gain 3 life, go up to 15. And I imagine block. Are we allowed to move to blocks?
There it is.
Feign Death. So the Ragavan comes back with a +1 counter on it. A little bit of life is gained for Marcus, 3 points. But that leaves us with 1 card in hand. Passing the turn back to Marcus. Is that a Fury? I think it was a red card. Didn't get a great look at it. Yep, it was a Fury. Fury come down, target that Ragavan. Guess Mate's got something because he's thinking about it.
Yeah, with the flipped Kiki Jiki, having all these enter the battlefield elementals in play.
And this is what we're talking about. It just feels like now that Marcus is kind of squeezing his way over the top, right?
Yeah, turning the game around. And he's still at 16 life.
Yeah. If we get to untap with the Kiki Jiki effect, now we can start copying our Furies. And that is exactly what's going to happen. Target this. Make a copy, ETB, we're going to do 4 damage to something. I imagine it's just Dolphy Boardwalker. And then on top of it, it's a 3/3 double striker. This is going to be 12 damage coming across.
Yeah, like if you're sitting in Mateus' seat, there's just not that much you can do.
Okay, we've got one of our, is that Feign Death maybe? Comes back with +1/+1 counter on it.
Take 12.
Jeez. Okay. Big draw step. Not entirely sure what we need, but it needs to be big. Well, we haven't even finished the turn yet. We're going to fetch. Shock in the stomping ground. Yep, that fetch land should move to exile. We're going to put a companion in hand, and we're going to cast it. Draw a load more cards. Oh my word, the value chain on this.
To make things even worse, I'm going to draw 3.
Pass the turn. Okay. Is there a card that gets us back out of this? Don't think the Supreme Verdict's in these colors. There we go. We've moved the land back across. That is now in exile. Free mana. Season Pyro. Okay. We get 2 more
Okay,
draws.
that's a good one. Yeah, I was just thinking, okay, well, how do you really come back? I guess you need to draw more cards than just one. Pyromancer does that, okay.
It might be Fable Ragavan. Yep, and that's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Congratulations to Marcus. They're advancing to the top 4. It did kind of one-sided the way through the, as we said, the kind of mid-range battle is what he wants to be playing against. We do have a backup feature match though, so we're going to just move straight across to that so we can get the most amount of action on the screen for you all at home. We have got Ben Jones on the left of your screen. Obviously, been having it on a tear all weekend. I think he might have only lost 1 game so far this weekend on 5-color creativity versus Living End. Looks like Living End are just being cast as well, so good timing to jump into this.
Yeah, I feel like every tournament I look at, from Europe at the standings these days, Ben Jones's name is always up there in like the top 8, top 16, kind of range. So definitely shout out to him.
Even in the challenges, I think he won a challenge last week or 2 weeks ago, so he does well on Magic Online as well. Okay, a lot of ETBs. So we cast Living End with 2 Archons in the graveyard.
There's a Grieve double Architect and a Shardless Agent, I believe.
So we're talking about how the triggers are here are going to be stacking. I'm pretty sure you don't want to be casting Living End too much when there's 2 Archons in the graveyard for your opponent, but it looks like we were forced to do that potentially. And now a lot of triggers are going to be on the stack. This does look like it is game free if everything is all correct for us. So, how would you like to stack these triggers if you had what we've got over on the right of our side?
I'm kind of waiting for them to really announce what's going on, because I would like to believe that the Living End is killing the 2 Archons.
No.
If they just
They've
came
come
back.
They've just come back. Okay, thank you, Ben, for pointing that out to us. So it looks like the Grief is going to start first. We're going to get a look at Ben's hand, discard a card from it. Then we're going to look at the top 3 cards of Ben's deck. Oh, no, okay. Okay, that Living End looks like that was it. Having to do it to try and maybe survive, and Ben getting 2 Archon triggers, taking it down, advancing to the top 4. Congratulations, Ben Jones. Been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, it looks like what happened in this game, there was a Fable played, and then the 2 Archons got discarded, and at that point you're like, well, do your worst. I'm going to bring back 2 Archons, so what do you have?
Well, we've spoke about it before. We'll say it again. What doesn't Fable do?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even in this matchup, which you think would be pretty bad being a creature deck, nope, we can just put our Archons in the graveyard. Sure, you want to use Live Again? Great. So if you don't have an Endurance, I'm going to start getting back my creatures, and my creatures are a lot more powerful than yours. I think that's all we've got. I don't think we're going to be able to move anyone back across. We're going to have our graphic up on the screen. These are the 4 players advancing through. So it looks like we have got Marcus, Ben, Marco, and I can't see that other one because it's covered on my screen. But I can see Winner. Winner managed to advance their way through and get themselves into the top 4. There you go. For Brain managed to get through into the top 4. So we'll be seeing them super shortly as... That's going to be it for the round for me and
that was pretty quick, by the way.
That was super quick.
Yeah, that was a quick.
Turns out when you're not waiting for 1,000 people each round, the rounds can go pretty quickly. Who would have thought? But super cool graphic. I'm happy we got that made. That's why we had a little bit more downtime than we normally would going to the top 8, so we can get these photos taken, get all the graphics made for it. But we are going to see these 4 players in the top 4 real shortly. So make sure you stick around for the semi-finals. See you all real. No, we're not. Apparently, we've got another graphic that we're going to show. Okay, there you go. There's the top four bracket of who we're going to see next. So let us know in the chat, who would you want to see? Do you want to see Marcus again on 5-color elements versus creativity? Or would you rather see Rhinos versus creativity? Let us know in the chat. Whichever one we see most of, we'll start pick them as our main feature match. And we'll go from there. On that one, are we going to... I'm getting a lot of cues from back there, seeing what's going on. Okay, we're going to come back to us in the booth. Got you. Okay, welcome back to the booth.
I just want to give a shout out to our boys here doing the graphics, because I think the graphics with the player
they
pictures,
look so good.
that's so awesome. That
look so
looks
good.
really cool. Yeah.
It's something that we've adapted in the last couple of stops, and we've kind of carried it on because, again, they just look insane, right? People might not understand the amount of effort that puts into these events or just this stream in general, the team we've got behind there. A lot of work goes into this. We've got the easy job. We just have to sit here in suits and just pretend that we know what we're talking about. Just watch Magic and talk about it loads. It's really easy for us. Okay, I think that's going to be it for this round now. So, my name is Will. This is Martin Juza, and we're going to see you shortly for the finals. But first, before that, we're going to see Filipa and Skura take you through the the semis. Speak to you all really shortly. Bye.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here about to start the semi-finals, and 1,056 players came here yesterday for this modern event, and 4 remaining. These players are really amazing. We had the top 8 covered by Will and Martin Juza, and now me, Filipa. I'm here joined by Philip, also known as Islands in Front, to be covering the quarterfinals. The semifinals.
Semi-finals.
And what do you think, what surprised you the most here? Because we have 0 Murktides.
0 Murktides in the top 8, 0 Murktides in the top 16, and 0 Murktides up until the 24th place, right? So that's not something we expected. Most people would say, well, yeah, half top 8 Murktide, or, you play against Murktide every round. Well, if you did well day 2, you actually didn't play against Murktide at all, because there wasn't any Murktide at the top tables, and that's one of the biggest surprises today.
Definitely a lot of surprising decks here, and let's take a look at our brackets if we can, the semi-final brackets, if we could take a closer look of the players here that managed to make top 4. So I can see here, I think, if I'm not wrong, we have Ben Jones versus Marco, but our feature match is actually going to be Marcus versus Fabian Wiener.
Yeah.
And will the name stay true? Because so far it's been working really well, and Fabian has been winning all weekend long. Marcos also known is a well-known player of the community, right?
Yeah, respect the cat, and he actually finished first after the Swiss rounds, 14-1, a single loss in a 15-round tournament. This is wild.
And actually, the 2 players that started 9-0 are here, still live in this top 8, right?
Yeah, so Marco and Ben faced off at 9-0 today in the first round, because yesterday they both finished undefeated. Today they faced off, and Ben emerged victorious. So we will see if their rematch in the semis concludes similarly.
And we are going here to take a look at our players. We can see here the picture of them. 2 of these pictures will turn gray after these matches, which means that they will be knocked off. We're doing like wrestling style.
Wrestling
One
style is
player
the
is
best.
versus another one. One is going to be knocked off, and 2 players will make it into the finals. Don't forget, these players already got qualification for the regional championship. They already have hotel and accommodation for Athens, but here they are fighting for an amazing cash prize. That plus tickets plus the title of winning this tournament.
Yep, and winning a 1,000-person tournament, I mean, this is basically a GP win, right? This is a GP-size event. Top 8ing it goes onto your resume, of course, but winning it, I mean, this is like a dream.
And we here already have here our players.
And actually, I think that in the top 4, we've got 12 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Because player on the left, Respect the Cat, plays 4, Creativity plays 4, and there is another Creativity that plays 4. So we've got, we've got way more Fables than Ragavan. So chat, if you hate Ragavan, that's fine. I think there is no Ragavan in the top 8 at all, and very few in the top 16.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for? 5-color elementals or 5-color creativity? And also, let us know what do you think of this top 8? Anyone you're rooting for? Maybe somebody that is not here on camera. Oh, and that Ran 6 entering, getting that fetch back. We have a Leyline Biney immediately played by Marcus here, exiling that Ran.
I think there is one very specific type of dynamic that I'm going to see here, and that's Leyline binding on a Leyline binding. We talked about it multiple times this weekend, and that's because the prevalence of 5-color decks, I mean, they're prolific, they're everywhere. And because of that, Boseiju on binding, binding on binding, or Teferi bouncing it, it's a classic play pattern. So at any point we could see that binding get bound and Ren get unlocked.
And let us know, Twitch chat, what are you thinking of this stream? Are you enjoying it? Are you really excited for Modern to have so many players here this weekend? I definitely got super excited when I saw over 1,000 people signing up for this tournament.
Yeah, and if we see a Karuga deck taking it down, I mean, Twitter will just blow up. Like people will say, well, so maybe Gigantha isn't that bad after all. Let's ban Karuga.
So here we have Ren and 6 back. And winner passing the turn.
Right, so we've got a classic Planeswalker. Oh, that is such a good play. Oh, that is such a good play. Respect the cat. I really like it. So what happened there is the very minus to bounce your own binding. You release the Ren from underneath, and then the legendary rule kicks in, and Fabian has to decide which one to keep. So effectively, Marcus reset the binding, but got rid of the Ren. That was good.
Such a good play by Marcus. Legendary rule, making that leyline binding is already amazing, just got even better.
Yep. And sometimes when when you're on coverage, you like hyper tunnel vision on a specific game plan, you sometimes you oversee those small things. And nice. Okay, so basically Marcus converted beautifully to Fabian having no Rens at the end of that chain.
So if you were not watching the stream, the quiz was like a leyline binding just exiled a Ren and 2 Ren and 6. How did that happen? The same leyline binding exiling 2 Ren and 6.
Yep. This shows you that Marcus is no slouch. 14-1 after Swiss, and yeah, full focus, making the best plays. Very, very tight play immediately right off the bat for Respect the Cat.
And I guess Ice here tapping a land.
So what happened is, okay, so for the people who are just tuning in, what happened is there was a Ren and 6 on the battlefield and a different Ren under leyline binding. And Marcus, okay, whoa, nice. And so Marcus bounced his own leyline binding to release the Ren from under the binding. Then there were 2 Rens on the battlefield. One of them had to be sacked to legendary rule, and then Marcus then replayed that binding to get rid of the second Ren.
But now a binding, binded that binding, releasing Ren. And we have Omnar being played, card drawn, land for the turn, gaining 4 life. So now Marcus is going to have access to 5 mana, 4 from Omnar and 1 from the fetch, which grabbed Plains. Elish Norn here. What do you think of this card?
Yeah, Elish Norn is a relatively fresh addition to Modern because it was released in Phyrexia All Will Be One. And it doesn't see much play, but it's a one of that you see from time to time in those kind of 5 color, Eldanris call decks. And so here it is on the screen, 5 mana for a 4/7 Vigilance. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a trigger ability you control, it triggers an additional time, so upon Harmonicon. And the other line of text is permanents entering the battlefield don't cause abilities of your opponent's control to trigger. So basically, your Archons, they don't trigger. Leyline binding doesn't trigger. My own binding triggers twice.
That card is actually really good against creativity.
Yeah, so what you could do is you can target both the Elish Norn and your own token with creativity, but it requires you to have more mana and a bit of a different setup. So you could try to set it up, but... So now if a Karuga enters the battlefield, Marcus will draw twice. So he draws 2 and then 2 again. And also actually 3 because of leyline binding.
That is actually insane and a lot of value here by Marcus.
Oh no, the binding belongs to Fabian. Okay, we're good. Okay, I saw. Yeah, this game is wild already.
Ren is now gone. That Omnat took care of it.
And I think Marcus has got like, what, 7 cards in hand? Like literally a full grip, a 4/7 Elish Norn, and Omnath. Okay, actually, I think he's cleaning up. He's got 8 cards in hand. He has to clean up. Embarrassment of riches.
And here we have Fabian untapping, drawing. And what potentially can get Fabian out of this?
Right, I think it's difficult because your best answer is Leyline Binding, but it doesn't trigger under Eleshnon, so I'm not even sure Fabian has a way. So Teferi bounce Elesh, that's one way to do it, and I'm not sure if there is any other way to do it. So difficult spot. I think Marcus is heavily favored now.
Yeah, this game looks going very well for Marcus here. Respect the cat. And in this case, respect this Eleshnorn. The fairy and a scoop
douse.
there from Fabian. We are going for a game number 2 here. Let's take a look at these player sideboards though, because things will change now. This is open deck list, so they can take a look at each other's deck and sideboard.
Yeah, they will literally have the opponent's deck list in front of them. They can look through it and just analyze all the options. And so
immediately I see this Marcus list, and Orvar seems like a card is specifically put it against
creativity.
And can you explain us what happens when the Archon from creativity resolves in and makes the opponent discard Orvar?
Yeah, so when Archon resolves, it draws you a card, gains you 3 life, and makes the opponent lose a creature from the battlefield or planeswalker, lose life, and discard a card. So you discard Orvar, Orvar lands in the graveyard, and then it triggers, and it can become a copy of any permanent, and becomes a copy of the opponent's Archon.
Exactly.
And then it now triggers, making probably the creativity player sack their own Archon, hence leaving the other player with an Archon. So this is what could potentially happen this game, but we will see. Now, because of Karuga, there are no tutor effects for 2 mana, and but.
And now we have here a look at Fabian Wiener, the 5-color in the creativity deck and sideboard. And what do you think when you see this sideboard?
So Fabian knows that there is an Orvar coming. He knows it, right? So what could happen is that he could side in stuff like Thoughtseize to fight it. You can side in Veil to respond to the opponent's Archon's trigger with a Veil. You can side in Emrakul and Iona to maybe just not hit specifically Archon and that way blank it. Or you could play Hallowed Moonlight and just play your own Archon, and then in response to Orvar, Moonlight, which will blank the creature from entering. So there will be a ton of counterplay there.
Also, Thoughtseize in the end is a card that might be needed to take care of some of those. Teferi, Leyline's Binding. And let's take a look here at our players shuffling the decks. And you can see us now. You also can see the other semi-final.
Yeah. I'm very curious how they navigate that, because both players know what the other has, right? And so Marcus has got Orvar, right? Fabian knows about it, so he might side in Moonlight and Veil. But then Marcus can predict that Veil and or Moonlight can be sided in. And so there might be a bit of a guessing game on how to approach that exactly. Those decks sometimes have Eldamri's Call, those kind of creature 4-color decks, to find that Orvar. But this deck doesn't have any Eldamri's Call because it's a Karuga deck. So this Orvar just has to be drawn naturally.
So here our players are shuffling in. Karuga is revealed as it is the companion for Marcus here, not playing anything with converted mana cost 2 or 1. So everything has to cost at least 3.
And it has to cost, like, technically cost 3. So for example, you've got Dead Gone, which costs either 1 or 3 depending on which mode you cast.
You also have Mystical Dispute, that if you're targeting a blue spell, it costs 1, but
Yep.
the actual cost is 3, so that's another card that sometimes Marcus will be playing, not in this particular matchup maybe.
There is Fire Ice, which, no, Fire costs 2, Ice costs 2, but the card Fire Ice technically costs 4, so it fits the restriction.
And let us know, tweet chat, who do you think is going to win this game? Now that we know that Marcus is one game ahead. Anyone still believes that Fabian can steal these 2 games now and
Yeah.
just grab that win and a spot in the finals?
So now the opponents, the players deciding what to keep, what to maul.
A lot of the times people kind of root for the underdog. So like I see this often when a player loses the first game of a match, then usually people root for that player because it's the underdog. So
Yeah, but the question is, who's the underdog here? So is the underdog the person who's down a game? So in this case, Fabian?
yeah, yes.
Okay. So we've got Fabian with Dress Down, or Dress Down is another card that you can play against the opposing Orvar. And actually, I don't think I've seen this tech, so this is pretty smart. And I think we see Archon in hand, Creativity in hand, Dress Down in hand.
And I think Modern is in such a sweet spot right now. We saw so many different decks. The deck with the most percentage being played in day 1 was 10% of the field,
Yep.
which is actually seems like a very LT meta game right now.
Yeah, like everybody expected Murktide, and Murktide was 10%. So it was 100 decks, so it sounds like a lot. But
And
if
none top 8.
exactly, and there was 1,000 people they won, over 1,000. So then 100 Murktide players doesn't look as scary.
We definitely had times where the meta breakdown was very different. I remember when Uro was a thing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I did enjoy those
And
times.
Oko, Uro.
Okay, I didn't enjoy Oko. I didn't enjoy Uro as much as I enjoyed Mystic Sanctuary. But that's a different conversation. Sanctuary died for Uro's sins. But again, different conversation.
And here we have our players already starting game number 2. As we know, both these decks run triumphs, which means that usually there is no first or second drop, especially in Marco's side, because we know there's Karuga, which means that every permanent costs at least 3. And spell.
Yeah, so now we see, I think it's a Ketra Triumph plus Sacred Foundry for Fabian and a Rogrun Triumph for Marcus. We see Ice on a land to prevent a Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Teferi from resolving.
Yeah, and we've seen Ice being played quite a bit by Marcus. What do you think of Fire and Ice?
Yeah, so it's actually good that you said and the ice, because I think the ice part is what makes it so playable, because a lot of decks in Modern right now are all about the third turn, because on the third turn you play Cascade into Rhinos, or on the third turn you play Cascade into Living End, or on the third turn you play Teferi, or on the third turn you play Fable. And so icing a land on the third turn in the upkeep is a way to make the opponent unable to do it, while you yourself then untap and do the thing. So time walking the opponent on turn 3 is the main purpose, but you can also tap any blocker, tap a potential attacker. Fire isn't irrelevant. It does come up against creature decks, but as we see now, there aren't that many creature decks, so it's ice time, baby.
We saw Marcos play Risen Reef, Fabian played Dress Down. Beginning of Fabian's turn, the Dress Down is gone, and now Marcus has to deal with this Risen Reef plus whatever Marcus has in hand with not that much mana available. So let's see what Fabian gets to do here. By the way, we have an update on the other feature match, on the other semifinal. So it looks like, drum roll, Ben Jones lost game number 1 on the backup feature match, which means that Ben is now down a game against
Rhinos.
Rhinos, yeah.
Okay, so now we see Dwarven Mine, get a Goblin. I mean, Goblin token, but it's a Dwarf 1/1. Thankfully, the type doesn't really matter. And a stacked hand for Marcus. Like I think I saw Omnath, Dead Gone, another Reef, like a completely stacked hand.
It's going to be a very interesting game here. Marcus definitely wanting to keep the lead up, already up a game, wanting to close this as soon as possible to guarantee a spot in the finals.
Fetching out basic planes. I think we'll see Omnath come down, and Omnath will not only trigger itself and draw a card, it will also trigger Risen Reef.
Yeah, and Omnath is one of those cards that you definitely don't want to resolve. So, Fabian thinking of an answer.
I think so. You have to think about the whole situation, right? Because why would Marcus just tap out like that? And I think the reason is that he might have Orvar in hand and he's not afraid of a potential creativity. Because otherwise, I wouldn't really expect Marcus to tap out like that.
And we have here Leyline binding the Omnath. So the issue with Leyline binding is a great card. Don't get me wrong, but the triggers already happened, right? The Risen Reef trigger already happened. It's not like a counter.
Exactly. So
The permanent already entered the battlefield.
So if Fabian plays another Dwarven Mine, he could creativity for 2. But I think he drew 2 Archons, so that's tricky. A Renin 6?
Oh, look how cute that dwarf is.
Yeah.
So Ren 6 is really good against Risen Reef because you can minus Ren, deal 1 damage, and the Risen Reef is gone. And now that 3 mana creature doesn't seem so scary anymore in that graveyard.
I'm curious if winner Fabian has got creativity but opted out of it because of an Orvar, which was kind of shown there. Oh, we've got a powerful play here. Wow, Teferi, Bouncy Binding. We've talked about it time and time again this weekend. Leyline Binding is arguably the best removal spell in the format, but it's very vulnerable to counter interaction.
Definitely, and we see that here over and over again. But it also allows you for cool interactions like we saw last game, where Marcus was able to take advantage of the legendary rule, return the binding that was on a Ren when there was another Ren on the battlefield, making that Fabian had to choose one of the Rens.
This is devastating. We've got Teferi, we've got Omnath, we've got Hardcast Fury. I mean, I think we are approaching scoop them up territory. That was absolutely vicious.
We see Thoughtseize on Fabian Zand, and that is just not going to make it at this point.
So right now, he might just have to go for it, because otherwise the game isn't getting that much better. Also, with so much mana of Omnath, I could really expect next turn to just take Karuga to hand, play it, draw like 3 cards.
And here Fabian taking time to decide Leyline binding the Fury.
Yeah, binding costs 2 because there is no black source. It had to be played main phase because of Teferi. But now again, binding is vulnerable to counter interaction. It can get, for example, Leyline bound as well. It can get Bousejud.
So now Fabian down to 13, if my map doesn't fail me.
Okay, I can see mana being tapped. Okay, we've got just a Fury as a creature. Just like 3/3 double striker, you know. To engage in combat, we return Karuga. I see Fire Ice in hand. So while Ice isn't relevant anymore, Fire is, because you can fire a dwarf that's targeted with creativity.
Yeah, and here Marcus has so many cards in hand.
Yeah.
And that Teferi just making sure Fabian doesn't have interaction, making it much more difficult for a comeback.
Yep, Fabian has got 4 cards, and the cards are specifically Dress Down, Creativity, Double Archon.
You do have a dwarf now, right? The land that gives you a dwarf. So you can try to go for creativity.
Yeah, but now you play Dress Down, so you would creativity into, you know, into a creature that doesn't have any text.
That's true. Dress down is still on the battlefield.
Yep, yep. So you would have to just pass the turn now. This is a very awkward position. Now there is 6 mana on the field, so there is no hardcast Archon on the next turn, because that's another thing that could help. So yeah, Fabian's position really yeah, he's really far behind.
And at this point, Fabian needs a miracle to come back out of this one.
He does. He creativities anyways. And that does it.
That's it. Fire the dwarf. And
Yep.
this game, it looked like an easy game for Marcus here. 2-0, being our first finalist of the day. Congratulations, Marco, also as known as Respect the Cut. Fabian had amazing games all weekend, but now it's time. Still a top 4, very respectable. Let's see our backup feature match, Ben Jones versus Marco, and it looks like Marco is up 1 game.
Yes, we are in the second game of this match. We'll see how it concludes. They also faced each other in the Swiss round. So the day 1 concluded with 2 undefeated players. They were 9-0. At the beginning of day 2, today, they faced against each other. Ben Jones emerged victorious. We will see if that happens again, or now Marco will seek vengeance.
Here, players shuffling up, so it looks like we arrived exactly at a perfect timing.
Yeah, because they're just starting another game, exactly. So we will watch the second game in its entirety.
And don't forget, this is the semi-finals. Player that wins this game is going to the finals here. They are already qualified for the regional championship finals in Athens, which is a major feature here.
And they've already won the flight and the accommodation for Athens, including a bunch of cash, a bunch of ticks, and a bunch of boxes.
I think now I would really want to win to get this amazing trophy that we have here next to us.
Yeah, put it on the shelf. You know, whenever anybody visits you, you say, yeah, I won that one. 1,000 people, yeah, that one, I won it. That is a true bragging right. And one of these players today will emerge victorious and being the best out of 1,056 players.
And Twitch chat, I am counting on you. We have a lot of players watching this stream right now. Let me see how many exactly.
Oh my god, we 2.3k.
So 2.3k people watching us. Spam your favorite emote. We had won some hype here for Ben and for Marco. Let us know that you are enjoying the stream. Let us get some hype in chat.
Yep. I send my own. Now you, Filipa, you have to send your favorite emote.
I'm going to send mine. Mine are Planeswalkers. Is
Okay.
there anything better than that?
That's fair. Oh yes, we're emoting chat. Yeah. Nice. We are hyped to watch this game too. See who takes down the trophy. Who wins the biggest LMS yet. And to be fair, like, when was the such a big tournament? So like Magic 30, right? Magic 30 was certainly one of the biggest because of Magic 30. But other than that, this LMS is one of the biggest tournaments overall. Like SCGs don't have that now, those numbers. So yeah, a ton of people turned up to battle.
And the hype is real.
Yep, we saw some, famous influencers and content creators. There is Sodek MTG in chat, well known for his mystical teachings website. I saw Jarvis U. I can see some people post emotes multiple times, which we appreciate. Let's go. Pineapple on pizza emoji. And we start off. So we've got Marco, Coven, ditch a card, and suspend Footfall. So this is a long game plan, hoping that no Teferi ever resolves.
What a great weekend to be here in Prague playing Modern.
Ben Jones, just a triumph. Now he has got a ton of tools post sideboard. So Flusterstorm, main deck spell pierce, Teferi. We'll see how it turns out at the end.
And Rhinos actually, we didn't see much of it during the weekend.
Yeah.
Not that many Rhinos players compared with, for example, Creativity.
Yeah, not at all. Specifically Marco, he was at the top table since the beginning, right? As I said, he 9-0'd day one. So yeah, very much always at the forefront of the pack. But other than that, not much Rhinos. Right, so we've got Ren and 6. And this Ren and 6 basically plays into Cascade because Marco will now play a Tapland, most likely. Oh, an island. Okay, so possibly there is some kind of Blood Moon action going on. And now Marco will play a Blood Moon or Cascade. But Ben says, well, let me play Ren and 6 anyways.
Ren and 6, such a beautiful card.
Okay, thoroughly shuffling.
I have a friend that has a foiled up Gen deck with Ren and 6 foiled up as well. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
I think we all have a friend that has a Gen foiled up, right?
It's only true for me. I know a friend who has that. And also, I think a ton of people in general have full foil decks. Now, in Europe, this tournament, I've seen so many full foil decks, and those were of different varieties. It would be 4-color, Murktide, but I also saw full foil Hardened Scales, full foil Merfolk.
And here we see Ren ticked up, getting that fetch back into end.
A Trom.
Land for the turn and passing.
Right, so rewarded for just playing Ren and 6. Ben said, well, if they have it, they have it. Hey, they didn't have it. So, rewarded. And now we'll see how the game progresses from this point on.
The stakes are high here. This weekend, these players are so close to the finals of this tournament, yet so far. Who do you think has the upper end here?
Here, Ben. I would say Ben. Like 2 turns ago, I would say Marco because Ben tapped out for a 2-drop while Marco could play a 3-drop. But now in this specific position, I prefer Ben's situation. He's got the Ren going and I think like 6 cards in hand or maybe 7.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good with that Ren already at 6 counters on it. Loyalty is up on Ren. Oh, okay. So we have now a 1-1 going to be created.
And I think judges are double checking the life totals. They're looking at the pads to make sure that everything checks out. Now 3 mana tapped out, tap down, probably Teferi come down, yep. And this Teferi is probably played with like Flusterstorm backup.
Okay, so we see Ice here trying to tap that Triumph.
I think there was like a blue mana float. And actually, Marco top decked Force of Negation. So Force of Negation could try to counter that Teferi.
And it does
Oh,
happen.
let's go.
Oh, there's a Spell Pierce.
So Flusterstorm, because Flusterstorm
Flutterstorm.
countering Force of Negation.
And that floating of the mana, winning here the counter war.
Yep, so Teferi comes down, and the final outcome is that nothing can be cascaded from this point on.
Now things are not looking so good with that Teferi on the board. Renan 6 with 6 loyalty.
A crack just to see what I draw. There is a cascade, but that doesn't do anything. Take down a counter. Draw another cascade.
And this is it. We are
Scoops
going
them
to
up.
have a game number 3. And since we just joined this game, we didn't have a chance yet to look at these players' decks. So let's take a look here at our sideboards. First, we are going to see here the sideboard for 5-color creativity Ben Jones. Ben Jones has been having amazing results in these European tours. We have been seeing Ben Jones on these top tables over and over again. Definitely one of the most skilled players that we have right now. So Ben Jones definitely proving himself over and over again in these tournaments. It's not easy, and now with over 1,000, again making top 8. Definitely a great achievement for Ben. And we see here, what do you think of this sideboard against Rhinos?
Yeah, so I wouldn't add any more expressive iterations, because this matchup isn't about grinding. It's about establishing proper pieces to interact with the opponent. So you've got Prismatic Ending, but again, I wouldn't actually side it in to get rid of Rhinos. I would try to make sure that Rhinos don't resolve in the first place. And we've got a card, Hallowed Moonlight, 3 copies, which says, until end of turn, if a creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, exile it. And it doesn't say non-token. So you could play Hallowed Moonlight in response to Cascade and just make the Rhinos not enter the battlefield and draw a card in the process.
And let's take a look here at Tamur Rhinos by Marco. Sideboard, we have 1 Fury, 2 Subtleties, 4 Endurance, 4 Vigors, 3 Blood Moon, and 1 Gemstone Caverns, which is great when you are on the draw. What do you think of this sideboard here?
Yeah, so I think now the Caverns all have already been sided in, so now they will probably be sided out because Marco is on the play. So Fury doesn't do much unless you want to kill off a Planeswalker. Subtlety doesn't do much unless you want to fight off Teferi, and you might just have to. Endurance doesn't do much. Force could be a way to deal with Leyline Binding, but if a Leyline Binding targeted your token, then the token won't come back. Blood Moon, however, is really solid. The creativity decks have a hard time playing through it, so 3 Blood Moon in for sure.
Let's take a look here at the table now as our players are deciding. Don't forget, this is top 8 open deck list, which means that the players have time to look at each other's deck list, look at the sideboards, and make a decision. Maybe they want to change something. Maybe they want to prepare against opponent's sideboard. The truth is that matches get much more complex and sideboard gets much more complex when we have open deck lists.
Yeah, and like maybe it's counterintuitive, but now instead of a guessing game, both players can expect what the other will do, and so they both can do the expected thing, or they can go a level above and not do the thing. So, for example, sometimes when you play a Blood Moon deck, you can side it out because the opponent will play around Blood Moon anyways, so you don't have that clunky card, but the opponent will wreck their own mana base by fetching only basics, for example. That's a classic case. Now, here, I'm not sure there is any room for that, for such shenanigans, so I think they're just going for the level 0 optimal strategy and go from there. And yeah, 1 and 1. And Marcus, also known as Respect the Cat, did win and is on to the finals.
I don't know if I respect the cat, but I do respect Marcos.
Yeah.
Definitely great job so far here. People have been rooting for Marcos since day one, and is proving over and over again. We saw great plays after great plays. I loved the play where he bounced his ley line to then release a Ren when a Ren was in play. Legendary rule applies, and then being able to lose ley line again.
Players shuffling up. We'll see if they keep their opening 7s. Maybe some mulligan action. So we are now 1 game away from the finals. Whoever wins this one goes into the finals of the biggest LMS and one of the biggest tournaments in recent months.
And I really love when players go one-on-one and then get to get a third game, because at least we can see what each deck does. The players get to feel like they did what they are supposed to do, what the deck is supposed to do, while sometimes we see very one-sided games that happen with Marcus previously versus Fabian. But here we are having a very interesting match, and players must be feeling the pressure at this point.
Now Marco on the play. This could create a scenario where, when we talked about Fire Ice comes up, which is Marco just go, okay, tap your blue souls gets tapped, untap, Cascade, much to Ben's dismay. So we'll see how this lines up. Of course, Ben can just hold up Flusterstorm from the very first turn, but you need a proper mana base, and for that you need Triumphs, but Triumphs are tapped. So this is the big difference, right? Marco wants to get on the battlefield as soon as possible, while Ben has got those taplands and makes the sequencing pretty awkward at times.
Let's see if the players keep the opening ends. Marco here taking the choice as he is on the play. Keeping, Ben also kept Triumph.
There is one way to play around ice, and it has come up to me when I played creativity against Rhinos, is that you don't, I love that. You don't even crack the fetchland sometimes. Okay, maybe he kept a land light hand, but sometimes you don't even crack the fetchlands. For example, when you're a counterspell deck, because if you have 2 fetches, they can't be iced, and then if there is a spell, then you fetch and counterspell. So, but it mainly refers to situations when you have 2 mana counterspells. Yeah, this happens. Yeah, turn to ice, and we'll see if Marco will just jam turn 3 Cascade. I'm not sure there is a Cascade, but there might be.
Let's see here what
Oh,
Marco
basic.
has. Oh, I like that basic. Oh, and we have a Cascade spell. Rhinos. And it resolves.
So he just said, yeah, slam it. And Ben says, yep, I guess. So Ben didn't have any of the 4 spell piece or 2 fluster, and now it is an uphill battle indeed.
And next turn, Marco has 10 damage available. This is a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, I mean, this is spell piece off the top. This is why it's so difficult to play against Rhinos, because Ben blinked, Rhinos got on the battlefield, and now it's probably over.
Yeah, looks like things are definitely not.
Oh, he's missing the 3rd land drop.
Oh no, that's so bad. I
Oh.
feel for Ben here. Marco being able now to just
Oh, this is
10
over.
damage. Violet Outburst. Let's
Oh,
Cascade. More
this is
Rhinos.
over.
And just taking advantage, like knowing that Ben missed his land drop.
Yeah, just because normally you don't do such things in the face of Supreme Verdict, maybe, or Engineering Explosives, but Ben couldn't play Supreme Verdict because he doesn't have enough mana, and he cannot be played in a creativity deck. So Ben will just take a draw and shake the opponent's hand right now.
Good games here. Marco advancing into the finals. So it's confirmed we are going to have Marco versus Marcos.
Yes, we will see Rhinos versus Elementals in the finals. Marco. Yeah?
And
This
can
will-
we have now... Now we are going to have now a graphic of our brackets. So In the first semifinals, we saw Marcos defeating Fabian 2-0, and now we saw Marco defeating Ben Jones 2-1. So Marcus, also known as Respect the Cat, is going to battle the finals against Marco. So we have a lot of Magic to be played. None of the most popular decks actually in the finals, right? No Murktide.
No creativity, no hammer, right? So that's not something that I would expect coming in, but this is exactly what's happening now.
And the winner of these finals will get this trophy here and a bunch of amazing prizes. Who is going to cover the finals is going to be Martin Juza and TheWillHallExp. Me and Philip, I'm Filipa, this is Philip. We are done for the day. This was the last game that we got to cover. Thank you so much. We had so much fun throughout all the weekend. We really appreciate it. Chat was always so kind to us.
Yep.
So thank you so much for all the support. Over 1,000 people here all the weekend. We had an amazing time.
Yeah, 2.5k people watching. We really hope that we have managed to keep you entertained this weekend, bring you some exciting paper action, and yeah, thank you for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, and we are at the finals. My name is Will Hall. This is Martin Juza, and we are going to bring you the 2 decks that have managed to make it in. Here we have Rhinos versus 5-color. No, wrong. 5-color Elementals versus Rhinos. I almost said Creativity then. We've seen so much of that, but none of them managed to make it into the finals. So let's get the graphic up on the screen. Let's see who we are going to see. We've got all the M's. We've got Marcus versus Marco. A lot of play-ins happened this day. We've managed to whittle it down from 1,054 players down to the final 2. We're going to see who is going to walk away with this trophy here in front of us. What have you thought so far? What are your thoughts on this? Rhinos versus Elementals.
Yeah, I think the matchup could certainly go either way. I think it kind of depends who's on the play. If the Elementals deck gets like a fast start, you know, we'll see what happens. Obviously, a card like the Fairy can completely stop the Cascade deck from working. So it depends on the start who gets to play first. If Marcus already has the Fairy in play by the time Marco can fire off the Cascade spell, then that's obviously going to make a huge difference.
And we, being on the play, first seed, being on the play, quite huge. We need to get to Fairy down before potentially turn 3, where we start using these Cascade spells. Got to worry about things like Force Negation, etc. I was speaking to Marcus, and he said he wanted to play against the Creativity deck. He didn't want to play against the Rhinos 1 out of the 2 in the final. So we'll see how this goes, but he is on the play. That is going to be pretty vital for him. I think I can see the players just shuffling up. So we're going to go down to table 1. Remember, this is open deck list. Throughout today, we have had closed deck list, but in the top 8, it has been open. So they are fully aware of the 75, know what's in the main. More importantly, the 3 mystical disputes that are in the main.
Oh, that's
for
true.
Marco, which could stop these Teferis coming down.
Also, Risen Reef. So these disputes look pretty good right now.
This is Respect the Cat, popular Twitch, popular YouTuber, and has a Twitch account. I told him, do you have a Patreon on this? He said, no. I went, you should probably make one of those. Pretty rapid, because people are going to see how you sideboard, what your thought is going into this tournament. But if he wins, we're going to have an interview with the winner regardless of what happens. Let's see how this pans out.
In the top 8, the player that finished in the higher seed during the Swiss rounds gets to make a choice whether they want to play first or second. Obviously, this is constructed, so... I believe Marcus is going to start the game.
No 8-rack in this format, unfortunately.
Yeah. I wonder what was the last time that it was correctly constructed to choose to draw first? Some kind of like Nether Spirit control mirror
I think the last time I ever saw it was Tom Ross playing 8-rack in...
he was playing Jund, Bloodbraid Elf and Bituminous Blast. That was in Pro Tour Hawaii, and he actually went 10-0. So he was choosing to draw in the mirrors. I think that was actually, that was pretty remarkable. He's
always been one of my favorite players. You know what I mean? Like watching on like the old SCG circuits and GPs and watching him go on. It's and that being an Infect player myself, you know what I mean? He's like the godfather of Infect for us all. Went and went for Wizards for a short time, I believe, and we didn't get any good Infect cards since. So unfortunately, here we go. So, with the deck lists being open, they will be getting posted. If not already, they will be coming up pretty soon. We'll see if we can get them on the screen quickly for you. Can we get the deck list on the screen quickly, just so we have a quick look before while they're resolving mulligans?
Yeah, Mark is taking another mulligan. It looks like so. We do have a
little bit of time,
a couple minutes maybe.
So this is the Elementals list that we can see here.
Lots of value and one of the most surprisingly powerful card this weekend. We're playing Modern, and Elish Norn has been completely crushing some matchups.
Like the fact that we've seen it cast multiple times, and as soon as it hits the battlefield, the opponent just goes, "Actually, I don't think I can win here." And scoops it up. Very good versus Creativity. Very good versus Amulet Titan. A lot of ETB effects in Modern, and this completely shuts it off. We'll see if we can have a look at what we're playing against. It is the team of Rhinos. But a few different cards that we normally see, or we don't see in this deck.
I believe the last LMS that I covered, it was the one in Barcelona. I think we also had Team of Rhinos win the event.
Yeah, we did. That one had Become Immense in the main.
Okay.
This one, we've got Merkside Regents in the main, alongside Mystical Disputes, which I feel like that is going to be a key card in this matchup, especially game 1.
Yeah, this dispute looks really strong against Risen Reef and Teferi. Plus, Murktide was the most popular deck in the tournament, so
Okay, so now we've had a quick look at the decks. This is what players will be battling against. They're drawing the opening hands, and we do have a Gemstone Cavern. Talk me through this one.
Okay, so if you're on the draw, you can exile a card from your hand, put it into play before the game starts. But Marco being on 5 cards, that is pretty brutal. Like, yeah, sure, you can get ahead on mana that way, but you're going to have 3 cards in hand.
And we're going to ditch a Fire and Ice for it. It does have a counter, so it will tap for all mana. And this is one way of us being able to get underneath a turn 3 Teferi. Being able to turn 3 ourselves. Already have the mana advantage.
Okay.
Having a look at the hand, I think we've got a Forest plus a Charlotte Agent in hand, so we will have the turn 2 Cascade. Is that clear as we read it up?
Yeah, and Marco is certainly looking for a fast opening hand. Like, he really wants to fire off those Cascade spells, you know, turn 3, turn 4, get some Rhinos, start attacking. Because if the game goes long, then we've seen what these Omnat triggers and Risen Reef triggers can do.
Speaking to Marcus, he said, look, I think I can win the matchup. You know what I mean? I feel like I could be a little bit favoured here, but if they do the Rhinos thing of turn 3 Rhinos, turn 4 Rhinos, turn 5 Rhinos, you know, it's too much. I'm not good at sweeping the board. I'm very good at, like, you know, 1 for 1 and getting a bit of a card advantage going 2 for 1. We'll see how it pans out here. Do we have the turn 3 Rhinos? That's a Mystical Dispute in hand. Fire and Ice.
That's the thing with the Elementals deck. Pretty much every card in the deck is a 2 for 1, and we have seen in the quarterfinals, you know, what happens if this deck plays against another slow mid-range deck. Marcus was able to completely destroy Mateusz in a match against Ragdo Scam, but in this match, Marco can come out really fast with, you know, multiple copies of Rhinos just, you know, being played at instant speed. So we'll see what happens here.
Maybe we don't have the we've got an instant way to Cascade, because if we had the sorcery speed, there was nothing we need to play around over on Marcus's side. Looking at the elemental list here,
I really like this. Marco, you know, not having the Cascade spell on turn 3, but realizing, well, you're going to have 3 mana next turn. I really don't want you to play Teferi here, so I'm just going to tap your land in the upkeep and make sure you don't play Teferi.
it looks like we did draw the Outburst off that,
Okay.
as well as multiple blue spells, and one of them being a Charlotte's Agent, which we are going to play this turn. We're going to start cascading, and this is where it starts. We start putting 10 power on the battlefield. Let's see if I can get Charlotte's Agent on the screen. Cascade, a mechanic we don't see too often, but very, very powerful when we do see it cast, or spells with it.
3 mana, 2/2, make 2 4/4 tokens. That's a pretty solid deal.
And we did have the turn 3 Teferi. We're going to have to bring it in now. Deal with one of these Rhinos. We will draw a card.
Yeah, so a very heads-up play by Marco there, tapping the land in the upkeep, making sure Marcus doesn't resolve Teferi before he can play the Cascade spell. Yeah, now it's a little bit too late for Teferi, because now, yeah, sure, you bounce a token, but I still get to attack with 2 creatures, and I see a Violent Outburst in Marco's hand.
Yeah.
So despite mulliganing to 5 and playing a Cavern on turn 0, this game can be very, very quickly over.
And this is where it's going to be rough. These main deck Mystical Disputes are going to be huge, because we've got things like Omnath, Risen Reef. We can target them. We're choosing not to target if we pull it for this Risen Reef. Land for the turn and just pass. Another load of Rhinos. We're going to have enter the battlefield here. 1 mana. I'm going to ley lines of binding of this Rhinoceros. So still only 10 power on the battlefield. And now we're going to Solitude. And this is where we're going to start getting some value,
Wow,
right?
okay.
Risen Reef trigger. Put another land into play, so we're ramping up. Solitude's going to take out, dropping us down to 6. Doing this on our end step, so they don't have access to counter magic. Crash across for 6.
So things happen pretty quickly, but what happened was Leyline Binding took care of one of the tokens, Outburst into Rhinos resolved, Marco made 2 more tokens, and then another token was dealt with the Solitude. But that still leaves Marco with 2 creatures in play, and I think Marcus is down to 2 cards.
I think over on Marco's side, we've got a... we're missing land drops is what we're missing here. We've got multiple blue spells in hand, one of them being Murktide, and I think we do have a couple of Mystical Disputes. Maybe saving it for something like an Omnath, but then also there's a Cavern on the other side, so it wouldn't really do much, but this is a great target if we have it.
3 mana left, though.
Oh, your Risen Reef's ramped us enough that we can just
Yeah.
pay the mana.
The extra land from Risen Reef is going to make all the difference here.
We've told about that. This card, it just looks like a 1/1 for 3 mana. Yeah, okay, as an ETB, but it generates so much value if left unchecked. And now Marco in the tank. Do I fire this off now? Do I not? I might as well fire it off, stop the turn, right? Because other than that, this card is going to be dead. We might be able to attack the Teferi down, but the Rhino's probably going to get bounced if it resolves.
Yeah, it depends. You can fire off the Mystical Dispute here and make sure there's only Teferi and Risen Reef in play, but at that point, your Rhino's going to get bounced into your hand, and then you're going to have a 2/2 without Trample that can be chump blocked by Risen Reef, which means that Teferi would very likely still stay on the battlefield.
Here comes the Brazen Borer in response. So we do have a couple of threats on the battlefield, but our follow-up play is a Fable, the Mirror Breaker. Seeing it so much this weekend, Cass does so many things. Here comes a land off the top. Fiery, is it? Fire and Ice, 1/1. Okay, that's good. That's a nice 2-for-1 for us here. Come across with 5 points of damage.
Yeah, Marco realizing that this game is a damage race now, just plays the Brazen Borer over there in response to the Teferi just so he can get an extra creature into play and keep attacking.
So it looks like we're going to pay 1 blue here and follow up being a Merc side. That is pretty good. How many big can we make it? I think we've got at least 4 instants and sorceries if we want to go that route. It looks like we're just making it a 6/6.
Yeah, and the region looked surprisingly good all weekend in the Team Rhinos deck.
It's kind of like plan B, right? Like we've kind of exhausted all our Cascade spells, everything's gone to the graveyard, fetch lands, etc. And we're just going to use this Fable, tick up 2, discard 2 more Fables. Here
Very
comes
nice.
Omnath. This can gain us a little bit of life back if we get some lands.
All right, here we go. Omnath, draw a
Fetch
card,
land.
play a fetch land, get another trigger, get another land, get another trigger.
So people don't know the triggers. I'll see if I can get it up on the screen for you. But the first one is we are going to gain 4 life when it enters the battlefield. The second one is we're going to gain 4 mana of all types besides black. And then the third type, the third time we're going to see it is, I'm not sure if this is going to show up on the screen properly. Let's see if I can get it up on the screen. And the fourth one is we do 4 to each of our opponents and planeswalkers that they control. Oh, this is the arena one. Let's see if we can change that. Okay, let's go for that one. There you go. That's better. There you go. There it is. That's the one that we got. It only costs 4 mana, not the extra one. It was not rebalanced. But such a good card at getting you back in the game if it goes unchecked. Just every land drop is going to gain you life. Every second land we play for the turn with either Risen Reef or Fetch lands, we're going to gain extra mana to be able to cast 2 or 3 spells a turn.
Yeah, looks like Marco is just out of gas. Meanwhile, Marcus' deck is firing off on all cylinders.
And we're going to see Marcus take down game number 1. I think maybe the mulligan hurt quite a bit there, especially with a gemstone. But we did have that explosive start. We did have the, a couple. We had 2 Cascade spells into Rhinos, but yet we were able to deal with it over on Marcus' side. So, you see those bits of paper hit the battlefield there? That is because it is an open deck list finals in this top 8. Let's get the deck list up on the screen for you all to see at home. So we're going to start off with Marcus here on the 5-color elementals. Respect the cat. Anything you like bringing in here?
So both players are playing Teferi. I like Mystical Dispute. Obviously going to be a fight about who gets to resolve Teferi first.
Mm-hmm.
It's Marco that really doesn't want to see Marcus resolve his Teferi because then his deck kind of doesn't work. Other than that, seeing maybe Murderous Cut could be okay.
Force negation?
Yeah, there's a Force of Negation on the bottom. The black card is Vindicate. Vindicate doesn't look, sort of super powerful. Yeah.
I was actually speaking to him about this and like, what cards do you take out in this matchup? And he said, basically, Dead Gons go. But almost every game I take these out. But depending on if my opponent has Blood Moon or not, if they have Blood Moon in the deck, I leave in the Fables and take out the Risen Reefs, or some numbers of. Or if they don't have the threat of Blood Moon, I take out the Fables and leave the Risen Reefs in, which I thought was quite interesting. So going across to our Rhinos deck. Looking at this sideboard, a lot of 4-ofs, a couple Blood Moons, a couple of Gemstones. What, anything take your fancy here?
So Marco is what on the play. I think you want to bring that extra cavern in on the draw. Other than that, I think Fury looks pretty good. You know, all these Risen Reefs and smaller creatures can die to that. Subtlety also reasonable.
That's like our answers to Teferi's coming down, right? Like if it hits the battlefield Fury, we can try and get it off the battlefield. We can subtlety try and stop it from actually hitting the battlefield.
I'm not sure about Blood Moon now that both players see each other's deck lists. I think the best threat of Blood Moon in this matchup is the one that your opponent kind of has to respect, but you don't really even have it in your deck. So we'll see whether or not Marco brings it in.
Interesting. Okay. Let's get back down to the table here. It's been an awesome weekend. We did start with 1,054 players this weekend, all battled it out to get to day number 2. We had 86 turn up today, battling out, and we managed to whittle it down to our final 2 players that you see in front of you, our final 2 decks. 5 color elementals versus Teamer Rhinos. The bugbear of the weekend was Murktide. We didn't manage to get any of them into the top 24. I think 26th was the first Murktide deck.
The highest finishing Murktide player had a record of 11 wins and 4 losses, which is something if you asked people before the tournament, Andrea with his power rankings, you would probably think, yeah, there's going to be a couple Murktide players in the top 8. It's going to crush the tournament. Instead, I think the deck of the tournament was the Creativity combo. We had 6 copies in the top 16, but none of them made it into the finals.
Well, it's actually nice looking at the conversion. So the best conversion rate from day 1 to day 2 was Elementals, but the most played deck in day 2 was Creativity, and it kind of showed into our top 8. I didn't work out how many Rhinos are in the top 32, but there's definitely one in the finals, and they are a game down. So they will be on the play. Having a bit of power shuffle here. You want to unclump all your cards, give yourself the best chance you can. Ready to go. Potentially on Marcus' side, we are 1 game away from being able to lift the trophy in front of us, take home all the prize money, all the ticks, all the booster boxes. More importantly, you get the trophy in front of us, plus the flights and accommodation to Athens. And if you can do well in that, we will be sending 36 players to the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which will be the Lord of the Rings one. Going to be a lot of hype around that tournament.
Yeah, we talked about that. If you qualify for the Pro Tour, you get the swag bag that includes a couple of collector boosters. And you know where you can find the one special ring? It is in collector boosters. So
it would be it'd be like a fairy tale thing when someone at the Pro Tour opens the one ring. I'd be happy with just opening one of the 3 or 7 or 9. I think that would be pretty cool just to have, but let alone opening the one of 1. It's going to be pretty crazy. Okay, we're coming close to it. Do you think it's how big of a deal is it going to be on the play here for Marco?
Yeah, I mean, on the play, this is where he gets to resolve the cascade spells before Teferi can even hit play. So Marco's definitely going to be very happy about being on the play, but he's already a game down. So even if he wins this one, he's going to need to try to win being on the draw in game 3 potentially.
I'm only saying that because obviously we saw the Gemstone Cavern come down. So he was basically on the play last game. Yeah, it cost him a card in a mulligan. So maybe running out of cards is what really cost him that game 1. But he was kind of on the play. Or pseudo on the play, should I say.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Okay, let's see if we've got keeps from both our players here. Marcus Design. And it looks like we do have a keep from both players. Just a land pass. Both players try and almost get the triomes at turn 1 is the play that we kind of see. And just fetch land pass. If you look at both deck lists, turn 3 is the turn, right? All our powerful cards tend to be 3 drops, going into our more powerful ones on 4 and 5s. Land go. And it looks like one of the gemstones was stayed in, and that's what we're going to see for the turn. Doesn't have a counter, so it is just a colorless land.
It still produces mana, still good enough.
Yeah. Didn't get a good look at what that one is. Obviously, you're working with a full foil deck over on Marcus' side on the left of your screen. We're going to see a double fetch and playing around Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. You can bring in Blood Moon, but both of these players are experienced, and neither of them is going to just straight up lose. Oh wow, you have Blood Moon. I forgot about that. So they're going to be fetching basics if they can if they can afford that in the early game. And for that reason, I think maybe not even bringing in the Blood Moon is probably the best play.
And this is going to be the first Teferi. Is this going to resolve? It looks like it might eat a Force of Negation. We'll see how we fetch up here. I'm going to look, see if we can see a Blood Moon in the deck. Didn't get a good look there, but we're going to fetch up a Forest.
So, Force of Negation. If I think if Marco had Force of Negation in his hand, he probably would try to fetch a different land. So this gun's gives it away. Maybe he's gonna just
ditch blue cards.
Wait.
I think we're going to create some rhinos in response.
Oh, okay. So Marco perfectly happy with, I'm going to make 2 tokens. I know you're going to bounce one. I'm going to have to attack the fairy with the other one, but I'll take this play, to keep my counterspell in my hand and create some board presence.
And we do see that the subtleties come in, and then we're going to use the Fire and Ice ditched for the Force Negation to get that to Teferi off the battlefield. We get to untap with 8 power, exactly how Marco wanted this to go. Just a 2-turn clock here. That's a land off the top. Swing. Drop Marcus down to 8.
Okay, so Marcus saying, all right, you know what? I'm gonna attack for more damage there. Use the Fire Ice. Oh wait, no, okay, never mind. That goes on.
And Blood Moon comes down, but we've
is.
played around it. We fetched a couple of basics over on our side there. We still do have the island and the plains, but only a mountain. We have been shut off of our green mana sources now.
So it is still relevant. If Marcus doesn't have a forest, like straight up forest in his hand, he's not going to be able to cast Omnath in this situation, for example.
Looks like he doesn't just know man, but he does have Fable in hand that I can see. Leyline's Binding. It's going to cost 3 mana. Because we do have 3 basic types here, so it does get reduced by 3. It's going to take out one of these rhinos. Murktide was the draw. Unfortunately, we don't have access to our second blue source currently. Rhino's going to come across, crush, hit Marcus down to 4. Does Marcus have an answer here? Fire and Ice. We're going to ice the basic planes in the upkeep. We're going to cast Binding in response. Float the mana. Target the token. Token's gone. Okay, that's the threats off the battlefield. Another Blood Moon drawn off the ice. Just a basic forest in play there. Force of Negation. Again, we're seeing a Blood Moon here, right? This is a Blood Moon game. Back and forth. Who's going to be able to break serve first? Teferi.
Okay,
It's Force Negation.
Yeah, now Marco paying the price for his own Blood Moon has to exile the blue card from his hand instead of paying the mana for Force of Negation because he just has a bunch of mountains in play.
I think that was another gemstone off the top plus the Blood Moon in hand, so not much. Now we're going to tick up this Fable. The treasure token, if we get to attack, which we know we will be able to, it's going to generate the green mana that we need. That now opens up a lot more doors for us. Also, we did not discard to the Fable. We did not discard any cards or redraw. Another Fable. Are we turning the corner?
It looks like it. And if Marco didn't have that Blood Moon in play, he would have been able to play the Murktide.
And that is it.
But yeah,
He's going to alpha the hand, and Marcus is going to take this down with his 5-color Elementals deck. That is Respect the Cat for everybody watching at home. What a game. He went undefeated all game, losing 1 game to Hammer Time, where they managed to get a turn 2 kill against him. I was like, what you won last? He went, Hammer Time, they had the nuts, kill me turn 2. I was like, oh, okay. That happens in Modern, unfortunately, for him. But congratulations to him. We're going to see if we can get him in for an interview. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask him, whack him in the chat, and I'll do my best to interview him. But what a weekend, Martin. We will, once he gets in there, we'll swap it out. What's been your highlight so far this weekend? Well, of the weekend, there's no more What has been the highlight?
I think the 3 takeaways for me is Murktide most popular, didn't do well.
Yep.
Second, Indomitable Creativity combo, probably the most successful deck of the tournament. The best conversion rate, sort of, +6 decks in the top 16, and then obviously Elementals winning the whole thing.
And what was your favorite deck you saw this weekend?
My favorite deck, I'm gonna go with the Boros slash Jeskai, Manatide deck.
Get them those Manatides. Okay, it looks like Marcus is just coming round. We'll see if we can swap him out. We'll get Marcus in. Come in here, my friend. We're going to swap you out. You're going to sit in this seat with Martin. Let me see these questions chat in there. A lot of cat emotes happening in the chat. Sit down here, my friend. Put that headset on there. Talk into that mic. First off, I have to congratulate you for taking down Europe's biggest tournament since COVID. Over 1,000 players, and you managed to be the #1, and you get this trophy, plus the awesome tweet that we're going to see later on, right? How's it feel?
Thanks very much. It feels amazing, man. Can't still come to believe it.
You were telling me earlier on, you're like, I was hoping to get top 32, maybe get an invite to Athens. How does this feel? Maybe you have to lift this, walk away with all that prize money.
Man. It's amazing, man. I didn't think I could believe.
Well, look, you've done
I
it.
didn't think I could beat the Rhino stack with 3 disputes main board, but
Clearly, you can. Why did you bring, I know the answer to this, but maybe people at home know, why did you bring Elementals this weekend?
that's the only thing I can play, man.
You've got the only deck I have in foil.
Now,
Now you'll be
That's
able to
not
find
true.
out that
That's
one
not
last
true, no.
force negation now, right? With all that money, all that prize money.
yeah. 74 foil, 1 missing, yeah, still.
One missing, it's the force negation. You can afford to buy it now, right? With all this prize money.
I guess I can.
Happy days. Have you got any thoughts? Wait, were you already qualified for Athens, or is this it? This is locked up.
This is the one.
This is the one. So,
Yeah, sure.
sweet. What was your highlight this weekend? What did you enjoy playing against? What was you like? Sweet. I'm happy I'm playing against these creativity decks. Maybe. What didn't you want to play against?
Yeah, I was real lucky I didn't play against any Tron, Burn, like those decks, those Reanimator decks.
They're the ones that you don't think good. So
Yeah, I don't wanna face
Reanimator,
them.
Burn,
I
and
had-
Tron.
Tron, yeah, Burn. I mean, Burn is okay. It's 50-50, I would say, but
If you
I
get
still
Omnath
don't
on the
want to face
battlefield.
it.
Omnath's pretty big in that way. If you can get Omnath on the battlefield, you win. If you don't, you're going to lose.
Exactly.
Happy days. So what did you want to be playing against? What do you think that, okay, you told me creativity. You were like, I think I got a bad creativity matchup.
I didn't
Clearly
want to play
not.
against Square Duty, but I guess I'll still beat it.
Yeah, you beat Elish.
I
We
beat
saw
3 out of it.
Elish Norn do a lot of work in that. 2 copies in your main deck. Obviously, new card printed. In Frexit, it will be 1. We've seen why it is. What made you go with 2? Why not just the 1?
1 is just not enough.
Just not. Just not.
No, not with a Damus call, it's fine to play 1, but without, you just need to play 2.
Let's have a little look, see if there's anything in here. So why did we have Murderous Cut in the sideboard?
For the mirror, mostly.
For the mirror?
You have to get rid of opposing Elish Norns.
And that's
people
one.
lose to it, so you have to get rid of it.
Sure.
Max
Makes.
heights,
Yep.
putting in against Scam, against Furies and stuff. But
Happy days. Right.
it's a 1-1 movable spell in Kuroga. It's hard to get.
Yeah, it is very hard. It does work. Right, that camera there. Any social medias you want to plug out? Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, of course, Twitter, respect the cat.
Respect
YouTube,
the cat.
respect the cat. And yeah,
Twitch stream?
Twitch stream, respect the cat, sure.
Respect the cat. Anyone you want to say thank you? Any testing teams? Anyone you travelled here with this weekend?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody from Vienna, Magic Corner Vienna, my
Okay.
local game store, of course.
Hopefully they're all watching.
Yeah, I think we have 15 people from Vienna at least.
Oh,
from
what,
our
came this
local
weekend?
game store, yeah.
Oh, sick.
Maybe 30, I don't know. I don't even know.
So it's going to be a big dinner tonight celebrating this win, right?
Definitely.
Happy days. Well, I'm going to say congratulations to you. We're going to get
Thank
all
you
the
very
cats
much.
back in the booth. This is yours. Feel free to
Yes.
take that, and congratulations. I imagine they're going to have a load of photos with you outside to tweet out, etc. So again, congratulations for you. We're going to get mine back in. We'll get the casters back in, and we're going to close down the show. Whew. A lot of Magic we played this weekend. A lot of players turned up, bowed it out, and at the end of the day, it was 5 color elementals taking it down.
They're just bossing me around. Go here, go there, come back. What is going on?
I know. Ryan's not used to this. He's got that Hall of Fame status. Doesn't really happen. Where's Skura? He's ran off. Okay, well, we'll close it down with us. That's fine. So we need to say thank yous to everybody to start off with. First, we need to thank the judges. They've put in so much work behind the scenes for us running over a 1,000-person tournament. It must have been super hard for them. They've worked their butts off, so I want to say thank you to them. Secondly, I need to say thank you to these people. One, putting up with me And 2, for being on the best casters we could actually ask for this weekend. It's been absolutely awesome. Thirdly, the Foxhound crew behind. You don't get to see them because we put them behind the cameras, but they do all the camera work, the lighting, the computers, the graphics, everything that you see to put this show on. Fourthly, we need to thank you guys for watching. If it wasn't for you watching, enjoying this, Paper Magic being back, we wouldn't be in here. We'd just be a couple of people sat here talking absolute nonsense. On that one, from me, from anyone else, if no one's got anything to say, we're going to close down the show. Next time we'll be live, it will be Valencia, so make sure you hit that follow button.
And shout out to Twitch chat, obviously.
Obviously, Twitch chat. It's Twitch chat knows everything, does everything. They're never wrong either. Here's Skura running. It's almost like he heard us talking. So, from us, that's the end of the show. We'll see you all in Valencia. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We'll speak to you real soon in Valencia. See you later.